Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Became the Legendary Daredevil, a Hero Without Fear Part 2. Before we start, please go support Luis on 2234V for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. I have escape. We can see how Izuku and Monoma were heading towards the pier. It was approximately 6:30 in the afternoon. They would be watching until the moment in which they appeared to stop them. Monoma was nervous. It was his first mission. He was afraid of ruining it and disappointing Izuku, but he was relaxed and calmed down. Monoma, so what will we do when we find them? He asked seriously. Setsuna, they will launch themselves against those in the center, since logically they are the strongest and best armed in a formation of that style. Then each one will go to a different side. But they will also have to face Bullseye. Kingpin is the big fish. But guys like him almost never know how to defend themselves. So there would be no problem. Monoma, you will face the small-time criminals. You are not that experienced yet, do you understand? She said seriously. Monoma, loud and clear, he said this one also seriously. Izuku, so that's the plan. Bakugo, can you see well? He said seriously. Bakugo, I see all the angles correctly, he said while having a drink. Nizu, okay, young people, we will be watching everything from here. Please be careful, he said this so that the two of them agreed. Izuku/Monoma, yes, they said seriously. After that, they went through the buildings until they reached the one closest to the dock. They went inside and thanked God that it was abandoned. They went in through a window and began to wait. Monoma, do you want to play? He said, showing a pack of cards. Izuku, it's okay, this boring guy said. After that they spent 4 hours playing until something caught their attention. Izuku, lights? He said seriously. At that moment, the two looked out and could see how armored trucks were approaching a ship that was loading. 10 guys armed to the teeth got out of these vans and lined up. After that Kingpin came out. Monoma, ha, overweight penguin, he said laughing. Izuku, shut up Monoma, he said seriously. Monoma, I'm sorry, he said nervously. Izuku, okay, our signal, let's go, he said this so that like Monoma they jumped out the window. He quickly activated his camera so that Bakugo could see everything. Kingpin, load the cargo quickly, we don't have time, he said annoyed, but he sees 2 silhouettes fall in front of his men. Oh, I see you've arrived. Bravo, he said clapping. You came just to die, he snaps his fingers. Then they see Bullseye appear in front of them. But he looked more frightening, he looked stronger. Kingpin, I present to you the new Bullseye, improved and trained to counter all your abilities. Daredevil, he said this, but he didn't feel when a spider web reached his face. Spider-Man, he's not the only hero, you know, he said laughing. Daredevil, Spider-Man, you do your thing, I'll take care of them, he said while Monoma nodded somewhat annoyed. Spider-Man, it's okay, you always get to have fun, he said this one to go with the small-time criminals. Daredevil, okay, Bakugo's situation, Setsuna a plan, he said in a whisper to his earpiece. Bakugo, it's just them nerd, there's no one else around, on the ship there's only the captain, the spider has the 10 guys trying to do something to him, but they can't, he said seriously. Setsuna, according to what is known, the gloves have the power to hit him with up to a ton. You have to hit him with 400 kilograms of force on the neck. This is the force needed to knock him out. Try to make him think that you are getting closer to him, so that he moves away from you. Give him a chance, but when you see that he is going to take it, hit him in the neck. Monoma has already figured it out, so go, she said while Izuku agreed. Izuku, yes, he said seriously. At that moment Izuku began to approach Bullseye. He was moving away, everything was going according to plan. He saw how an opening opened in Izuku. He approached, just as Izuku wanted. He was about to hit him in the neck, but Bullseye, well tried Daredevil, he said before quickly turning around and giving the green-haired man a powerful blow in the stomach. Setsuna, how did you know, she said in shock. Bullseye, it's nice to hear your voice again, Miss Setsuna, he said, scaring everyone. Izuku, how do you know? He said in shock. Bullseye, I'm an experiment Daredevil, I'm partly made with your blood, right now I have your abilities, but only for a defined time, so I recommend that every time you go to talk to your team, don't call them by their real names, am I right, Bakugo? He said, laughing. Bakugo. Buck, you idiot, he said in the earpiece. Bullseye. Oh, I thought we were friends, he said sadly. Well, it doesn't matter, he said with a creepy smile. Shall we dance? He said mockingly. At that moment the two of them launched themselves at each other, each one giving blows that the other managed to dodge. This was a moment of great tension. The team saw how Izuku could barely hold himself against Bullseye. This one in a desperate attempt tried to hit him in the ribs but failed. Bullseye managed to grab him by the head and slam him against the ground, giving him serious damage. May, no, he can't keep losing, he said in shock. Bullseye. Oh yes you can, miss, he said in Izuku's ear, but don't worry, I'll send you your body when I'm done, he said, giving some light gasps of tiredness. Daredevil. He's tired, he thought now, he said, standing up super senses. With Spider-Man. This one continued facing the 10 thugs, until he managed to defeat them. This one with his claws he disarmed them and gathered them together, and tied them with his spider webs. But this one didn't even flinch at a shot that hit his armor. Kingpin bulletproof, huh? He said mockingly. Spider-Man. You know what, Penguin, he said laughing, I think about everything. But of course, idiots like you don't know what it means to think, he said, bothering Kingpin. Kingpin, you know, I have a deal for you. Join me, let's rule Japan. You will no longer be under the command of that dirty vigilante. You will have money, women, fame. Just join me, he said with a smile. Spider-Man, let me tell you, you tempt me, he said with a finger on his jaw. But no, he said, jumping. Permission to face the big fish, he said seriously. Daredevil, aloud he said, worrying everyone. Setsuna, are you sure, he's just a beginner? She said worriedly. Daredevil, he will succeed, he said seriously. Spider-Man, okay, big shot, let's dance, he said with a smile as he threw a web at Kingpin's face. With Daredevil. He quickly stood up and with a high kick he hit Bullseye in the jaw, which he could not dodge. He quickly grabbed him by the head and sank him into the ground with a kick that caused his skull to fracture a little. Followed by that he gave him a blow of 400 kilograms in the nape of the neck, which luckily left him unconscious. Daredevil, one down, the big fish is missing, he said in the earpiece. Spider-Man, if you could come quickly I wouldn't complain. You know, this guy has a gluttonous appearance, but he's very strong, he said to hit Kingpin, but he gives him one that sends him flying and crashes him into a building, and he's very persistent, he said mockingly. Izuku quickly headed towards where they were. When he arrived, the first thing he saw was how Kingpin was pointing a gun at Monoma. He quickly ran and kicked his arm, changing the direction of the shot. He hit him in the jaw, which made him step back a little, but he quickly got up, and that Spider-Man stood by his side. Daredevil, you're right, he's very persistent, he said seriously. Setsuna, any plans? He said. Setsuna, you should stop calling me by my name, he said laughing. Yes, the plan now is that with a 1-ton blow to the stomach you can knock out the air, and thus it will be easier for Monoma to tie him up with his webs, since the webs can withstand a weight of more than 5 tons, he said, surprising the two. Daredevil, May, that's great, he said calmly, blushing at May. May, gee thanks Izuku, she said with a blush. Daredevil, you're welcome, he said laughing a little. Well, I'll continue, he said. So everyone agreed. Come on Spider-Man, he said. So Monoma agreed. Spider-Man, yes, he said, this to also launch himself against Kingpin. At the moment the two of them launched themselves, Kingpin could no longer do anything and ended up beaten on the floor. Monoma took advantage and covered him with his spider webs so that he would not move. Kingpin, they defeated me, huh? He said mockingly. So what are they going to do? Kill me? He said mockingly. Spider-Man, no, we'll call the police, he said seriously, but got upset when he saw that Kingpin was starting to laugh. Daredevil, what's so funny, Penguin Peso? He said mockingly. Kingpin, I'd like the police to release me immediately. I'm in control of this city, he said laughing. Spider-Man, I know I said I wouldn't do it, but there's no other option, he said seriously to take out a claw. Daredevil, what are you going to do? He said seriously. Spider-Man, you know very well what I will do, he said seriously. I don't want to do it, but there is no option, he said, starting to point his claw. Setsuna, don't do it, Monoma, put that claw down right now, she said seriously. Spider-Man, I'm sorry, he said, throwing his hearing aid. Bakugo, Shit is going to kill him, he said, scared. May, my suit was not made to kill, she said angrily. Daredevil, don't do it, there's always another option, he said seriously. Kingpin, come on, do it, kill me, ruin your life, he said laughing. Spider-Man, die, he said this about to stab Kingpin with a claw, but at that moment Izuku stopped it with a blow. What? He said this annoyed. Are you really going to defend him after what he does? He said this annoying. Daredevil, I'm not defending him, but killing is not the way, he said seriously. Spider-Man, if we don't kill him, he'll continue with his things and we won't be able to stop him, he said seriously. Daredevil, I know how you feel, but killing him is not an option, he said angrily. Look, let's take him to the police and explain the situation, he said so that Monoma would calm down. Spider-Man, it's okay, he said more calmly. They returned to the place but were shocked to see that Kingpin was no longer there. Spider-Man, curse, he said angrily. Oh shit, he said, returning to the dorms without waiting for Izuku. Izuku quickly started chasing him until they reached a place near the bedrooms. Daredevil, Monoma, look at me, he said seriously. Look at me, Monoma, he said annoyed so Monoma could see him. Were you really thinking of killing him? Were you really thinking about throwing your life away? He said annoyed Monoma. Spider-Man, you don't know anything, he said angrily, giving a punch to the green-haired boy who didn't bother to dodge, but that punch was with all the power which sent Izuku flying to the entrance of the 1B dormitories. All the students, when they came out, they were scared to see Daredevil, but they were confused to see him somewhat tired and hurt. Yui, what are you doing here? She said, upset and scared. Ibra, we won't let you do anything to Izuku, she said the same. But nobody expected Spider-Man to arrive and give the green-haired boy another blow, sending him into the bedrooms and slamming him against the wall. Bakugo, nerd, are you okay? He said through the microphone. Setsuna, damn Monoma, she said angrily. May, my suit is to help you, not to harm you, she said frustrated. Spider-Man, you don't know anything, he said, attracting everyone's attention. That idiot killed my father. I had my reasons to kill him, and because of you, not only could I not kill him, but he escaped and will continue doing his evil deeds, he said, annoyed. Daredevil, I know how you feel, but that's not the way, he said seriously. Spider-Man, you don't know, you were only with them for less than a month. It's the bonds that hurt, he said angrily. All the students saw this. They wanted to see the outcome, and the other two had not even realized that they were there because they were caught up in their fight. Daredevil, I didn't want to do this, but you don't leave me any choice, he said seriously. Give me the suit, he said, leaving everyone in shock. Nizu, I think it's for the best. May, I knew I should never trust him, she said seriously. Setsuna, it was a mistake to tell him all this. Bakugo just kept quiet. Monoma heard all this thanks to the extra hearing aid that came with the suit. Daredevil, I'm sorry, I thought I could trust you, but you're not the one, he said seriously. Spider-Man, tell me to my face, he said seriously. Daredevil, oh, what do you mean? Spider-Man, take off your bucking hood and tell me to my bucking face, this annoying guy said. All the students of 1B walked away and saw this in the distance. Daredevil, give me the suit now. Spider-Man, come and get him, he said, facing him. Daredevil, is this how things are going to be? He said seriously. Spider-Man, this is how things are going to be done, he said seriously. The atmosphere was heavy, no one knew what to say, they just watched the events that would happen next. Spider-Man vs. Daredevil PT1. The two stared at each other, neither of them said anything. Room B just watched what was going to happen next. Daredevil, you're like a brother to me, we can avoid this, he said seriously. Spider-Man, it would have been like this if you had let me kill him, he said angrily. Daredevil, and what would you have done after that, huh? He said angrily. Would you be happy? Would you be satisfied? He said while Monoma lowered his head. Spider-Man, you don't know anything, he said angrily. Daredevil, I know better than anyone what you feel, he said angrily. I've seen the worst in the world, and not only that, I've lived it. I know what it feels like to take a life, Spider-Man. I don't want you to go through the same thing, he said seriously. Spider-Man, shut up, this annoying guy said. Daredevil, you asked me to shut up because you know I'm right. I can't let you kill anyone. That would ruin your life. Do you think your father would want this? He said angrily. Spider-Man, shut up, he said, annoyed, to give a swipe to the green-haired boy who was able to dodge. Daredevil, last chance, do you want things to be like this? He said seriously. Monoma didn't answer. He just went straight towards the green-haired boy to try to hit him, but he dodged it, and gave him another one in the stomach that sent him against a tree. He quickly went but saw the B class. Daredevil, you guys go into your dorms and don't come out at all, he said, pointing a gun at them, which scared the boys, who just nodded and headed to their dorms. That didn't stop them from looking out the windows. Spider-Man, that's all your power, it didn't even hurt, this one shouted angrily. May, please Izuku, take off the suit, that suit is not made to hurt you, it is made to help you, she said, frustrated. Setsuna, you can, Izuku, she said this so that the green-haired boy would nod. Izuku quickly went to where Monoma was to try to hit him, but he grabbed him with one claw and slammed him against the ground with such force that a bang was heard. He grabbed him with another claw and threw him into the lake where the UA was. Daredevil, I'm already tired, he said tiredly, looking up. In that, Monoma arrived, but he quickly kicked him in the jaw that sent him flying against a tree. As he could recompose himself and continued, he launched himself again with the green-haired man. He threw a spider web that the green-haired man could dodge, but he did not expect a blow from Monoma to throw him against the entrance of the 1B dormitories again. He recomposed himself as he could. He saw how Monoma was heading towards him and he had no other option but to enter to dodge the attack. When he entered, he would be in front of Tsunatori. Monoma did not notice the presence of his partner for Izuku, so without thinking he attacked with his claw. Izuku could not dodge it. If he did, the claw would go straight to Tsunatori. He just turned around and hugged his partner. Daredevil, ugh, he said, screaming in pain. Tsunatori just watched in fear as the Watcher who had just defended her now had a claw embedded in her shoulder. Mei Setsuna Bakugo Nizu, Izuku eyes a nerd Midoriya, these scared people said. Monoma just raised his claw, pulling Izuku in front of him. Izuku hid the pain very well. Spider-Man, I think I'm stronger than you, he said with some arrogance. Daredevil, you were about to kill an innocent to beat me, that's why I didn't dodge you, did you think about that? He said seriously. Spider-Man, what? He said, but he was in shock because when he saw behind the green-haired boy he could see how his partner and secret love was trembling with fear. What was he about to do? He said to release the green-haired boy. Daredevil, you were about to hurt an innocent man, he said seriously. A lesson, Spider-Man. Every action has its consequences, he said seriously. I also want to save this city, like you, but killing is not the way, he said seriously. Spider-Man, don't tell me what my way is, he said, hitting Izuku, sending him away from the dorms to start their fight again. Izuku saw how Monoma was heading towards him, so he quickly took Monoma's claw and threw him against a tree. Monoma attached his webs to the green-haired boy, and with the force he had, he also attracted him, sending him flying. The green-haired boy was able to dodge a tree against which he was going to crash. Spider-Man, I don't know why you blame me, I'm supposed to be the good guy. I just wanted to free Japan from that bastard, he said angrily. Daredevil, if you're as good as you say you are, you don't have to kill anyone to get what you want, he said seriously. Spider-Man, stop your bucking shitty phrases, he said angrily, to launch himself into combat again. If you gave me this power, it was to save people, not to save criminals, he said, trying to hit the green-haired man. Daredevil, it is true that I gave you that power, but not to kill. You must remember something, Monoma. With great power comes great responsibility, he said seriously. Monoma at that moment, already fed up, took the green-haired boy with a spider web and began to climb the entire building at speed so that the green-haired boy would occasionally hit himself. Then they reached the top of the building where Monoma threw the green-haired boy against some bars. Daredevil, Monoma, we must stop this now, he said seriously. Spider-Man, no, you have to stop this now. There are no people who change, Izuku. There are only good and bad people. Nobody will change from one day to the next, much less subjects like those. They only care about their own well-being and they don't care about anything else, he said angrily. Daredevil, I'm sorry, Monoma. I tried to contain myself, but I see that you are a lost case. At this moment I will be serious, he said, somewhat annoyed. Spider-Man, then come with everything, he said the same. They began to walk towards each other as memories passed by. They began to run faster and faster as the two remembered how they met, how they became friends, how they became vigilantes, and how they got to that moment. Izuku / Monoma, Spider-Man/Daredevil, they said in unison, starting a great battle. Spider-Man vs. Daredevil PT2. These, when they reached each other, would give each other a blow that would send each one flying to the opposite side. Izuku quickly arrived with Monoma, and would hit him in the neck, thinking that he knocked him out. But Monoma with a claw grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and sent him flying. He was about to fall from the building, but he managed to hold on to a pipe, turning around in it, and managing to get Monoma to be able to kick him in the stomach. That left him very sore, but Monoma was not far behind. He, with a spider web that he threw at the green-haired boy, attracted him, and with all his strength he hit him in the stomach. That left him without air. As he could got up and went straight towards Monoma. He connected a blow to the jaw that sent him flying. "May, how are you?" she said, worried. "Nizu, young Monoma is out of control," he said, also worried. "Setsuna, I knew from the beginning that he wasn't the one." "Bakugo, this time I agree with the plant," he said, referring to Setsuna. "Izuku, I'm almost done." "Monoma, don't even think it's like that," he said, launching himself to hit the green-haired boy. Monoma quickly grabbed the green-haired boy by the head, and without giving him time to react, he slammed him against the ground. Luckily, the camera didn't break. Izuku got up a little dazed, but was able to reach Monoma and take him by the right arm. "Izuku, I'm sorry," he said, this to dislocate Monoma's arm. "Monoma, he said in pain while holding his arm. "Izuku, give up now, Monoma," he said seriously. "Monoma, I don't know if you've forgotten that technically I have 8 arms," he said while taking out the 6 claws at the same time. Monoma had a hard time controlling the 6 claws, but he did a little damage to the green-haired man, who was already fed up, and approached Monoma, giving him a sweep on the legs that would have thrown him off the building if it weren't for the fact that the green-haired man grabbed him by the neck. He remained suspended. His feet touched the edge of the building, and Izuku grabbed the collar of his suit. "Monoma, what are you waiting for? Come on, let me fall," he said seriously. Monoma was already very tired. He could no longer control his claws. His body was screaming for rest, but he did not feel this because of the adrenaline. At that moment it was when all the adrenaline came down on him. "You two, stop it already," he said angrily. At that moment, as well as the team by the cameras, Izuku and Monoma saw as a man with a cane and a cap peeked out. "Izuku, Stick?" he said, confused. "Stick, it's nice to see you again, Izuku," he said with a smile. "Setsuna, Izuku, who is he?" she said, confused. "Izuku, he's my master, Stick," he said, this surprising everyone. All Monoma, "What?" they said in shock. "Stick, it's a pleasure to see that you don't forget me, Izuku," he said, laughing a little. "When I went to visit you at the orphanage and they told me that you had been adopted, I was very happy, and even more when I found out that Daredevil, a new superhero, was roaming the streets. I knew it was you. I taught you well, boy. Now tell me, why do you fight?" he said seriously. "Monoma, you are not interested, sir," he said angrily. Stick hit him below the knee with his cane, causing Monoma to fall to his knees as he felt his legs not responding. "Stick, have more respect for your elders, young man," he said, somewhat annoyed. Everyone was in shock. May was impressed. He managed to knock down his armor with a single blow. Seriously, he was Izuku's master. Everyone was impressed. "Monoma, what did you do to me?" he said in pain. "Stick, Izuku, listen carefully, and put your headset on properly because I need your team to hear me," he said seriously. "All like it." "Stick, I was his teacher. I must have something special too, right?" he said, laughing a little. "But listen carefully, Daredevil and Spider-Man, Izuku Midoriya and Nito Monoma. Although I know that the two have their differences, the boy you chose to be Spider-Man is the best guy you could choose," he said, looking at Izuku. "He just needs a little push. So I have a mission for you," he said, looking at the two. "Izuku/Monoma, what mission?" they said at the same time. "Stick, free the city from a gang of drug traffickers led by Kingpin," he said, surprising the two and the team. "What do you say, can you do it?" he said with a smile. Izuku and Monoma thought about it for a while. He was right, they had gone a bit too far. "Monoma, we just finished this mission," he said, "so that everyone would pay attention. I will return the suit to you. I cannot call myself a hero if I hurt the one I consider a brother and almost killed a person," he said seriously, "but let me use it to save the city from those people and to make Japan safer, when we finish this mission. I will give you the suit, and you will choose someone who is worthy, he said, raising his fist. Izuku, okay, let's do it, he said, fist bumping Monoma. Stick so? Izuku/Monoma, we will, they said with a smile. Stick, okay, first let's go with your team, he said, this so that the two agreed and began to walk. You have become a good man, Izuku, and you are forming a good one, he thought, looking at Monoma. The two of you will be great companions and great heroes. This is the push you need to understand each other, and thus be the best. Daredevil and Spider-Man, he thought with a smile. Equipment. We can see how Izuku and Monoma were arriving at Bakugo's room without being discovered. When they enter, the first thing we can see is Setsuna slapping Monoma, who doesn't even dodge it. Monoma, I deserve it, he said, enduring the pain. Setsuna, you're just a useless traitor who after finishing this mission will leave the team and will never speak to us again in an understood way, she said angrily. May, we should never have trusted you, she said. The same, you used my suit to hurt Izuku, and I will not forgive you for that, she said, upset. Monoma, understood, he said seriously. Izuku, this is not the time for fights, he said seriously. Guys, I want to introduce you to Stick, my teacher, he said, this so that everyone could see. The old man was shocked. Stick, hello Team Daredevil, he said with a smile. Nizu, Mr. Stick, it's a pleasure to meet Midoriya's teacher, he said with a smile, while shaking his hand. Stick, the pleasure is mine, Director Nizu, he said with a smile. I would like to introduce myself to you young people, but this is not the time for introductions. Kingpin is in charge of the so-called Mafia Circle, which is in charge of everything that is happening now in Japan, he said seriously. It is a group made up of a member of a country except for the Russians, since they are two Russian brothers, a Japanese, an American and a Chinese person, he said seriously. Their main mission for now will be to stop the two Russian brothers who are the most influential in this. Is it clear? He said while everyone agreed. Okay, you will go to this address, he said, giving them a paper, and that address is the apartment, and the number of the brothers, he said seriously while everyone was standing. What are you waiting for, to kiss on the ass? Get out now, he said while Izuku and Monoma agreed. May, before leaving, she said to take Izuku by the arm. Take this camera and this headset. They are more resistant than the previous ones, she said in a somewhat affectionate tone. Setsuna, take care of yourself, okay? She said worriedly while Izuku nodded and put on his gadgets. May, I hate you but I have no choice, she said, giving the same to Monoma. Monoma, I love you too, he said, putting on the camera and the headset. Setsuna, are you really taking this as a bucking joke? She said, upset. You betrayed us, Monoma. You hurt the person who gave you the opportunity to be a superhero and your best friend, she said, serious. Monoma, I know that, he said calmly. May, and you don't care? She said, annoyed. Monoma, what do you want me to do? Cry? He asked. I screwed up and there's nothing I can do, but this is the last time I'll save Japan, so I'll do it without complaining, and if I have to give my life for this, then so be it, she said with a smile while Bakugo and Izuku smiled the same. Izuku, okay, let's go, he said, this so that Monoma would nod. At that the two of them jumped out the window and Monoma grabbed the green-haired boy with a claw and threw him to the top of a building. They ran all over the city, enjoying the wind in their faces. They swung between them, bars, stairs and pipes of the buildings until they reached the one in front of the Russian brothers. At that moment Izuku took a phone without a number and called him. One of the brothers who was in the apartment answered his phone when he saw it range. Ranskahov? Hello? Izuku, sir, see the name, you know what, I'm not even going to try, he said, throwing the card. Ranskahov, what are you? Who are you? Izuku, you don't care who I am, but what I'll do to you, you'll spend many years in prison. Sons of Hitches, this one said, annoyed, before hanging up. Mayem, do you know Russian? She asked, impressed. Izuku, I took some small courses, he said with a slight smile. Monoma, wow, that's a surprise, he said, a little laughing, but he goes through the window, he's escaping. We have to go now, he said, so Izuku nodded and was thrown against the window. This one perfectly passed through the window while Monoma went through the walls. Izuku started to chase after Ranskahov but lost him in the hallways. Izuku, shit, I lost it, he said, this annoying. Bakugo M, look at the doors, nerd. He might be hiding there, he said while Izuku agreed. Izuku at that moment began to kick door to door. He found nothing until he kicked a door and saw 3 men playing cards. He sees them, and they see him. Man 1, how long have we been due to return to take care of Mr. Russo? He said, confused. Man 2, 1 hour ago, he said disappointedly, looking at his watch. Man 3, to him, he said seriously, while the other 2 agreed. These quickly stood up and threw the table aside. Izuku went out into the hallway and took a few steps back, watching the men coming towards him. He quickly began to head towards them. He arrived with the first man and kicked him in the head while dodging the bullets of the other 2 with his legs. He slightly turned the man's head, touching a nerve which was enough to faint him. He continued and left with the second man dodging a bullet and hitting him in the stomach that left him breathless on the ground, followed by a kick from Aizawa that left him unconscious. The third, he only hit him in the leg, and a blow to the face which was enough to stop him. He quickly continued running until through one of the windows of the building he saw how Ranskahov tried to escape by climbing a wire wall. He quickly threw himself out the window and fell on top of the man who scared him. Ranskahov, how are you doing? What the hell do you want? He said this upset. Daredevil, justice, he said this to start hitting him. He continued hitting him, but then he heard some police sirens. A patrol car parked, and 2 police officers got out. Policeman 1, put your hands up, stay still, he said. Izuku didn't want any more problems. He just explained to them what was happening, but they still arrested him. Policeman 2, now that we were taking him to Kingpin, how much do you think he'll pay us? He said, bothering Izuku. Daredevil, seriously, you betrayed your country just for money? He said, annoyed. He quickly, and with his hands handcuffed, spun in the air, kicking police officer 1 in the jaw, leaving him unconscious, and quickly kicked the other 1, also leaving him unconscious. Spider-Man M, I have the Russian, he said with a smile. Daredevil, no, I have the Russian, he said, confused. Stick M, they are twins, he said this so that both of them would understand. Izuku and Minoma now regrouped with the 2 unconscious brothers. Minoma quickly tied them up with his webs and they left. They called the national police and gave them the address of where the brothers were, who were 2 of the most wanted criminals in the world. They went through the buildings, and as was tradition, they turned off their headphones, their camera, and went on to eat some hamburgers. Minoma, I'm sorry, old man, he said with a sad look towards the sky. Izuku, I don't blame you. You know, he said, smiling, I was also about to kill Momo Yayorozu, and I even killed one of her thugs. But life goes on, and from that moment I put my law of not killing. He said seriously, I will not take your suit away, he said, impressing Minoma. I know you are someone trustworthy, and you just let yourself be carried away by your father's murderer, and I understand you. You will stay on the team. But you must make the others trust you again, he said, while Minoma released light tears. Minoma, but what about you? He said, confused. Izuku, I never stopped trusting you, he said with a smile. Minoma, the old man, he said with light tears. I love you, brother, he said, giving him a hug. At that moment Izuku reciprocated the hug, and after that the 2 stood up. Izuku, well, it's time to go back, he said with a smile. Minoma, yeah, let's go, he said the same. Izuku, we managed to stop him, he said, laughing. Minoma, as a team, he said, raising his fist. Izuku, team, he said with a smile while bumping his fist. Days off? We can see how the 2 boys returned through the roofs after eating their hamburger. They headed towards UA and entered Bakugo's dormitory. Stick, you did very well, boys, very well, he said with a big smile. Izuku, I wouldn't have done it without Minoma's help, he said, bumping his fist. Setsuna, don't get attached to him. He's going to leave the team, she said, upset. Minoma, I want to see them try to replace me, he said, laughing a little so that Mei and Setsuna, who didn't understand that it was sarcasm, would get upset. Mei, it will be very easy to replace you with anyone who crosses the path, she said angrily. Minoma, oh yeah, I doubt they can, he said, laughing. Setsuna, and why? She said angrily. Minoma, let's see where they can find another crazy person who wants to go out and fight the most dangerous drug dealer in the United States with a spider suit created by a first-year student, he said with a smile, facing the 2 girls. Bakugo, oh, he said, adding pepper to the fight. Setsuna, oh yeah, well, even I could use that armor and control it faster than you, she said, annoyed. Minoma, seriously, Something that only Izuku knows is that your armor, he said, pointing at May. It fractured a few bones and caused me pain due to the bad movement when dodging, and it heats up more than Android after trying to play Warzone, he said, laughing. So you better stay in the chair making plans while the heroes go out to risk our lives, he said. While the suit returned to his necklace, and he left with a triumphant smile. Izuku, I killed them, he said, watching with a drop of sweat as May and Setsuna took out lightning bolts from their heads. Bakugo, they screwed him, he said in his mind, making fun of the two. Nizu, young Monoma is very witty, he thought, laughing a little. Stick, well, leaving aside the verbal beating that they just gave to these two girls, the next enemy will be the Japanese. He is the second most dangerous of the team. They need to stop him, but rest. Tomorrow do what you want. You can be superheroes who have seen the bad of the world and how bad the human being can be. Maybe you are more mature than those of your age, but you are still 16 years old. Go to the movies tomorrow or something like that. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow, Izuku, he said, to jump out the window and fall well on the grass of the UA to proceed to walk away. Nizu, what a nice guy, he said while sipping some tea. At that moment the boys began to leave. Izuku apologized to May for what happened to Monoma. May, it's not your fault, Izuku. See you tomorrow, she said, giving him a kiss on the cheek and leaving with a big blush, making Setsuna jealous. Setsuna just hugged the green-haired boy by the arm. Setsuna, it's so they don't suspect, she said this so Izuku would nod. Setsuna had a big blush, feeling the green-haired boy's hard arm. She took the opportunity to put it between her breasts, which made the green-haired boy blush a little when they arrived. The first thing they saw was all the boys playing video games and the girls talking. Almost all of them watched jealously as Setsuna led the green-haired boy by the arm. She just sat the green-haired boy with the girls and they started to chat. This moment was a moment that the green-haired boy treasured, a moment of tranquility, where he could finally stop thinking that he is Daredevil and just be a normal boy. So as not to raise suspicions, he asked Yui for a bowl of cereal, and she gladly brought it to him. He continued eating. He continued chatting with the girls until... Bakugo, oh you nerd, he said, entering through the door with a scared face. Izuku, what's wrong? He said calmly. Bakugo, I told the old lady that I had met you again, and she said that she wanted you to visit her, he said, so that everyone could see how the green-haired boy dropped the spoon from his hands. Izuku, shit, I didn't visit her anymore. Well, I think her birthday is coming up, right? I'll buy her a gift, and she'll forgive me, he said confidently. Bakugo, today is July 10th, he said, scared. Izuku, is it today? He said with fear. Reiko, Izuku, calm down. How dangerous can that woman be? She said, confused. Izuku, Mitsuki Bakugo, retired former Marine, knows all martial arts and is an expert in firearms. She left her position as a Marine to be a housewife, but her training has not been forgotten. She was like an aunt to me. She was my mother's best friend. Oh shit, we're going to die, he said, scared. At that moment everyone was shocked. He was not afraid of the most powerful family in Japan, but he was afraid of a housewife who was a former Marine. Ibra, I think you're exaggerating, he said with a drop of sweat. Bakugo, no, we're not exaggerating. The old lady is the most fucking dangerous woman in this fucking world, he said with fear. Izuku, well, I thought it was a cool stage, he said resignedly. Bakugo, we had a good time. It's good that we met again. I love you so much, old man, he said, hugging him. Izuku, me too, bro, he said, starting to cry. All, they are so afraid of that woman, they said with a drop of sweat. But no one could continue as they saw someone entering the UA dormitories. At that moment everyone saw an ashen-haired woman entering the dormitories. Izuku and Bakugo's blood ran cold at that moment. Bakugo, hi mom, he said with a nervous smile. Izuku, hey auntie, W how long? W the weather is nice, don't you think? He said nervously. But nobody expected a direct punch to Izuku's face to come. He managed to recover after the punch that had even sent his blindfold flying, making the girls blush a little. Mitsuki, hey brat, she said with a cold tone. Izuku quickly took his glasses out of his pocket, the glasses he puts on when he doesn't have his blindfold. Izuku, you wouldn't hit someone with glasses, right? He said nervously. At that moment Mitsuki takes off his glasses and hits him on the head with them, breaking them. Izuku, oh, you took my glasses off and hit me with them. You're very smart, and he said nervously, but saw how a hand took him by the head. Mitsuki, you and the other idiot with me quickly, she said to start pulling the green-haired boy to the exit with Bakugo, who grabbed him by the collar of his shirt to also pull him. Izuku, guys, I love you all. Monoma, I leave you everything, including that. Don't cry for me. I'm already dead. He said this so that everyone could see how the door closed, revealing that Mitsuki had already taken the two boys away. What just happened? They said, confused and paralyzed. We know your secret. It was another day at UA. Class B group. Ibara, hey, does anyone know what happened to Izuku yesterday? Monoma, according to what I know, her aunt brought them around 1 a.m. and they were all beaten up. Haha. Yui, why do you ask? Kendo, it's just that, he's with Ibara in my room and we're healing his bruises. Tetsu, poor ugly thing, haha. Reiko, I'm going there. Yui, I'm going there. Kinoko, I'm going there. Yui went offline. Reiko went offline. Kinoko went offline. Tetsu, the Midoriya's falling in love since 1956, the end chat. Now we can see how the three girls headed towards Kendo's room only to meet Kendo, Ibara, and Setsuna. Izuku, who arrived? He asked, pretending. Ibara, Reiko, Yui, and Kinoko, she said while stroking the green-haired boy's hair. Kendo, I still don't understand how your aunt could leave you like this, she said, a little scared. Izuku, she's a woman you shouldn't mess with, he said, laughing a little. Reiko, don't move anymore, you'll hurt yourself more, he said, sitting next to the green-haired boy. Setsuna, we're going to heal your abdomen, don't move, she said while the green-haired boy agreed. When lifting the green-haired boy's shirt, all the girls blushed because of the green-haired boy's great physique. They ran their hands over his abdomen and then began to heal him. The girls fought over who would put the bandages on him until Kinoko won. She ran her hands over the green-haired boy's well-marked abdomen and began to put the bandages on them. Yui, and what do we do in the meantime? She said, confused. Kendo, talk? She said, shrugging her shoulders. Ibara, and what about? She asked, confused. Setsuna, I don't know, what about the vigilante? She said, making Izuku's blood run cold. Izuku, sometimes I think he does it to annoy me, he thought, annoyed. Kendo, and what do we have to talk about? He's a criminal who should be in jail. I have kidnapped Izuku many times. It's good that nothing serious happened to him, otherwise he wouldn't forgive me. She said, hugging Izuku and putting his head between her breasts, making the other girls jealous. Reiko, although they realized that he saved Pony when he fought with the other guard, she said, confused. Ibara, what are you looking for? You attack some and save others, she said, confused. But then Kendo noticed that Izuku's phone started vibrating. No one noticed that he took it, not even Izuku. Chat. Bakugo, hey nerd, bank robbery, go quickly with your suit. Monoma is already waiting for you to leave, hurry up. Izuku, what? Bakugo, don't act like a nerd, Daredevil and Spider-Man need to get to the scene, hurry up. End chat. Kendo, what? She said in shock to herself. Ibara, is something wrong, Kendo? She said, confused. Kendo, and no, nothing, Izuku. Bakugo tells you to go to his room. I don't know why, he just said that, she said nervously. Izuku, okay, he said, this one, barely getting up. Setsuna, I'll take you, she said nervously. Izuku, yes, he said this to leave with Setsuna. Ibara, well then let's go, she said to stand up. Kendo, girls, wait, he said while showing Izuku's phone. Reiko, Izuku's phone? She said, confused. Kinoko, why do you have it? She said the same. Kendo. With Izuku. Izuku, well, what's the problem? He said, confused. Bakugo, no, I already told you, attack Banko, go now, he said while Izuku nodded and put on his suit. Izuku, are we leaving? He said. Monoma, yes, he said as he grabbed Izuku with his claw to leave. After that we can see how the two headed to the bank to stop the robbery. With the girls. Reiko, that can't be true, she said nervously. Ibara, it's impossible, he's blind, she said, annoyed. Kendo, but that's what's on his phone, and now it turns out that Monoma is Spider-Man, she said angrily. Yui, let's summon them today, we need answers, she said while everyone nodded with a serious look. Kinoko, and what are we going to do? She said so that everyone could see her. Are we going to stop talking to him? She said seriously. Ibara, no, but we will tell him that he can trust us to support him, he said with a smile, while everyone agreed. Reiko, Ibara, Yui, Kendo, Kinoko, yes, they said with a smile. With Izuku. Izuku, well done, he said while Monoma tied the thieves with his webs. Monoma, you know, always, he said smiling and with a mocking tone. After that the two headed towards the academy and entered Bakugo's room. Bakugo, well done, he said with a smile. Setsuna, you did well, Izuku, she said hugging his arm. Izuku, thank you, she said with a smile that made her blush. Monoma, and me? Said this mocker. Setsuna, Buck, you said this annoying girl. Bakugo, ha, he said mockingly. Izuku, well, let's go, he said as he left with Monoma and Setsuna. I left my phone in Kendo's room, he said while checking his pockets. After that they reached their bedrooms where they saw all their classmates. Kendo, Midoriya, we can talk to you and Monoma outside tonight, she said while Izuku and Monoma agreed. After that day passed relatively calmly, but Izuku noticed how the girls felt more nervous than usual with him. He just let it pass and waited until night came. Now we can see how Izuku and Monoma were in front of the girls and Setsuna, who had gone out of curiosity. Izuku, what's up, girls? He said confused. Monoma, what did they want us for? He said the same. Ibara, Izuku, Monoma, we already know your secret, he said, scaring the three of them. Reiko, we know they are Daredevil and Spider-Man, she said, this paralyzing the three. Izuku, Monoma, Setsuna, what the? They said in shock. Broken ties. The atmosphere became heavy. Monoma, how are you girls going to say that? It's very obvious that it's not true. Izuku is blind. I think Tetsu filled their heads with ideas. He said nervously. Izuku, you saw my phone, right? He said seriously. At that moment both Setsuna and Monoma saw it. He didn't even try to make them think they were wrong. Kendo, I saw your phone the moment Bakugo sent you a message, he said seriously. Izuku, okay, so what are you going to do? Are you going to stop talking to me? Are you going to send me to jail? He said seriously. Reiko, before anything else we have a doubt. Why did you fight to the death that time? She said seriously while everyone but Setsuna agreed. Monoma, because I was a complete idiot, he said, attracting the girls' attention. I wanted to kill Kingpin, the guy who killed my father, and that was not the way. But since Izuku did not let me kill him, I got upset when I saw that he escaped, and my mind clouded. At that moment hatred consumed me. But after Izuku's master gave us a mission, I came to my senses. I was even about to return the suit to Izuku, to get out of being Spider-Man, but he did not let me. He said that I would keep the suit, since one day we will face each other again. But this time it will be as rivals, he said with a smile. At that moment the girls were a little surprised, since that side of Monoma was a little more mature. Izuku, so he said slowly, moving his hand to his necklace. Yui, why are you Daredevil? She said seriously. Izuku, because I don't want anyone to suffer what I suffered. I want Japan to be a safe place for everyone, he said seriously. Kinoko, and why did we worry? Every time you came home beaten up, you don't know how much we worried that they wanted to do something to you. Why did you pretend that they were hitting you? She said, somewhat upset. Izuku, because I couldn't let anyone suspect me. I heard Tetsu and Monoma before I was Spider-Man speculated that I was Daredevil. At that moment I had to improvise on the fly, he said seriously. Ibara, how did you get your powers? And what are your powers, or who is the rest of the team? Is it just you two? Is there anyone else? She said desperately. Izuku, I'll tell you if you move away a little, he said, patting Ibara's hair. At that Ibara separates from Izuku a little, blushing. Ibara, I'm sorry I got excited, but can you answer me? She said seriously. Monoma, I don't have any powers, he said, impressing the girls. I had some training and the suit is enough to kick ass, he said, smiling. Izuku, when I was little, I saw my parents die in an accident, but before I passed out, the part of the truck that ran us over fell on my face, near my skull. This left me very bad. It was supposed to have left me blind, but for some reason I could see blue lines around things. Little by little those lines took shape until today when I see everything in grayscale. My powers are the elevation to 150% of my senses to date, he said, amazing the girls. Kinoko, and who is your team? She said seriously. Izuku, I can't tell you, but what I will tell you is that one of the members is, he said, pointing at Setsuna. At that moment the girls opened their eyes wide while Setsuna just stuck out her tongue slightly. Yui, why did you tell her and not us? She said, annoyed, just like everyone else. Izuku, actually she found out, he said seriously. Setsuna, they were very bad actors, she said, laughing. Monoma, so what will they do now? He said seriously. They know our powers, they know the team, what do they want? He asked. At that moment the girls looked at each other and nodded. Kinoko, we will think very carefully about what to do. For now I don't want any of the three of them to approach us. At first we decided to help them, but I think it's better to think again. We don't know what they can do if you pretended to be beaten and played the victim. You saw your classmates' faces for a long time. I don't know if we can trust you. We don't even know if your name is Izuku Midoriya, she said seriously while the girls affirmation. At that moment the green-haired boy didn't know why, but he felt a slight pain in his chest beginning to arise. At that moment the girls turned around and gave the boys their backs. Izuku quickly tried to take Ibara's wrist, but a slap was what reached his face. Ibara, don't touch me, she said angrily. At that moment everyone saw how the green-haired boy began to shed a few light tears. He just turned hopefully to see Yui, but Yui just lowered her head while ignoring him. The green-haired boy felt sad, upset, betrayed. He felt like the people he defended the most in this world turned their backs on him. Izuku, releasing Ibara. At that moment the girls just left under the gaze of the green-haired boy who couldn't hold back his tears. He just turned around and went to Monoma. Monoma, I'm sorry old man, he said, giving him a hug. The green-haired boy couldn't do anything but cry on his shoulder. Izuku, I am Daredevil to defend them. What does it mean to be Daredevil if the people I love turn their backs on me, he said, crying. Setsuna, you don't just defend them, you defend all of Japan. You fight for the good of the city, risking your life for them, and you didn't lose the people you love. You still have me. I do love you, and even though I don't want to admit it, I also love this idiot and the rest of the team. You and Monoma have become my best friends. I'm Daredevil and Spider-Man's best friend. That's something not many can say, she said, giving the green-haired boy a light tap on the shoulder, making him have a slight smile. Izuku, thanks guys, he said, smiling. Monoma, come on, it's time to sleep, he said, while Izuku and Setsuna agreed. At that moment the three entered the bedrooms, where they saw how the girls, except Pony, who didn't know anything, ignored them or simply avoided them. Izuku just went up the stairs and went straight to his room, where the only thing he could do was throw himself on his bed to sleep. Tomorrow will be a new day, and he hopes it will be better. One more day. The sun was coming through the green-haired boy's window, a beautiful morning, without classes or worries. Too bad the green-haired boy wasn't in the mood. Izuku, shit, he said, putting an arm over his eyes. Ibara, don't touch me. Yui, ignore him. Izuku, seriously, this is how it will all end. Well, I don't blame them. Who would want to be friends with a freak like me, he said, looking at his phone. July 15th. It's my birthday, he said, getting out of bed reluctantly. Izuku, without any hurry, changed and went to the door of his bedroom. He left and went to the first level. He saw something that at a certain point hurt him. Everyone was eating very happily without him except Monoma and Setsuna. They were not there. I assumed that they were working on something in the team. Tetsu, you're not eating? He said, confused. Izuku, okay, he said, confused. At that moment the green-haired boy sat down, but when he looked up he saw how all the girls decided to ignore him. He felt as if something inside him had broken. A tear was about to come out, but he was able to contain himself. At that moment Kinoko took a plate of food and gave it to the green-haired boy, but as she did so reluctantly, she didn't notice how she went overboard and ended up throwing the food on the green-haired boy. Kinoko, "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, trying to pretend she didn't care and succeeding. Tetsu, hey bro, are you okay?" he said, passing him a cloth. Komori, "At least you should help clean it," he said, somewhat annoyed. "Komori, it's not my fault, it was just a slight accident," she said, sitting down again. At that moment, everyone saw how the green-haired boy began to shed light tears. "Aways, hey bro, are you okay?" she said, confused. Izuku, "Oh shit," he said while wiping his eyes. "They're nothing," he said while wiping away more tears that were beginning to fall more fluidly. "Oh shit," he said while rubbing his eyes harder. At that moment, everyone started to worry about the green-haired boy. "Izuku, it's just that life is shit," he said angrily so that everyone would pay attention to him. "I can't stand how shitty it is," he said, taking off the blindfold to continue rubbing his eyes, but the tears just wouldn't stop falling. He simply stood up under everyone's gaze, took his cane and left. At that moment, everyone got worried, especially the girls. They tried to go for the green-haired boy, but their pride got the better of them, that pride that told them that Izuku would apologize and come to ask for their forgiveness. They just decided to stay seated under everyone's attentive gaze towards the green-haired boy. He just continued walking aimlessly throughout the academy. Without realizing it, he was in front of a workshop where I heard a familiar voice. "May, then this will be enough," she said, welding a device. But she couldn't continue when she saw how the door suddenly opened and the green-haired boy entered the room. Izuku just walked by and sat at one of May's tables. She noticed the green-haired boy's sad look, so she approached him. "May, Izuku, what's wrong?" she asked, worried and with a slight blush. "Izuku, I want a hug," he said, resting his head on May's shoulder. At that moment, May delicately took the green-haired boy's head and began to caress him while hugging him. "May, tell me what happened?" she said in a loving tone. "Izuku, what can I do when I lose almost everything I want at the same time?" he said with a broken voice. "May, I'm listening," she said as she continued to caress her hair. "Izuku, they, he said, starting to cry. "They discovered that I am Daredevil, and instead of supporting me, as I have done with them, they decided to get away from me and ignore me. They even got upset with me. It's funny, isn't it?" he said, starting to laugh, a sad smile. "I have always fought to protect them and for Japan to be a safe place for them, and they simply threw me away as if I were garbage," he said, sinking deeper into May. May was not impressed by this. Since Setsuna had told her what had happened, she was upset with the girls, but decided to relax. She would talk to the green-haired man, but she had to finish an invention. At the end of the green-haired man ended up arriving at her workshop. "Izuku, so what can I do?" he said, looking at May while his eyes were crying. "May, you know, I'm not the best at giving advice, but you should go on patrol, that would relax you a little. But first," she said, giving Izuku a kiss on the cheek, "you're not trash, you're really the best person I know, and one of the people I love the most. Don't feel bad, I assure you that you will solve your things with them. Now go." "Japan needs a hero," she said with a smile, while Izuku nodded, smiling. After that great talk with May, the green-haired man put on his suit and began to patrol. He ran through the building, stopping one or another assault. But after a while watching, he got bored. He was about to leave, but in the distance he saw someone. He immediately recognized him. It was one of the drug traffickers, the one from the United States to be exact. He stealthily got down and positioned himself in an attack pose. He saw how the drug trafficker's truck began to advance. He quickly got down, and taking him by the collar of the shirt, he opened the door and pulled him out of the car. "An American. Oh, what the hell is wrong with you?" he said, scared. "Daredevil. Oh, you know me well. It's a shame that's the last thing you see before you go to jail," he said, about to hit him to make him faint, but then he heard something. "Stick, hey kid," he said, arriving at the scene. The green-haired boy was distracted for a moment, and the American took advantage of this to get into his truck and escape. Izuku was about to follow him, but Stick stopped him. "Izuku, what's wrong, master?" he said, confused. "Stick, it's not important for now. Tomorrow in the boys' room at 6, be on time. Go and rest right now. It's already night," he said, leaving Izuku with doubts. Izuku decided to listen to what his teacher said, and he alone decided to return to his dormitories. He took off his suit and entered through the door, where he could see all his classmates playing video games and the girls in a circle. Izuku at the moment of entering could see how the girls, except for Setsuna, who was talking to Monoma in a corner, looked at him with a bad face, an annoyed face. He only felt how again the feeling of sadness evaded him. With a sad look, he only decided to go up the stairs, but he just had to pass by the circle of girls, so he alone decided to enter the kitchen. Everyone looked confused but then worried to see how the green-haired man came out with a glass for shot and a tequila. Monoma, hey buddy, I don't think you should do that, he said worriedly. The girls didn't show it, but they were worried about the green-haired boy. Was it because of them that he was like this? That question made them feel worse every time. The green-haired boy with the shot glass just went up until he was next to the girls and climbed a step. Before leaving, he turned around to be face to face with everyone. Izuku, today, he said this for everyone to see, it's my birthday, he said this while taking a drink. At that moment, everyone opened their eyes wide. His birthday? Nobody congratulated him? Did they forget? The girls just opened their eyes in shock at what they had just heard. Did they really do that to the green-haired boy on his birthday? Yui, why you? Ibara, B birthday. Oh, what? These paralyzed people asked. What's happening to me? The atmosphere became tense. The green-haired boy finished his second glass. Izuku, but I guess nobody cares, he said seriously as he started to climb the stairs. Ibara, Izuku, wait, she said with crystal clear eyes. Izuku, yes? He said coldly. Yui, happy birthday, she said nervously. Izuku, holy crap, he said as he walked up the stairs. Reiko, wait, Izuku, she said almost crying. Izuku, wait for what? To turn my back on me again? To slap me again? He said while Ibara lowered her head. What I did it for all of you, and how you thank me for betraying me? What a friendship you have, he said while everyone lowered their heads. And one last thing, yes. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he said to finally go to his room. Everyone at that moment had a blank look, a lost look. They felt despicable. But the girls felt bad for the green-haired boy. But the girls were crying. Yui, how could we do this to him? She said crying. Ibara, P for us? She said the same. Setsuna, we have to throw him a party, she said while everyone agreed. Always, I don't think it's good, they're already gone, he said watching as all the girls left. With Izuku. He was walking towards his room. Izuku, what the hell is wrong with me? He said while everything became distorted in his vision. For some reason, the green-haired boy saw how everything changed places and he came across invisible things. They were objects that he could not see. Izuku, MIP powers, are they going away? He said confused. The green-haired boy tried to calm down. He thought calmly until he remembered his master's words. Flashback. Izuku, why the buck do I only see blue lines? He said angrily, but he sees how the lines disappear. Stick, he said scared. I don't see anything, he said scared. Stick, that's obvious, kid, he said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Izuku, why? He said confused. Stick, your powers are linked to your emotions. Whenever you are upset, your senses will become clouded, and you will not be able to do anything whenever you are in that type of situation. You should just try to relax, he said while Izuku nodded and began to breathe calmly. Better? He said with a smile. Izuku, better, he said this too. End flashback. Izuku, shit, okay Izuku, just relax, he said while trying to breathe. Ibara, don't touch me. Izuku, breathe, he said trying to calm down. Yui, ignore him. Izuku, oh shit, said this annoying guy. Kinoko, we don't even know if your name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, get out of my damn head, said this annoying one. At that, Izuku feels a hand grab him by the shoulder, but when he turns around he doesn't see anyone. Izuku, I need a bucking psychologist, he said seriously as he started walking while holding on to the walls. This is easier than he falls. I take back what I said, he said somewhat in pain as he started to get up again. Now where the buck is my room? He said annoyed. After that, the green-haired boy got to his room as best he could. He could still see something like that, and he could deduce that it was his thanks to the fact that he had a photo of his real parents, and of Toshinori and Namiri. The green-haired boy got changed as best he could and went to sleep. Maybe tomorrow that problem would be solved. The next day. We can see how the green-haired boy woke up. Izuku, shit, they're still there, he said, annoyed. Just calm down. If you calm down, they'll disappear on their own, he said, trying to breathe. The green-haired boy was able to change with difficulty, and went down. Everyone was having breakfast still with their eyes downcast since the atmosphere had been sad since yesterday, although the girls were throwing a party for the green-haired boy as an apology, but they looked up when they saw the green-haired boy coming down, but they were confused when they saw that he wasn't doing it as easily as before. Izuku, is there anyone here? He said, confused. But everyone watched, somewhat confused, as the green-haired boy tripped over a table. Izuku, since when is there a bucking table? He said angrily. Monoma and Setsuna were confused by this since the green-haired boy could see, and the girls already knew it. It was only the boys who couldn't, but he always acted so naturally, and now it seems like he really was blind. The green-haired boy stood up as best he could and walked to the table where he put his hand on something. When his hand hit the object, he immediately pulled it away because it burned him. Izuku, what the hell did I play? He said, confused. Monoma, my pizza, he said sadly, seeing his pizza crushed. Tetsu, hey Midoriya, are you okay? He said, confused. Izuku, yes, why wouldn't I be? He said seriously. Tetsu, well, it seems like you just got to know the place since you stumble upon everything, he said, somewhat worried about the green-haired boy. Izuku, yeah, I just didn't sleep well, he said, recovering his sight a little. He just sat next to Monoma and started eating. Sometimes he couldn't quite manage to eat his mouth. After that, the green-haired boy went to Stick since it was time to go with him. He quickly arrived as he slowly regained his senses and saw how he was gathered with the entire team. Stick, well boy, you want to know why I invited you here? He said calmly so that the green-haired boy would nod. Izuku, yes, but before it happened again, he said seriously, confusing everyone. May, what happened again? She said, confused. At that moment you see Izuku and Stick sigh heavily. Stick, the loss of your powers, he said seriously. Oh, what? They said in shock. Separated ties. Everyone was silent, no one said a single word. Bakugo, how do you lose your powers? He said, scared. Izuku, yes, but it's only temporary and I didn't lose them completely. Don't worry, he said, relaxing everyone a little. Setsuna, well, at least it's not permanent, she said, sighing. May, so do you know why we're here? He said while everyone shook their heads. Well, I don't either, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Stick, the reason why I'm calling you here is because one of the most powerful drug dealers is about to attack the dock. He has a weapon, I called it the Dark Calamity. It's something that has the power to return things to their previous state. What I don't know yet is what it looks like, but they'll be at the dock at 8 in the morning, he said seriously. Izuku, but the pier is an hour and a half away and it's 6:25, he said, confused. At that, Stick just raises his glasses a little, giving them an ironic look. Izuku, shit, let's hurry up, he said, touching his chain. Monoma, understood, he said this also to reveal his suit. May, be careful, the moment you see that your powers don't work you get out of there. Understood? She said so that Izuku would nod. Izuku, okay, Monoma, he said while Monoma nodded, and with a claw he grabbed him and threw him out the window so that he began to run through the buildings. Izuku found it difficult to run, but he did the best he could, even though sometimes he stumbled. But it was enough. He didn't want anyone else to feel sorry for him. He continued running with Monoma at his side until an hour and a half passed, and they arrived at the bridge just in time because they saw a Japanese man talking on the phone. Nobu, yes, it's already here. We're already receiving it. Understood, Kingpin Red Suit. Okay, I'll be careful, he said to hang up. Bakugo okay nerd, be careful. They know you're coming, he said seriously. Setsuna I suggest the surprise factor, she said this while Izuku and Monoma agreed. Daredevil, okay, ready? He said looking at Monoma. Spider-Man, more than ever, he said seriously to activate his claws. The moment they jumped they knocked down 2 guards that were there, but there were another 20 left. Izuku and Monoma headed into battle. They quickly finished off the 20, but the Japanese still remained. Spider-Man, haha, what happened? You're out of men now? He said mockingly. Nobu, yes, but I'm enough to finish you off, he said seriously. At that the two saw how Nobu took off his jacket and put on a red mask and took out what looked like some kind of scythes. Daredevil, Shit, this guy knows how to fight, he said seriously. At that moment, without expecting anything, Nobu launched himself against the two with such brutal force that they ended up going through the wall of a container and staying inside it. Daredevil, Spider-Man now, he said this seriously. Spider-Man, yes, he said, launching himself next to Izuku. Izuku and Monoma launched themselves at Nobu, but he was going to cut Izuku. Izuku, thinking that his armor would hold up, decided not to dodge it, but what he didn't expect was that the blade was so sharp that it managed to cut the nanotechnology and make a very deep cut in his chest that started to bleed too much. All Izuku nerd Midoriya Aizawa, they screamed scared. Daredevil, oh shit, I screamed in pain. Spider-Man, hey, are you okay? He said worriedly. Daredevil, my sense of danger didn't alert me, he said seriously. Spider-Man, you better rest, old man, leave it to me, he said before launching into battle. Izuku saw how Monoma was going to hit him, but he also saw how Nobu's scythe was going to cut directly into Monoma's neck. He jumped as quickly as he could and took out Monoma. Since the suit was not going to be fast enough when he took out Monoma, he received the impact that left a scythe stuck under his rib. He endured the pain as best he could, and with a smile he only saw Nobu. Daredevil, I hope you rot in jail, son of a hitch, he said as he took out a gun and shot him in the leg, then knocked him out with a blow to the neck. At the moment of this, falling unconscious Izuku just sat on the ground taking out the scythe. Izuku, shit, he said between grunts of pain. Monoma, oh my god, are you okay? He said worriedly. Mei/Setsuna, Izuku, are you okay? Answered, they said, these scared. Izuku, yeah, I've been better, he said, laughing a little. At that moment Monoma gently took him with one claw and placed cobwebs on the wound that would serve as a bandage. Izuku, thank you, he said this. Monoma, thanks to you, old man, if it hadn't been for you I would be dead, he said with a little fear. After they tied Nobu up and went up to open the container and find what was inside, they were in shock, as were those who saw the camera. Izuku, AA girl, he said with fear for everything they could have done to the poor girl. Eri, please don't hurt me, she said with fear. At that moment the green-haired boy just hugged Eri. Izuku, never again, no one will hurt you again, you know why, he said, seeing Eri, who was starting to cry. Because I'm here, he said, putting on a big smile so that Eri would cry even more. Finally, after so much, she could leave that place, where they hurt her, where they did so much harm to her. Maybe she could not go back to her parents again since they killed them, but she could taste freedom again. Eri, thank you very much, she said, starting to cry. At that moment Monoma carried Izuku and Eri. Since he had no strength left due to the cuts, they reached the base where they quickly healed Izuku. Stick, well, one less, he said with a smile, while everyone agreed. Izuku, so? What will happen to the girl? He said seriously. Stick, I'll take her, he said while Izuku nodded and approached Eri. Izuku, look, Eri, you're going with this man, you shouldn't be afraid of him, okay? He's like your grandfather, he said with a smile, while Eri nodded and grabbed Stick's hand. Stick, oh how nice, I always wanted to have grandchildren, he said, wiping away a treacherous tear. Well, see you tomorrow, Daredevil team, he said with a smile as he left with Eri. After that, Stick leaves the academy with Eri, and the team watches from the window as they walk away. Izuku, well, another mission accomplished, he said, smiling and blushing at Setsuna and Mei. So are we going? He said, so everyone agreed. After that, everyone went to their bedrooms except Bakugo because, well, his bedroom is the base. Mei gave Izuku a kiss on the cheek and ran away blushing, making Setsuna jealous. They went downstairs and for the first time saw how room 1A was gathered to watch a movie. Shuka, Izuku, what are you doing here? She asked with a blush. Setsuna, oh, it's nothing. Izuku wanted to chat with Bakugo, and we brought him so he wouldn't get lost, she said nervously. Melissa, do you want to join? She said, blushing at seeing Izuku. Izuku, sorry girls, I have to decline. We are very tired. Maybe another day, he said with a big smile that made most of the girls blush. Izumi, oh okay, she said this. See you tomorrow, she said this while everyone agreed. Monoma, yes, happy night, he said as he left with Izuku and Setsuna. After the three of them walked to the bedrooms, they saw that the lights in theirs were off, which seemed normal to them because they knew that the boys were going out to party. But they didn't expect the girls to. They entered, but to their surprise the lights turned on, revealing all the girls. Girls/pony. Happy birthday Izuku/Midoriya, they said happily. Ibara, look Izuku, we made you a cake, it's chocolate, she said with a smile. Yui, we also prepare katsudon and pizzas, she said somewhat nervously. Kendo, why you like it? She said somewhat embarrassed. Izuku, a party, a bucking party, this guy said angrily, really? Do you think that with this everything will happen? What shit, this guy said to turn around and leave. Monoma, I'll talk to him, he said this about to follow Izuku, but Yui, no, we will do it, she said, while everyone but Pony agreed. At that moment the girls ran after the green-haired boy and Monoma, Setsuna and Pony stayed. Monoma, so are we watching TV? He said while the other two agreed, but Pony had a slight blush. With the girls they chased the green-haired boy until they found him walking towards the forest. Reiko, Izuku, she said tiredly. Izuku, what do you want? He said seriously. Ibara, okay, that's enough, why are you like this? She said upset. Izuku, like this? He said seriously. Yui, so blunt, so mean, aren't we your friends? She said while everyone agreed. Izuku, and what do you want then? He said, annoyed, facing them. Reiko, stop being like that with us, just forgive us. Okay, we know we shouldn't have told you all that, it's just that our vision got clouded, she said sadly. Izuku, that's what happened. Do you know what I saw, how you betrayed me, how you, the people I love the most and for whom I am Daredevil, turned your backs on me just because of that. Have you never thought about me? Have you never thought about what I wanted? He said angrily. Kinoko, and what did you want? She said this too. Izuku, be happy, he said seriously while light tears fell from his eyes. Ibara, then we can all be happy, she said, trying to get closer to Izuku, but he took out a knife and pointed it at her, scaring her. What are you doing? She said, scared. Izuku, you are my first friend, the first girl I saw with different eyes, the first girl who didn't discriminate against me for being blind. Back when the Toshinori lords died, I took you to meet them. I wanted you to see their grave and for them to meet you. Whenever I was Daredevil, I thought about you. I thought about how safe Japan was for you then. Yui, when she sent me the first letter and I went to the place, she wrote me everything she felt for me. She even hugged me. My first hug and my first kiss, he said seriously while Yui lowered her head. But what did she do that day? He lowered his head. He didn't even look at me, he said, wiping away the tears that kept falling. She became the second pillar of my life. After my parents died, you two were the people I loved the most. And then you came, he said, referring to Kendo, Reiko and Kinoko. Everyone, I saw you as family, and especially you. The day you turned your backs on me was the day everything fell apart for me, he said, looking at the girls. That's why from now on, no more. I will stay away from you as you wanted. Goodbye, I wish things had been different, he said to leave. Ibara, Izuku, wait, he said, he's crying. Yui, leave it to me alone. Tomorrow we will find a way for her to forgive us, she said, also crying like everyone else while they agreed. They just went to the bedrooms to hope that tomorrow will be different. Elsewhere. Eri, so where are we going, Grandpa? She said, confused. Stick, I to my house, you, nowhere, he said as he took out a gun and shot Eri, killing her instantly. I'm sorry, you're very dangerous. I can't leave you alive, he said as he took Eri's body and threw it into the river with the gun and walked away from there very calmly. I'm sorry. Season end. It was a Sunday, the air was calm, but with Class B it was a different story. Here it was a somewhat depressing atmosphere. For some reason the girls were sad, which the boys didn't understand, but they decided not to ask anything. Even with that atmosphere, they just sat down to eat until someone came down. Izuku, good morning, he said, coming down to eat. At the time of going down he saw the girls, who looked hopeful that the green-haired man would forgive them, but he just ignored them and sat next to Monoma and Setsuna. At this the girls felt terrible, not only for what the green-haired man did to them, but because this was happening because of them. If they had not betrayed him, if they had supported him, this would not be happening right now. But now they had to adjust to reality and find a way for the green-haired man to forgive them. These were eating in an awkward silence that no one dared to break. These continued until a sound was heard. It was everyone's cell phone that began to vibrate. Everyone, confused, looked at their phones and saw that a video had reached them. Tetsu, did you also get a link to a video? he said, confused, while everyone agreed. Kendo decided to put his phone to screen and put the video on. You can see how the screen starts to turn on, and some light waves appear so that from one moment to the next a man in a black and white suit is shown. Bullseye. Hello Daredevil, do you remember me? He said with a smile. Oh, better said, do you remember us? He said to record that there were 4 more like him. This time the technique changes. We have a bomb implanted in a hospital and another in an orphanage. If you beat us, we won't detonate any. If you lose, let the public decide. Come alone or we'll detonate both. We're downtown right now. Come if you don't want sick people and children to die, he said to shoot the camera, and the transmission would be cut. At that moment everyone was alerted. They eagerly wished for Daredevil to go. For the first time they would support him, since it will be for the common good to save all those people, but they saw how quickly through the door between Bakugo, Mei and Niza. Izuku at that moment just stood up and was heading towards the exit, confusing the boys who didn't know. Monoma, old man, don't do it, he said with fear. At that moment the green-haired boy just turned to look at them all. Mei, Izuku, you can't do this, they will kill you, she said with fear. Izuku, but I have to do it, I have no other choice, I'm sorry, he said, touching his chain while the Daredevil suit soaked into his skin. This left the boys in his class in shock. They just stayed quiet watching as Izuku finished putting on his suit. Everyone looked at the green-haired boy, worried. If it was hard for him to beat 1, what will he do against 5? Tetsu, bro, you won't be able to, please, he said with fear. Izuku, I can't let those people die, he said seriously and turned around. Aways, be careful, he said with fear. Izuku, I love you guys no matter what happened, he said, looking at the girls. Or our differences, he said, looking at Monoma. If I survive this, I'll bring pizza for dinner, he said with a smile. Everyone had agreed that moment, but Monoma did not agree. Monoma, no, I'll go with you, no matter what, he said angrily. I'm Spider-Man, I'm your partner, I'm your friend, I won't let you go alone, he said. He was about to touch his chain, but the green-haired boy forcefully took it off and put it in his pocket. Izuku, no, not this time, he said with a sad look. You are the best hero I know, Spider-Man, he said with a smile. At that moment the boys were again in shock, but more so a blonde girl who slowly approached Monoma. Pony, why, you're Spider-Man, she said surprised, while the blonde-haired boy lowered his head. At that, Pony approached Monoma and slapped him, followed by a kiss on the lips. Pony, no matter what happens, I'll support you, she said, while Monoma agreed. Izuku, I'm glad to see you with the girl you want. Before leaving, if something happens to me, I just want to say one thing. Ibra, thank you for being my first friend. Since that day at the traffic light, I knew you would be special to me. It doesn't matter what happened anymore. I love you, he said, hugging Ibra, holding her close to him while she cried on his chest. Ibra, I don't want you to go, she said, crying. Izuku, me either, but I have no choice, he said, to give her a kiss on the forehead and stop caressing her hair. He separated from Ibra and approached Bakugo. You are the brother I never had. I love you, he said, while Bakugo agreed. Then the green-haired boy, without waiting for any response, ran out of the dormitories under the astonished gaze of everyone. At that moment, Director Niza turned the screen to show that there was also a type of computer that would be used to talk to the green-haired boy and see through the cameras. Bakugo, team all work, he said seriously. Meisetsun and Niza, Monoma, yes, they said to put on some headphones and turn on the camera to see everything the green-haired boy saw. Yui, how long has that been there? She said, impressed. Nizu, I put it up 4 weeks ago in case a situation like this came up, he said seriously. Now that everyone knows that young Midoriya is Daredevil, we need you to protect that information, he said seriously. But everyone fell silent when they heard 2 trays fall to the floor and break from the shock. Shuka/Melissa, what? They said in shock. Nizu, shit, said this annoying one. Shuka, what do you mean Izuku is Daredevil? She said in shock. Melissa, but he is blind, she said surprised. At that moment Setsuna told everything to the girls, who just decided to stay and watch what happened. Izuku, Bakugo, I need information, he said scared. Everyone noticed the green-haired boy's heavy breathing. He was afraid of not coming back, afraid of not seeing them again, but it was not time for that. Bakugo, on the central street, second building, at 4:30, another at 12, another at 4 and another at 7, go, he said seriously, while the green-haired man agreed. At that moment everyone was impressed by Bakugo's ease in giving information. Everyone saw how Izuku kept running until he located one. Izuku, now what do I do? He said, confused. Setsuna, the best option is Monoma, launch yourself at a perfect 90-degree angle, get to him and kick him in the neck. With luck you can knock him out. But after that you would lose the surprise factor since you would alert the others, but now it is the most reliable option to ensure victory. So go, Daredevil, he said with a smile, while Izuku agreed. At that moment everyone was impressed by Monoma's deductive quality, and stared at him. Monoma, being Spider-Man teaches you something, he said seriously. The green-haired boy as instructed jumped from the building, landing on top of the first bullseye, leaving him unconscious, but this caused the other three to turn around and face him. Bullseye, oh so you didn't chicken out, said the one in the middle. Izuku, without answering anything, just stood in a fighting stance. Izuku, guys, no matter what, I love you, he said as he headed into battle. At that moment Izuku arrived and tried to hit Bullseye in the neck, but the second one sent him flying with a kick. He quickly recovered and took out his weapon to try to shoot Bullseye 3. But the latter dodged it, and returned the shot which the green-haired boy could barely dodge. He launched himself against the three again, and started a fist fight that he was losing by far. He took a step back to compose himself, and get back into a fighting stance. Bakugo, nerd, how are you? He said worriedly. Izuku, it hurts a little from the kick, but I'm recovering, he said seriously. May, you can just fight Daredevil, she said while Izuku agreed. At that moment Izuku launched himself into the fight again, and as best he could he hit Bullseye 3 in the face, which managed to send him flying. He quickly dodged an attack from Bullseye 1, but couldn't avoid being pierced in the shoulder by Bullseye 2's staff. Ibara, Izuku, she said, she is crying. Bullseye Izuku? Is that your name? He said with a sinister smile. Ibara just kept quiet at that moment. She had just made a mistake. She had just said the green-haired boy's name. Now the villain knew. Izuku, don't worry, it's not your fault, he said through the microphone, trying to relax Ibara. Bullseye 3, now everything makes sense. Izuku Midoriya, son of Hisashi Midoriya and Inko Midoriya, dead, was adopted by Toshinori Yagi and Nomura Yagi Kayama, dead. Right now he is a student at UA and is a vigilante called Daredevil, he said with a smile, making Izuku nervous. Izuku, how do you know all that? He said nervously. At that moment, Mei saw through a sensor in the suit how the green-haired man's signs increased drastically. Mei, Izuku, you must control yourself, don't let fear win you over, you can defeat them, she said while Izuku agreed. At that moment Izuku breathed, calming down. He would use his last card. Izuku, Mega Senses. At that moment everything turned black and white for the green-haired man. Everything was very slow. Even the fluttering of a fly. He arrived at great speed and with a blow to the neck he knocked Bullseye 3 unconscious, but he didn't wait for Bullseye 2 to kick him, which managed to take him out of his developed phase. Izuku, what the buck? He said, confused and scared. Bullseye, I'm your opposite Daredevil, I can counter your abilities, even your Mega Senses phase, he said, laughing. At that moment the nervous green-haired boy began to make a plan. Under pressure he was, until he saw the only nervous way out. The green-haired man with one blow sent Bullseye 2 to the building that was about to collapse and went after him, and as expected Bullseye 1, 3, 4 followed him. He just smiled internally and continued running to the highest floor. He just stood still watching the four. Kendo, what are you doing? She said, confused and worried. Setsuna, oh no, she said, scared. Izuku, get out of there now, don't do that, he said, scared. Izuku, I'm sorry, but there is no other option, he said seriously. Even if I have to give my life, you will die. Mega Senses, he said this to see how his fist grew a little due to the newly grown muscle mass. This with all his strength gave a blow to the floor of the building. This was enough to collapse the entire building. He saw how the metal beams were inserted into the bullseye, finishing them off instantly. Izuku, forgive me if I did something wrong, he said as he fell. Setsuna, Izuku, don't die, please. We girls have to tell you something, she said, scared. I like you, she said, blushing. Mei, I love you, she said the same. Reiko, I like you, she said this the same as the previous two. Yui, I want us to be together, same. Kendo, please live, I haven't asked you out yet, she said, crying. Ibara, Izuku, you're my first friend too, the best person I know. Please let's go back to what we were before. Izuku, I love you. Kinoko, I know I said before that I didn't know who you were, that I didn't even know if you were Izuku Midoriya, but now I know who you are. I know you are Izuku Midoriya, the boy I love. Melissa, Izuku, you can't die. I also want you to go out with me. I want to get to know you better. I want to be something more, she said, crying. Shuka, at first I hated Daredevil, because he was someone who hurt you. Now that I found out it was you, I got a little upset. But I understood your reasons. Now I know you're Daredevil and I don't care. Because I like you too, so please. Girls, live, they said, you're crying. The green-haired boy's camera began to fog up as his tears streamed upwards and fell into the camera at the same time. Izuku, sorry guys, I guess I won't make it with the pizza, he said with a smile and tears as he fell. Before falling to the ground, everyone sees how the camera breaks and a last voice is heard. Izuku, excuse me, he said this so that everyone heard a sound of something being crushed, cutting off the transmission. All, Izuku, they said, crying. Monoma, old man, answer me, you can't die, seriously, stop joking around, he said, crying, but nothing could be heard. Ibara, no, and oh, no, she said while crying. Yui, he can't be dead, she said, crying. At that moment the boys could do nothing but cry, lamenting and resigning themselves to understanding that from now on the green-haired boy was dead. Daredevil is back, Season 2. We can see Spider-Man running through the buildings. Spider-Man, okay, where are they? He said, confused. Bakugo, at the bank, there are 5 of them, he said seriously. Are you sure you can do it alone? He said seriously. Spider-Man, yeah, don't worry, he said seriously. After Monoma ran through all the buildings, he arrived at the bank. He met the robbers. He arrived with great ease and knocked them unconscious, saving the hostages, and without saying anything he left. Spider-Man, it was easier than it seems, he said, laughing a little, but his smile faded. May, you miss him too, right? She said, also sad. Spider-Man, I ran with him every day through the buildings while we talked and laughed. It's not easy knowing that he's not here anymore, he said sadly. Bakugo, he left 6 months ago and they haven't found his body, don't you think? Setsuna, Bakugo, you have to get over it. It hurts us all. It hurts me. But we can't hold on to the idea that he's still alive, he said, shedding some tears. Bakugo, but I'm just saying that. Setsuna, Bakugo is dead, he said. He is crying. Bakugo, I know it, damn it, he said the same. I just want to stick to the idea that he is still there. He is alive, he said. Nizu, if young Midoriya were still alive, he would already be here now. All we have to do is honor his memory by saving as many people as we can, he said, as everyone agreed in tears. After that, Monoma arrived at the new base, which was a large room in the B-class dormitories. He entered through the main door, making sure that no one outside would see him. Upon entering, he took off his mask and greeted Pony with a kiss on the lips, and then he went up the stairs and entered the living room. Monoma, how are we doing? He said seriously. May, nothing, no sign, she said sadly. Setsuna, maybe we should stop adapting to the idea that he is still alive, he said, looking at the ground. Bakugo, well, we'll see each other later, he said before leaving the place. Nizu, I also have some business to attend to, he said before leaving. May, I will make new modifications to the suit, she said to leave. Monoma, are we going down? He said, looking at Setsuna while nodding. When they got down, the first thing they saw was an altar of the green-haired boy with photos, some candles, his necklace with the suit inside, and his original suit hanging on a coat rack. They saw how Ibra was sitting in front of it praying. She and the girls prayed in front of this altar every day, wishing to one day meet again, and finally be together. Ibra just finished praying and delicately got up to go to the kitchen. Monoma, hello, old man, he said, looking at the altar. A lot of things have happened in these 6 months, you know, he said, looking down. I hope you can see everything. I hope you're proud of me wherever you are, he said, crying. At that moment, Monoma felt Pony's arms surround him. He just hugged her and started crying more. Monoma, I miss him so much, he said, crying. Pony, I know you miss him. I do too, but we must resign ourselves to understanding that he is already dead, she said, also sad. At that moment, they turned to see how the door was opened by Yui, Reiko, and Kendo. They were returning from the church. They went to ask for the green-haired boy, wishing the same as always that one day they would meet again to finally be together. They sat down to eat. Monoma had prepared the food. Everyone ate quietly. Although the atmosphere was depressing, there was always an empty seat next to Ibra. They knew that the green-haired boy was there with them, eating like a family. As it should always have been, they continued eating until Monoma took his cell phone since a police radio frequency was ringing. Radio. All units are informed that a young man with mental problems was found. He does not stop repeating meaningless words. Approximately 1.80 with red remains of a metal-like component all over his body. At that moment, everyone listening to the radio dropped their spoons and fell silent to hear better. Radio, green hair, red eyes. At the moment of saying that, Monoma touched his chain, and like a soul carried by the devil, he left the bedrooms towards the place of the information. He quickly arrived and could see how 2 policemen tried to detain the green-haired man. He couldn't help crying a little, but he wiped his tears. Spider-Man, hey guys, I'll take him rest, he said to grab the green-haired boy with his webs and take them away. Police, thanks Spider-Man, they said as they watched the arachnid leave. Monoma just took the green-haired boy on a swing. He just looked at him out of the corner of his eye, and with a smile on his face. Spider-Man, you're home now, old man, he said with a smile. Everyone was waiting at the door of the Class B dormitories for some news, but they were happy. Some were static, some were in shock, and others were crying when they saw Izuku, the boy who had supposedly died. Yui, Izuku, he said, he is crying a little. The green-haired boy, without paying attention to anyone, took a marker that was on the table and began to scratch the walls with strange symbols. Izuku, the stars, bright, exorbitant, outrageous, he said while scratching the wall. Ibara, Izuku, is that you? She said, approaching the green-haired boy. Izuku, seeing Ibara, just gave a slight smile. This made everyone happy, thinking that seeing Ibara would make him return to normal, but Izuku, stars, flirts, whole, dancers, he said with a smile, looking at Ibara. Ibara, huh? She said, confused. Time skip. We can see the green-haired boy inside a glass box with monitors monitoring everything that was happening to him. May, his pulse, his mind, everything is normal. I don't know why he acts like this, she said seriously. From what I see, he still has his powers, but his words, what he says doesn't make sense, she said, watching the green-haired boy paint all over the glass box. Ibara, so what are we going to do? She said worriedly. May, I'll try to guess what he's saying. There's surely a hidden message in this, he said this to begin to portray the symbols that the green-haired boy was writing. While she was doing this, the girls saw the green-haired boy, their crush. He was alive, but he wasn't the same as before. For some reason he couldn't articulate a word, but they would manage to discover what he was saying, however it might be. While they were busy trying to figure out what the green-haired boy was saying, a video arrived on everyone's phone. These confused people decided to watch it. Video. The video showed a samurai robot. RS. Hello people of Japan, I just wanted to tell you something. Daredevil, I know you're still alive, and I want us to face each other today downtown. If you don't arrive, I'll activate a bomb that will destroy the entire city. Our battle will be legendary. I'll wait for you downtown at 8 p.m. Don't be late. If Spider-Man comes, I'll activate the bomb right away, he said, so the transmission would be cut off. Monoma, how did you find out? He said with fear. May, damn it, Izuku is in no condition to fight, she said, scared. At that moment, Monoma only saw the suit hanging on the green-haired boy. Monoma, I have an idea, he said seriously. At that moment, Monoma took the green-haired man's suit and put it on top of his Spider-Man suit. He took off his mask and put on the bandage, in which he made slight holes so he could see. He finished putting everything on and left. Pony, take care of yourself, okay? She said seriously. Monoma, I'll be back, he said to give Pony a kiss and leave. The moment Monoma left, he ran all the way to the center and ran into a guy in a samurai suit. RS, so wait a minute, you're not Daredevil, he said seriously. Monoma, of course not, I am Daredevil, and your days of doing evil end today, he said, walking towards the robot. RS, pathetic attempt, he said this to reach Monoma at an overwhelming speed and insert a katana in his elbow. Monoma, I cried in pain. RS, bring me the real Daredevil in 24 hours, oh everyone will die, he said as he flew away. Monoma, holding back the pain, ran towards the bedrooms where everyone watched in horror. Pony quickly arrived with him and removed his hood. She quickly took the first aid kit and began to close Monoma's wound while he grunted in pain. Monoma, what the hell is wrong with that guy? He's very fast, but why now? How did he know that Izuku was alive? We just found out today, he said angrily. Bakugo only looked into the green-haired boy's eyes while he did the same. Their eyes met. The tension between both of their gazes could be noticed. Izuku and Kaken, he said with a smile. Bakugo and Deku, he said the same. Bakugo, Deku, he said looking at his friend, almost brother. Izuku, the stars shine very bright, he said holding his head. Bakugo, we'll get you out of this, just wait, he said seriously to turn around and leave with everyone, and just heard what Monoma said. At that moment his mind worked. What if they had it? He said seriously, what if they took it for all this time? Don't you find it curious that the rest of the drug dealers have not attacked, and until now this guy appears who can fly for some reason? Monoma, he has a jet pack, he said seriously. Bakugo, this must be the work of one of them, but why didn't they kill him? He said seriously, why would they leave him alive unless they wanted something from him, he said seriously. Bakugo/Monoma, his DNA, these scared people said. Kinoko, your DNA? She said confused. Bakugo, the nerd's blood can be used for many things, to heal or to clone him, he said scared. At that moment Bakugo started to think about what happened with the bullseye 6 months ago and began to put the pieces together. Something big is coming, but it's nothing good, he said with fear. Monoma, but look, right now we must know how to defeat this one. Yui, samurai. Monoma, amateur, that's what it is, said this annoying one. Ibara, but he managed to insert a sword in your shoulder in 3 seconds, she said seriously. These were going to start arguing if it weren't for May. I discovered IT, she said, drawing everyone's attention. Setsuna, did you find out yet? She said happily. May, yes, we just have to wait for it to charge and it will give us the phrase already charged, she said excitedly. This house is the good wave? She said confused. Monoma, great, Izuku is having a mental party, he said sarcastically. But no one could continue as another video of the same subject reached the phones. Video. RS, did you really think I'd give you time? He said laughing, I want you here, Daredevil, right now. If you don't get there in 20 minutes the city will explode, Sayonara, he said, so the transmission would be cut off. Monoma, shit, I believed him about the 24 hours, this annoying guy said. 15 minutes passed while the boys decided what to do to stop this samurai. Then Tetsu turned on the television and saw how the robot was standing in front of several policemen, but they saw someone they didn't want to see there. Setsuna, what the hell is she doing? They'll kill her, she said, scared. Monoma, when did she leave? We didn't even see her, he said with fear. On the screen you could see Ibara on the scene and walking towards the robot. Ibara, you want Daredevil back? Take me with you, she said seriously. At that moment, the samurai, without complaining, took Ibara and tied her to his back to fly away with his jetpack. Monoma, no, he has it, he scared said. At that moment Bakugo reacted to Ibara's plan. He approached Izuku as quickly as he could. Bakugo, nerd, you must react, they have the head of the plant, he said scared. Izuku, the stars will shine brighter than they will dance, this one stammers. Bakugo, Deku, you don't understand, they will kill Ibara, he said with fear. At that moment everyone saw how Izuku's pupils dilated. Without saying anything he broke the glass that had him captive and left at a speed that surpassed that of the fastest man in the world by far. Yui, he left, he's not here, she said worried. May, not the suit either, she said pointing to the altar only to see that the chain was no longer there. Bakugo, Daredevil is back, he said happily. These turned on the suit's camera and could see how the green-haired man jumped over the buildings. He did it with inhuman precision that fell in the perfect places. In the distance he saw the samurai with Ibara on his back. Ibara, seeing the green-haired man run after her, couldn't help but smile. The samurai threw things at the green-haired man that he dodged with ease. This step between two buildings flying. Where was the green-haired man's opportunity? He jumped so high that he reached him. He took Ibara and held her in his arms while with his knees he propelled himself with the samurai robot beneath him to the ground. The impact was so great that it managed to knock his head off, and several cables were seen coming out of it, implying that it was a robot. "RS, welcome back Daredevil," he said this to turn off. Izuku didn't care what the robot said and just looked into Ibara's eyes. "Ibara, you came back," she said, crying. "Izuku, and I will never leave again," he said with a smile. At that moment Ibara took the green-haired boy and immersed him in a deep kiss that he reciprocated. "Ibara, I love you, Izuku," she said with a big smile and tears falling from her cheeks. "I guess we could try season 2. It was a beautiful scene. The green-haired boy had Ibara by the waist while giving her a kiss, the kiss he had to give her before leaving. Ibara just started to shed tears while lightly patting his chest. "Ibara, why did you leave?" she said, hitting him in the chest. At that moment the green-haired boy just hugs her and sticks her to him. "Ibara, in these 6 months I could never stop thinking about you. The man I loved had died. Why hadn't you come back?" she said, crying even more in the green-haired boy's chest. "Izuku, I don't remember anything that happened these 6 months, but what I do know is one thing at all times. I was thinking about you. I had someone in my mind. Although I didn't know who it was. At the moment they told me they could kill you, my mind only had your image. At that moment I didn't think about myself, I didn't think about anything, I didn't think about anyone, only you," he said, hugging Ibara. "Thank you for waiting for me so long," he said, giving Ibara a kiss. Ibara did nothing but cry with happiness. The breeze in the air slightly lifted her skirt, but without being able to see anything Izuku just separated from her and went to take the robot's head. When he saw that they were cables he assumed the obvious, so he only took the head and decided to leave that place with Ibara. On the way they talked about everything that happened in those 6 months. Ibara walked slowly. She wanted to enjoy the moments she would have alone with the green-haired boy, since the agreement she had with the girls was renewed now that he was alive. They were going to head to the academy, but... "Izuku, wait, it's almost time for dinner. Let's stop by for pizza," he said with a smile, while Ibara nodded. Izuku went in to order 5 pizzas of different specialties to everyone's taste. When he finished paying, he felt Ibara take him firmly by the arm. "Ibara, it's so as not to raise suspicion," she said with a smile, while Izuku nodded, also smiling. Then the two of them headed to the dorms. They passed through the academy grounds where they saw a statue of Daredevil in the park. "Izuku, when did they do that?" he said with a smile. "Ibara, you are the hero of the city. You gave your life to save thousands of people from that orphanage and hospital. You are a hero, my hero," she said with a smile, while kissing his lips. Izuku only reciprocated the kiss. He felt happy he was with the girl he loved. Being Daredevil at that moment was the least of his worries. He finally felt what it was like to be someone normal. They separated from the kiss and headed to the 1B dormitories. "Ibara, Izuku, we're going to have to talk about something. It will be on the roof of the building today at 10. Can you?" she said with puppy eyes. At that moment Izuku could not bear so much tenderness, and defeated Ibara just took him by the arm again firmly, while in the other hand she had the pizzas. They arrived. The doors were open. Everyone saw with light tears how the green-haired boy came walking with some pizzas in his hand. "Monoma, you brought pizzas for dinner," he said with a smile as tears flowed. At that moment Monoma just ran towards the green-haired boy and gave him a big hug. "Monoma, welcome home Daredevil," he said with a smile, raising his fist. "Izuku, thanks Spider-Man," he said, hitting him. This was an extremely epic scene for everyone to see, the reunion of two superheroes, friends, companions, brothers. "Izuku, hey guys, good to see you," he said with a smile. At that moment almost everyone rushed to hug the green-haired boy. Some cried, some laughed. The girls apologized to Izuku. Mei was the first to hug the green-haired boy. A hug full of affection and all the sadness she had gone through. She only got off the green-haired boy when she saw that there was one person left to hug him, his second friend, one of the most important people to him. "Izuku, Yui," he said, looking at the brunette. "Yui, shut up and hug me," she said with a smile as tears fell from her, and the green-haired boy gave her a big hug. She just started crying on the green-haired boy's chest. The tears wouldn't stop flowing. Everyone was happy. After 6 months they were able to see the hero who sacrificed his life to save thousands of people. They saw Izuku Midoriya. After a while of laughter, crying, reunions, they were about to go to sleep. Tomorrow would be a new day. Izuku was dying to see Vlad, because even if he didn't show it, he appreciated him. He was like a father to Class B, because even if he treated them badly sometimes, he taught them. By example and with passion, everyone was about to go to sleep except the girls who were waiting for Izuku on the roof of the building. He just finished putting on some boots in his room and went up to the roof. He was confused to see the girls gathered watching him while he closed the door. "Izuku, what are you all doing here?" he said, confused. Izuku, we have to tell you something," she said seriously. The green-haired boy, a little nervous, just acknowledged. "The problem is that I'm not the only one who likes you. Everyone likes you, and we've come to the decision to share you," she said seriously, looking at the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy just stayed quiet for a while, processing what he heard. Did he hear it right? Were they willing to share it? But Izuku, why me? He asked seriously. "I don't have money, I'm not a good-looking person, I don't even have a place to die," he said seriously, looking at the girls. "Kinoko, and you think we care?" she said with a smile. "Reiko, from the moment we met you, you have always helped us, in whatever way you could, and we fell in love with your courage, your worth, your instinct to save people, going out in that suit every day risking being killed, that instinct of a true hero, our hero," she said with a tender smile, looking at the green-haired boy. "Yui, you were my first friend, the first person who was disinterested in me. You didn't care if I was abrupt or cold with you, you were always there. When I saw you out of the corner of my eye talking to Bakugo in Class A, I thought you were just another arrogant handsome guy. But when I met you, knowing that you were blind, I was impressed. Everything about you. When I found out you were Daredevil, I was scared, thinking that everything I thought about you was false. But when I looked closely, when I studied you, I realized that nothing was false. You were even better than I thought. I didn't fall in love with Daredevil. A guy with powers. I fell in love with Izuku Midoriya, a hero wherever he is," she said with a tender smile. "Setsuna, at first I was only interested in you when I saw that you were a handsome boy. When I found out that you were blind, I thought I could seduce you in a very easy way, but when I got closer to you, when I saw your way of being with people, all those intentions went away. From that moment, when you extended your hand to lift me up. Even though you yourself voted for me," she said, laughing a little, "it was the day I found out who I was and am in love with you, with Izuku Midoriya," she said with a smile. "Kinoko, at first I thought you would never notice me being so small and you not being able to see. I thought it was inevitable the day you would stumble upon me. When that day came, something inside me started to beat. When I saw how your arm was bleeding but you only cared that I was okay, that I wasn't hurt. When I told you to bend my finger a little, I found your concern a little funny. When I found out you were Daredevil, I was scared to think that you were someone completely different from the person I fell in love with. But when I saw that you weren't, when I saw that it was too late," she said, starting to cry, "that day I couldn't apologize. When I saw how you died, I felt that all my desire to live was also gone. But today that I saw you again, I saw Izuku Midoriya again, the man I love, and I want to be with him," she said with a tender smile. "Kendo, the day when we played that joke on you," she said, laughing a little, "I saw in your eyes, for a moment, the courage you felt when you gave your finger to save Yui, when you hugged me, when we slept together, when I felt your warm chest. My heart began to beat faster. From that day on I began to admire you, for what you were, being blind. For not being afraid of the most dangerous family in Japan, that you smiled even when the guard wanted you dead. Little by little that admiration turned to love. The day I discovered that you were Daredevil, when I saw that message, I was afraid to think that the person I admired and liked was not what I believed. I was afraid to think that you were not what I always thought. That day I could not apologize either. But today that I have you in front of me, I just want to tell you that I love you with all my heart," she said with a big smile. The moment I took your arm at that traffic light, the day we met, I was left wanting to get to know you more. You don't know how happy I was that day when I found out you were entering the UA, and even more in my classroom. Since that day, I always wanted to help you. I wanted to give you all my friendship. One day I told you my beliefs. You praised me, telling me it was incredible that I stood firm, and you even accompanied me to church pretending you were my partner," she said, laughing a little. "All the time we spent together was enough to realize that I love you. But that day, when I found out you were Daredevil, I felt angry, sad, disappointed, knowing that the person I loved, the person I'd known for so long, who was supposed to be his best friend, the one who supported him in everything, was something completely different. That day I cried like you have no idea. But when I saw how you tried to get closer to us, I knew you were the same boy, someone who, even if it wasn't his fault, you wanted to apologize. That day, when you left, I had planned to tell you everything, my apologies, My feelings, but the moment you hugged me, you kissed my forehead, something told me that would be the last. The moment you died, I cried, like never before. A week later I made you a small altar, every day including today. I prayed in it. Sometimes I went to church with all the girls, praying that wherever you were okay. When I heard the police alert that Monoma heard, I couldn't help but cry, thinking that you could be alive. The moment you arrived and what happened with the samurai and your strange words, I knew I had to do something. I wasn't sure if it would work, but I gave myself to the samurai wishing that you would come to save me, and so it was. That is why. I love Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, my hero, she said with a big smile while tears fell. So what do you say, Izuku Midoriya? You girls, do you want to be our boyfriend? They said in unison. At that moment the green-haired boy just took off the blindfold while covering his eyes so that no one could see his tears. Izuku, I'm sorry, the night breeze makes my eyes water. Answering your question, I guess we could try it, he said with a big smile. At that moment, without waiting for anything else, the girls threw themselves at the green-haired boy, knocking him to the ground and hugging him all at once, almost suffocating him. Girls, we love you, Izuku Midoriya, they said with a blush as they hugged the green-haired boy with all their might. Izuku, I love you too, girls, he said with a big smile as tears of happiness unintentionally fell to the ground. I have a mission for you, Season 2. It was a new day at the UA. The green-haired boy was waking up. Yesterday was a very special day. He got up and looked at his room. It was covered in dust. Izuku, it took me a long time to come back, he said, taking a photo of him with his parents while dusting it off. But I'm back, Mom, Dad, he said with a smile. After dusting off the rest of the photos, the green-haired boy decided to take a bath since today would be a school day, and he wanted to see Vlad. After finishing bathing, he got out of the shower and put on his uniform. He saw how it was a little tight on him. He would buy a new one later. He put his chain under his uniform. When he saw that his hair was bigger than he hadn't cut it in 6 months, he decided to put it in a ponytail. Later he would cut it. He took one last look at his room. Izuku, when I come back I'll clean it, he said, closing the door. The green-haired boy couldn't react when someone tackled him when he left. Kinoko, Izuku, she said, throwing herself at the green-haired boy, knocking him to the ground and staying on top of him. Izuku, hello Kinoko, how did you sleep? He said, taking her by the waist and carrying her. Kinoko, hey, I'm not a child, she said with a pout that looked very tender in the green-haired boy's eyes. Izuku, no, but you are very adorable, he said, stroking her hair. Kinoko just turned her head away with an annoyed pout. Izuku, oh come on, don't get mad, okay? He said, laughing a little. Kinoko, she said, turning away with the same pout. Izuku, come on, what do I have to do to make you stop being mad at me? He said, smiling nervously. Kinoko, she said, turning to the other side. Izuku, oh, I know, he said this. At that moment Izuku gently turned Kinoko towards him and gave her a deep kiss that lasted approximately 15 seconds, where the two had to separate due to lack of air. Kinoko, you're lucky to be so cute, she said with a pout. Izuku, thanks, he said, smiling. Then let's go, he said with a smile, while Kinoko nodded and climbed on his back. Kinoko, let's go, she said, pointing to the stairs. Imagine it's Izuku and Kinoko. At the moment Kinoko pointed to the stairs, Izuku nodded and began to walk towards them while taking Kinoko's legs to give her more support. She blushed a little since she was wearing a skirt. She felt her boyfriend's strong hands touching her, but she did not complain. At some point she liked it. When they went down they saw how all the boys looked at them strangely, but remembered what happened the day the green-haired boy left. Tetsu, let's see, what happened? He said, looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku, what happened to what? He said, confused. Always, did you choose one or are you with all of them? He said, making the girls blush. Izuku, well, he just looked at the girls and they blushed and agreed. They wouldn't be ashamed. They were with the man they love and that's what's important. I'm with them, a nice shared relationship, he said, interlacing his fingers. Everyone at that moment was impressed. They didn't imagine that they would reach such an agreement. That sounds a bit strange, but where there is love, nothing else matters. Monoma, well, if they are happy, we are happy, he said with a smile, while all the girls agreed in agreement. Izuku, thanks guys, he said, this one also smiling. The girls who saw the green-haired boy's smile blushed massively except Pony. Well, the green-haired boy had a beautiful smile. She loved Monoma. For her he was the most beautiful man, so she just approached him and gave him a kiss. Pony, I love you, she said with a smile. Monoma, and why was that? He said a little blushing. Pony, I don't know, I just wanted to do it, she said with a flirtatious smile. Monoma, I love you too, he said, putting on a smile. Always, they eat in front of the poor guy. He said this in a sarcastic tone so that everyone started laughing. After Izuku greeted all his girlfriends with a kiss, they headed towards the classroom. Izuku, then what will I tell him? I'll just go in and say, "Hello teacher, I'm alive," he said sarcastically. Yui, no, we'll go in first and tell him we have a surprise for him, and then you'll go in, understood? She said while giving the green-haired boy a kiss. Izuku, loud and clear, he said with a big smile, returning the kiss. Kendo, well, let's go in, he said this for everyone to nod. The moment everyone entered the room, they saw Vlad praying in front of the green-haired boy's desk. At that moment, everyone was touched by the scene. Ibara, good morning, Professor Vlad, she said with a big smile. At that, the professor just bowed and stood up. Vlad, oh Ibara, you look more cheerful. Did something happen? He said, smiling calmly. Yui, actually yes, you can come in, she said. At that moment, Professor Vlad became confused, but when he saw who came through the door, his legs shook a little and he felt like he was running out of air. There was his best student, Izuku Midoriya, whom he also considered more than a student, a friend. Vlad, brat, he said in shock. Izuku, hello Vlad, nice to see you again, he said with a smile. At that moment, Vlad didn't believe it was his student, the one who had died. He slowly approached the green-haired boy. Everyone put on a smile thinking he would hug him. Izuku was extending his arms but didn't react when a fist reached his face. Vlad, damn brat, how is it that you're alive? I suffered for you. I cried for you, he said angrily. Shit, just for that you have 4 times more homework, he said, but then he put on a slight smile. But I'm glad you're alive. Come and give this old man a hug, he said while the green-haired man hugged him. I miss you, brat, he said, separating from the hug. When they told me you were Daredevil, worse that you had died, I didn't believe it until I saw it said on the news, Daredevil's goodbye. That day, brat, I was one of the volunteers to search for your body, but leaving that aside, welcome home, he placing a hand on his shoulder. Izuku, it's good to be back, he said with a smile. Vlad, okay, brat, sit down, same with you, classes are about to start, he said, smiling while everyone agreed. Then there will be your books on the page. After that, the day passed very quietly. Izuku and the others at the end of the student day headed to the dorms. This time Izuku carried Yui on his back. She only played with the green-haired boy's hair, giving thanks to life that he is finally with the person she loves. They just walked while carrying Reiko by one hand and Setsuna by the other. Ibara, Kendo and Komori were the ones who lost in rock, paper, scissors to take something from the green-haired boy, so they just resigned. But Iban chatted comfortably with Izuku. They arrived at the dorms, where when they opened the door they were surprised to see Bakugo sitting. Izuku, oh, what's wrong, Bakugo? He said, confused and serious. Bakugo, nerd, we have to find out what happened in these 6 months, he said seriously. Ibara, but why? He said this seriously. And it was no wonder. Nobody wanted to remember that sad period of time, where the green-haired boy was not there and everyone thought he was dead. He had already returned. There was no reason to remember that anymore. Bakugo, because we need to know if they didn't use you for bad things, he said seriously. At that moment everyone was shocked. It could be true, so they just decided to listen to Bakugo. Bakugo, look, I have a question. If they used you for bad purposes, then why didn't they kill you? Why did they leave you alive? That's the main question. We don't know why, he said seriously. Yui, but what if someone took care of Izuku? She said seriously. Bakugo, but then wait, Izuku? He said confused. Izuku, long story, I'll tell you later, now continue, he said while Bakugo agreed. Bakugo, as I was saying, if someone took care of him, then why did he leave him at his mercy? Knowing that he had mental problems, why didn't he take him to a psychiatric hospital? He said seriously. Izuku, I don't know what happened in these 6 months, he said thoughtfully. But no one continued as they all turned around to see the door open. I could answer that, said a tall man with dark skin and a military-style haircut. He had a shirt that looked like metal with a white skull drawn on it. Izuku, who are you? He said, standing on guard. Frank, I was the person who took care of you all this time. My name is Francis. You can call me Frank, O Punisher, and I have a mission for you, he said with a slight smile. Favor with Favor is paid Season 2. Everyone looked seriously at the new guy who just arrived. According to him, he was the one who took care of Izuku when he was missing for 6 months. He only looked at Izuku with a smile. Izuku, what kind of mission? He said seriously. Frank, I give you the mission of taking care of him. You can come in, he said while looking at the door. At that moment, everyone watched curiously as a young man with an annoyed expression entered through the door. He was a little tall and robust. He had large dark circles under his eyes and purple hair. Shinso, I already told you that I don't need anyone to protect me. I can handle that damn thing alone, he said, annoyed. Izuku, who are you? He said, confused. Frank, let me answer your question. He is Hitoshi Ran Shinso. He is the main disciple of Iron Fist, and he is also the son of a deceased businessman. For now he seeks to recover his father's company, but on his way he met Madame Gao. She is one of the main leaders of the Kingpin drug trafficking group. Seeing Shinso's skills, they sought to recruit him. But he refused, and now they are after him, he said, impressing everyone. Bakugo, and that's why you want us to protect him, he said while Frank agreed and Shinso got upset. Shinso, I don't need protection from a stupid group of brats who think they are heroes, said this annoying guy. Izuku, well, we're the same age as you, so you have no right to call us that, he said, laughing. Shinso, are you making fun of me? He said angrily. Izuku, yes, he said sarcastically. Well, Frank, let's be clear. This is just to return the favor, and because I need to stop Kingpin's drug gang, he said seriously while Frank acknowledged. Shinso, you don't hear what I say? He said angrily. Yui, boy, don't bother. They know what they're doing, he said. He's treating Shinso like a child, something he hated. Shinso, oh sorry, but only those of us who have powers and are not just another piece of shit can get in here, he said, bothering everyone. Frank, Shinso, he said seriously. Shinso, I didn't train myself to death just for a girl with a tough face to tell me what to do, he said, approaching Yui. Daredevil, watch your words, boy, he said seriously while putting a hand stopping Shinso. Shinso, boy? I'm not a bucking kid, he said angrily, pushing the green-haired boy's hand away. Frank, Hitoshi, he said seriously looking at Shinso. Shinso, okay, get me out of this. As always, do whatever the buck you want, he said, sitting on the couch. Daredevil, hey, are you okay? He said while looking at Yui. Yui, yes, he didn't do anything to me, she said, giving the green-haired boy a kiss on the lips. Frank, well then, do we have a deal? He said with a smile as Izuku and Bakugo headed towards the Shinso, oh great, now even the idiot in the chair joins the mission and I don't? He said indignantly. Bakugo, you should watch your words, Shinso, because this boy in the chair, as you call him, has more experience than you will ever have, he said seriously, bothering Shinso. Shinso, oh yeah? Why don't you show me in a fight? He said, trying to provoke Bakugo. Bakugo, you know I can't beat you. I can have whatever I want, but a normal human can't beat the powers, but I have plenty of mental experience, and it's enough to work on this mission, so sit down and shut the buck up, said this annoying guy. Shinso was going to say something to Bakugo, but Monoma, fed up with the situation, tied Shinso to the sofa with a spider web where he began to struggle. Monoma, calm down, Shinso, I know how it feels, but you have to resign yourself, he said seriously. Frank, thanks for that, Spider-Man, he said while Monoma agreed. Well, the mission is this: you will infiltrate Gao's base. You will finish off his guards and then you will finish her, but it is not as easy as it seems. The old woman has an ancient fighting art that can kill you in an instant, he said, scaring everyone. This art is that it hits an exact point of the body that attacks all the senses of the human, causing the body to explode from the inside. This can kill a human in 5 hits, but being you, Izuku, he would kill me with 1 blow, he said seriously. At that moment everyone was scared. He was right. Practically having the green-haired boy go would be a life-or-death mission. Monoma, Izuku, are you sure? He said seriously while everyone looked at him. Izuku, this is my mission and I owe you one, he said looking at Frank, but I only have one question: why did you save me? he said seriously while everyone agreed the same. Frank, I knew I would need you, so it was just a long-term investment, he said with a hint of joking. Izuku, well, whatever the circumstance, thank you, he said with a slight smile. Frank, okay boy, then get ready, you have to go out tonight, he said seriously. Monoma, you will not go with us, he said, seeing how Frank denied. Frank, I'm sorry, but I have another mission, and that's why I asked you to take care of Hitoshi, he said seriously. At that moment Shinso became so upset that he unconsciously activated his power, breaking the spider web and the chair. Shinso, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm not a bucking child? He said, annoyed, facing Frank. Izuku, Shinso, calm down, he said seriously. Hitoshi, do you want me to calm down? Do you want me to calm down? He said angrily. You would ask me the same if you knew who caused your parents' death, he said, leaving everyone in shock. Izuku, what? He said seriously. Shinso, your parents didn't die in an accident, Izuku. It was all planned. All this shit was planned, he said seriously, leaving everyone static. Izuku, how come they didn't die in an accident, he said seriously. Shinso, that's all I'll tell you, he said seriously, but Monoma angrily hit him in the neck with all his power, which caused him to become unconscious. He took him to the sofa and tied him up again. The green-haired boy didn't know what to say. Wasn't it an accident? What happened to his parents? Did someone plan all this? But who? And if that someone planned it all, did they also plan for him to be Daredevil? Izuku, in shock, just fell on the couch while the girls tried to make him react. Izuku, like it wasn't an accident, he said with a lost look as he looked at the wall of the room. Frank, do you want answers? Said this one, looking at the green-haired man. Izuku, of course I want answers. What the buck did that guy say? Did someone plan all this? He said, seeing Frank nod. Who was it? He said this upset. Frank, complete the mission and you will know, he said seriously while Izuku nodded. Okay, it's time to go. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Good luck, and be careful, he said to go. Bakugo, hey, are you okay? This worried man said. Izuku, no, I'm not, Bakugo. Someone planned all this, and if they also planned for me to be Daredevil, and if everything I believed until now is false? He said, releasing light tears. Mei, nothing you have believed until now is false, she said this seriously, looking at Mei. Izuku, and how do you know? He said seriously, looking at Mei. Setsuna, because is it a lie that you saved so many people? He said, he is seeing Izuku. Ibara, that you sacrifice yourself every day for a safer Japan? He said, smiling a little. Reiko, oh, what about when you almost gave your life to kill the black and white guys? He said, he is smiling while seeing Izuku smile. Izuku, no, nothing was a lie, he said, smiling. Kendo, so you're Daredevil because you want to defend the good guys, because you want to defend us, she said while all of Izuku's couples nodded. Izuku, they always know how to make me feel better, he said, locking everyone in a hug. Reiko, that's what we're for, she said, kissing Izuku. Kinoko, we love you, she also said, kissing Izuku while everyone nodded. Shinso, are you done yet? Said this annoying man, seeing the sweet scene for his eyes. Izuku, what do you know about my parents? He said, facing Shinso. Shinso, I'm sorry, I was forbidden to give that information, he said, laughing mockingly. Izuku, who forbade you? He said this annoyed. Shinso, he doesn't answer. Izuku, answer me now, he said this upset, but someone puts a hand on his shoulder. Ibara, now, honey, let's relax, he will answer you when you finish the mission, yes? He said in a loving tone while Izuku nodded. Then come, we need to sleep a little, you'll have to leave at 7 with Monoma, you don't want to go sleepy, right? He said in an affectionate tone. Izuku, no, I think I should rest a little, he said with a tired smile. Kinoko, then let's go, the girls said to take Izuku to his room. Everyone was silent when they saw how the girls had taken Izuku. Bakugo was left with his mouth open and Mei simply couldn't articulate words. Monoma, boy, I think you should calm down a little, nobody here wants to hurt you, we just want you to be okay, he said, seeing Shinso, who just clicked his tongue. Tetsu, and changing the subject, do you think you're going to do that? He said, blushing a bit. Always, no matter how much the girls or Izuku want, they only have 2 hours. Izuku can't go into battle tiringly, He must have his senses at 150% if he wants to survive. You know what they said, a single hit can kill him, he said seriously while everyone agreed. And so it was the girls more than doing something perverted just slept with the green-haired boy, but not before setting an alarm. They wrapped the green-haired boy in a hug while they squeezed him with their breasts. He only blushed a little, but he sank into them. Izuku was not stupid. He knew how comfortable they were. He finally fell asleep on Kendo's breasts, which are slightly larger than the others, and so they slept for 2 hours until the alarm went off. The green-haired boy woke up quickly, as did the other girls. He just gave each of them a kiss, and when he finished they all went down. They saw how Monoma was already ready at the entrance, and Shinso had already fallen asleep. "Monoma, are you ready?" he said seriously. "You don't have to go if you don't want to," he said, looking at Izuku with concern. Izuku: "No, don't worry, let's go get that damn thing," he said seriously while Monoma agreed. "Team Setsuna Mei Bakugo Monoma," the team members present said. Izuku: "Okay, let's go," he said this so that Monoma would nod. "We are not your enemies." Season 2. The starry night completely dominated the skies of Japan, a partially beautiful night, but not for our green-haired boy. Izuku and Monoma were running through the buildings to get to the meeting point, an old abandoned fuel warehouse according to Frank's information. A Madame Gao meeting would take place there to discuss the next business. Izuku and Monoma kept jumping since the journey was somewhat long. "Izuku, so how are you doing with Pony?" he said calmly, looking at Monoma. Are you really going to talk about relationships?" those who were watching behind the cameras said with a drop of sweat. "Monoma, the day when I revealed that I was Spider-Man because I was upset we started a relationship, since that day she has become that pill that you always talk about," he said, smiling. "Izuku, the pillar of your life," he also said this with a smile. At that moment everyone was touched by Monoma's words, and Pony blushed and cried a little, but the other girls paid close attention when they heard the next question. "Monoma, and are you happy to be in a relationship with all the girls?" he said, looking at the green-haired boy. "Izuku, I'd be lying if I said no. People may call me a womanizer or they'll just find it weird, but all of them supported me to become what I am today. They are my family, my pillars. There is no place I want to be if it's not with them," he said, smiling. "That's why I can proudly say that Ibra, Kendo, Reiko, Setsuna, Kinoko, and Yui, they are my girlfriends, and I wouldn't change them for anything in the world," he said with a big smile. At that moment the girls mentioned by the green-haired boy were blushing deeply, while light tears of happiness were also falling. "Mei, oh," she said, lowering her head. "Izuku, but well, it's time, we're almost there," he said, becoming serious. "Monoma, oh yeah," he said with a nervous smile. So Izuku and Monoma had lain down in one of the windows of the place just to see how Madame Gao was with 3 other men armed and talking. "Monoma, what are they saying?" he said seriously. "Izuku, they are prepared for some reason. They know we would come, but they don't know when, so we have the surprise factor. Setsuna plans," he said this seriously. "Setsuna, you Izuku will jump to the one on the left, you Monoma to the one on the right, then with your claw you defeat the one in the center while Izuku tries to defeat Madame Gao. Understood?" she said seriously while the 2 boys agreed. "Okay, take care Izuku, I love you," she said with a slight blush. "Izuku, I love them too. Now, let's go," he said while Monoma agreed. So Izuku and Monoma cautiously and carefully climbed the walls so they could get right above their targets. Izuku only saw Monoma, and he did the same. "Izuku, 3, 2, 1 now," he said as he broke the floor, only to see him and Monoma fell right on top of the armed men on the shore. "Madame Gao, oh hello young people, it seems you have already come, right?" she said calmly as she watched how one of her 3 men were easily defeated. "Daredevil, Madame Gao, please surrender, and we will have no conflicts," he said seriously, getting into a fighting stance. "Madame Gao, I'm sorry, young man, I don't think I'll be able to. My great-granddaughter is waiting for me at home," she said with a smile. "Spider-Man, well, you should have thought about him before getting into this," he said, also getting into a fighting stance. "Madame Gao, it was for her so that she would never lack anything that I got into this, and I will continue for her," she said, also getting into a fighting stance. "Daredevil, well, we have no other choice. Spider-Man, attack," he said, so Monoma agreed and launched himself against Madame Gao. Monoma, at the moment he launched himself, tried to kick Madame Gao in the neck, but she stopped his foot with one hand. This impressed everyone who saw how much strength did that lady have. She was about to hit Monoma in the chest, but Izuku quickly arrived, trying to hit her in the face that she stopped with his palm. Izuku at this began to struggle to gain strength. Madame Gao also began to tremble at his hand. She only put on a challenging smile like Izuku, but he, unable to maintain the pressure, pushed back, remaining on guard next to Monoma. Madame Gao, not bad, kid, he said, waving his hand to calm the numbness. Daredevil, ma'am, we don't want anyone to get hurt today. Surrender, he said seriously. Bakugo, it's no use, nerd, that lady won't go down without a fight. You have to beat her, no matter what, he said seriously, while Izuku agreed. Setsuna, I think I have a plan, she said seriously. Your strength plus the strength of the suit could be enough to knock her down and immobilize her, at least until we wait for the police to come. Seeing the strength of the lady, it's the best we can do for now, she said seriously. But then everyone started to hear laughter. Shinso, are you really that stupid? You can't even defeat a lady and you're looking for plans with a second-year girl. How ridiculous, said this mocker. This comment annoyed everyone. Ibra, well, the only one acting like a child here is you, she said while looking at the screen. Izuku will get that plan, and if he doesn't, he will invent one. Because he is strong, he always beats everyone, so we will not pay attention to the mockery of a spoiled child who thinks he is strong for having powers. You are just an idiot, she said, annoyed. Izuku will come back, he always does, she said seriously, while everyone agreed. Shinso, not always they come back home, he whispered to himself. Daredevil, please calm down, thanks for defending me, I promise I'll make it up to you later, he said, making Ibra blush. But anyway, we'll try your plan, Sierra, he said, confusing everyone except the team. Yui, Sierra? She said, confused and jealous. Setsuna, don't be like that, it's not another girl, it's my code name. Since what happened with Bullseye, we can't risk someone else knowing our names, it's too risky, she said seriously, while everyone affirmed in affirmation. But May hadn't said anything, she had just kept her gaze downcast the whole time. Daredevil, okay, Spider-Man, ready? He said, looking at Monoma. Spider-Man, yeah, let's go, he said, so he and Izuku started running towards Madame Gao. Then the two of them launched themselves at Madame Gao and saw how she began to do a fighting dance while preparing the palm of her hand. Madame Gao, destruction of senses, she said, directing her palm at Izuku. Daredevil, Spider-Man now, he said. Spider-Man, yes. At that moment Monoma launched a light discharge from the tip of his suit which was strong enough to paralyze Madame Gao a little, making her lose her composure and missing the blow by a few centimeters. Then Monoma threw a spider web at her head and Izuku slammed her against the floor with all his strength. It wasn't strong enough to knock her unconscious, but it was enough to hurt her. Then Izuku put all his weight on top of her, blocking her arms so she couldn't do anything. Madame Gao, wow, this generation is very strong, she said, smiling, but tears began to fall from her cheeks. Then she said something that was inaudible to everyone except Izuku. Forgive me for not being able to return Shuka, she said. At that moment Izuku was in shock. Maybe she was Shuka's great-grandmother. The grandmother of policeman number 2 was one of Kingpin's drug dealers. For a moment Izuku could see Shuka's smile, how it faded when he saw his grandmother being taken prisoner, how she cried. He knew what it felt like to be left without the people you love, and he didn't wish that on anyone, so he deactivated his microphone and whispered something to Madame Gao. Daredevil, I know how it feels losing the ones you love. I'll release my weight, and you'll hit me, and you'll escape. You'll go back to your granddaughter and leave all this. Do it for Shuka, she said with a big smile, while Madame Gao just widened her eyes at what the vigilante told her. Would he let her go just so she could be reunited with her great-granddaughter? She was holding back her tears as she just acknowledged. Then she felt Izuku loosen his weight, and that was her signal. Everyone watched in fear as Madame Gao gave Izuku a blow to the chest that she intended was one of her special moves, only to run away. Madame Gao, thank you, boy, she said, smiling. Spider-Man, Daredevil, this scared guy screamed. Ibara, no, Izuku, she screamed in fear. Bakugo, he hit him, he said seriously, almost crying. But everyone was surprised to see how Izuku got up as if nothing had happened. Izuku, am I alive? He said, pretending. Monoma, old man, you survived, he said, hugging him. At that moment the girls who were crying calmed down and put on a smile when they saw that their boyfriend had not died. Yui, Izuku survived, she said, snatching the microphone from Bakugo. Izuku, I wouldn't leave you for anything in the world. Even if I have to come back from the dead, I love you. I'm almost there, he said with a smile, so that all the girls agreed. Shinso, I'll let her go, he whispered in shock, which was inaudible to everyone. Right now we can see how Izuku and Monoma were eating a hamburger on top of a building before returning. Monoma, hey, why did you let her go? He said, downplaying it while eating his burger. Izuku, do you remember Shuka Todoroki from 2A? He said while Monoma agreed. Well, she is his great-granddaughter, he said, leaving Monoma in shock. Monoma, what? He said, choking on his food. The grandmother of police number 2 in all of Japan is a drug trafficker? This guy said, surprised Vala. This guy said without knowing what to say. Hey, have you seen that they opened a new hamburger restaurant? This guy said, changing the subject very quickly. Izuku, tomorrow we will try them, he said, making a ball of the garbage he had, throwing it from the building. Monoma, hey, we're not superheroes and we have to take care of the environment, and I don't know what? He said, confused. Izuku, did they see us? He said, looking at Monoma. Monoma, nah, you're right, he said, this to do the same. Izuku, well, let's go, the girls are waiting for me and you, pony, he said with a smile so that Monoma nodded. Then the two quickly returned to the dormitories where everyone welcomed them. Ibara, Izuku, are you okay? Didn't you get hurt more? She said she is worried. Kendo, do you want bandages? He said he is with bandages. Reiko, ice? She said she is worried. Yui, sweethearts? He said he is starting to caress the green-haired man's hair. Izuku at that moment only attracted his girls and locked them in a hug where he gave them all a kiss on the forehead. Everyone who saw that tender scene did not notice how a pink-haired girl left with her eyes down and some light tears, but they also didn't realize how Monoma's web had already dissolved. Then Shinso, annoyed, tried to run, but Bakugo tackled him to the ground, causing him to compose himself and take a few steps back. At that moment everyone they stepped back and Izuku only approached him. Shinso, I want to get out of this shit, he said, this annoyed. Izuku, you can't do it, she's still loose. We'll stop her and then you can leave, although I highly doubt she'll appear again, he said seriously. Shinso, you let her go, he said seriously. Izuku, no, she escaped, she was extremely strong. We were no match for her fighting style, he said seriously while getting rid of his suit, and Monoma nodded with his head down and was taken by the hand by Pony. Shinso, let me get out of this shit, he said, this annoyed. Izuku, no, stay here, he said, placing a hand on his shoulder, and we'll keep you safe, okay? You just have to calm down, he said, looking at him. Shinso, that's the problem, Izuku, my calm has run out, he said, removing the green-haired man's hand from his shoulder with a blow and giving him another in the face. Izuku made everyone upset, especially Izuku. He struggled to take care of him and get along with him, but this was the last straw. Then Izuku, annoyed, punched him in the nose, which made him. I stepped back a little and tried to hit him again in the face, but he stepped back, dodging it under the astonished gaze of everyone. Then Shinso tried to hit him, but he counterattacked, first pushing him hard in the chest, making him roll on the ground, but stood up. Then he tried to give him another blow, but Izuku dodged it by blocking his arms and giving him another blow to the face. Then he tried to give him another blow, but Shinso lowered his head, dodging it, and began a fight of blows that they both dodged by pushing his arm while blocking it. Then they took a step back. Izuku tried to kick Aizawa. He turned in the air, but Shinso dodged it. Then Shinso managed to kick him in the torso, which made the green-haired boy take a step back. Then Shinso tried to kick him again, but he dodged it by pushing his foot with his palm. Then Shinso, annoyed, tried to give the green-haired man a combo of blows, but he dodged them all to counterattack, giving him a blow to the rib followed by another to the face and another to the shoulder, to leave him stunned. Then he grabbed him by the back of the head and threw him to the ground, but he got up quickly. Then the green-haired man tried to give him another kick, but he ducked back, and again they tried to give each other a combo of blows that each one elusive one. The green-haired boy took him by the top of his head to lower it, and tried to hit him in the jaw, but Shinso, placing his hand, prevented the blow from reaching him, only to hit him in the chest, which made the green-haired boy back away, but he managed to hit him in the face. Then Izuku tried to give him a frontal blow that Shinso dodged by placing his arm. Then the green-haired boy pushed him hard, making Shinso almost fall, but he pushed himself up and turned around the air to fall with one knee and one fist on the ground. Setsuna, hey, enough, he said, taking the green-haired boy by the shoulders to calm him down. But then Shinso got up, grabbed Setsuna's wrist and pushed her. then kicked the green-haired boy in the chest, throwing him to the ground. Setsuna, annoyed, grabbed Shinso by the shoulder and turned him around so that he was on his back, leaving everyone surprised. Setsuna, Izuku taught me to fight a little, he said. He was breathing heavily. Then Shinso spit out a little blood from the green-haired man's blows. Then everyone watches in amazement as Shinso's fist begins to illuminate in a yellow light. Shinso, you forced me, he said, this annoyed. Then you see how Shinso begins to concentrate the chi in his fist, resulting in it beginning to glow in a golden color. At an exorbitant speed he punches Izuku, sending him flying out of the dormitories, resulting in him crashing into 2 trees before stopping. Girls, Izuku, they said worriedly. Shinso, I'm sorry, but no one is a match for the fist of. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing because they didn't even see him. Izuku was already next to him, giving him a punch on the cheek that sent him crashing into a wall, and then falling to the ground. Oh shit, he said, getting up. At that moment everyone watched in amazement as chi began to spread through Shinso, healing his wounds. Shinso, it barely hurts anymore, he said with a challenging smile, looking at Izuku. Izuku, we are not your enemies, he said seriously, putting himself on guard. Shinso, no, but they won't let me go because of mine, he said this seriously, also putting himself on guard. You let her escape, don't think I didn't notice. Not all of us are stupid, Daredevil, he said this seriously. Izuku, I did it because I know what it feels like to be left without anyone, and because I know his great-granddaughter, and she's someone I wouldn't want to see cry, he said the same. Shinso, there is one thing you should know, Daredevil, your personal problems should never interfere with your affairs. You let her escape so she could go back to her great-granddaughter when you could barely defeat her, and what do you expect? That she will be good now? He said seriously. Izuku, no, but at least that person will see his complete family again today, he said, turning around. I'm not your enemy, Shinso, I don't want to hurt you anymore, but I recommend you stay here. It's too late, something could happen to you, he said to start going up with his girlfriends, but Shinso stopped him. Shinso, if there's one thing I hate in this world, it's being treated like a stupid kid, this annoying guy said. Izuku, well, if you want them to stop treating you like that, stop being like that, he said, taking Yui and Ibara's hand to leave with the other girls. Shinso, stop being one? He said, watching Izuku leave. Monoma, maybe we are your age, but we have lived adventures that have made us grow, not in age but mentally, believe me. We have seen the worst in the world. Maybe you lost your parents, but Izuku lost everything he wanted. It was until this moment where life finally smiled at him. And along the way he smiled at me, he said, giving Pony a kiss that she reciprocated. Remember, Shinso, he stopping said dead so that Shinso could stare at him. Shinso, what? He said seriously. Monoma, having powers, it doesn't make you super, much less invincible. He said this as he took Pony's hand and also went down the stairs. Shinso, it doesn't make you super. What nonsense are you talking about? He said, watching Monoma walk away. It's nonsense. Battle Deals Season 2. The night was stormy. It echoed almost everywhere in Japan. It was nothing to worry about, but it gave off a cold and thunderous atmosphere, an ideal environment to sleep embraced with that special person. That was the case of the green-haired boy, but he was with his special people. Kinoko, so Izuku, what are you going to do with the boy? The girl said, looking at the green-haired boy. Ibara, he is someone very annoying, she said with an angry grimace. Izuku, although I admit he is a bit annoying. Yui, a little? She said sarcastically. Izuku, I know there's something inside him, something that tells me he'll be a great hero. He just needs the training and the right path, but I still have to ask him what he knows about me parents, he said seriously, but then he put on a smile. Kendo, you never lose hope in people, right? She said with a slight smile, taking the green-haired boy's hand. Setsuna, you are someone very good, Aizawa, she said, lying on his chest. Reiko, but well, let's talk about us, she said, sitting on the bed. How will we carry out this relationship? She said seriously. Izuku, easy, I'll love them all, fulfill their whims, take care of them. I don't care what people say, at some point I'll meet their parents, and then we'll live happily, he said with a smile as he sat down face to face with Reiko. You don't have to think about the future if you live in the present, he said, placing a hand on Reiko's cheek while caressing her. Reiko, do you always have a phrase for everything? She said with a smile while kissing the green-haired boy. Izuku, if it's to make my girls feel better, I'm a philosopher, he said, hugging the girls, but accidentally put his hand on Kanoko's chest. Kinoko, Izuku, I like you touching me, but tell me, she said, blushing. The green-haired boy quickly removed his hand and stepped back a little. The girls saw for the first time the most tender thing they had ever seen in their lives. Izuku blushing. The girls, seeing him, could not avoid a slight sensation coming out of them. They felt the need to kiss him, the need to join him, the need to have him, the need to do it with the green-haired boy. Then the first to approach was Yui, who slowly began to kiss him while caressing his crotch. This caused the green-haired boy some slight contractions and his blush to increase delight for the girls. The other girls just approached and began to kiss the green-haired boy while Ibra and Yui unbuttoned his pants and lowered his zipper. They opened their eyes slightly when they saw the bulge in his underwear. It was very large. Ibra was the first to act and delicately took out the green-haired boy's member. All the girls were left with their mouths open when they saw the green-haired boy's member. Without a doubt was big. Izuku, what's wrong? Is this wrong? He said, sad. Yui, no, it's perfect, she said as she proceeded to move him up and down, making the green-haired boy grunt slightly. So while Yui did this, Ibra began to lick the gland slowly while kissing it. She did it with a delicacy that made the green-haired boy squirm a little when he felt Ibra's lips licking the tip. The girls, noticing this, looked at each other and acknowledged, and so they all slowly went down to be face to face with the green-haired boy's penis. They were all amazed because up close it was even bigger than. Izuku took Kendo's head and brought it closer to his penis. He understood only he opened his mouth while he began to lick it, but since he couldn't fit even a quarter of it in his mouth, the girls began to lick it while he kissed it. Yui kissed and swallowed the green-haired boy's balls while Ibra licked the initial end. Reiko and Kinoko licked the middle and Setsuna licked what followed after what Kendo put in his mouth. The green-haired boy only released light grunts as he felt the tongues of all the girls and Kendo's surrounding his member. He began to feel like he was about to come. Izuku, I am coming, he said, taking Kendo's head and sinking it deeper. Then he came in Kendo's mouth, but since there was a lot of it, it began to drip out in jets, which was enough for the girls to lick it up. Yui, who was all the way down, had a large amount of semen fell on her face, and she ran her fingers over it so she could lick it off. Ibra, unable to hold back any longer, lightly hit the green-haired boy on the chest and pushed him onto the bed and sat on top of him. Ibra, Izuku, she said in a moan as she inserted the green-haired man's member. But since she couldn't put it in completely, there was a lot left over, so the girls repeated the same action, but the green-haired man couldn't think of anything else. He only watched as Ibra's breasts bounced, while she penetrated herself. He only remembered. Ibra, I saw that you can't see, sir, so I'm just helping you cross. Izuku, hey, I'm not a sir, I'm only 15 years old. Ibra, what, really? Wow, it must be difficult, right? Izuku, after you get used to it, not so much, and tell me, what's your name? Ibra, my name is Ibra Shiozaki and I am a student at UA. Izuku, seriously, you're from UA? Ibra, yes, we started a week ago, and what is your name? Izuku, my name is Izuku Midoriya. The first time he met her, who would have thought that the girl who helped him cross the traffic light would become a pillory in his life? Izuku at that moment only gave a deep kiss on the lips to Ibra, who corresponded with a blush that was increasing as she began to caress the hair of the other girls who swallowed his penis. Then the green-haired boy, feeling that he was coming, went down to Ibra. The girls got on all fours in front of the green-haired boy and he just let himself go. The girls couldn't help but arch when they felt the hot liquid running down their back. Although Kinoko, being the smallest in stature, was completely bathed, he felt like his hair back and but had traces of the green-haired boy's seed. Then he just looked at the girls and without resisting he spanked each one, which made them let out a moan of pleasure. Then they got up as they could to go to the shower, although Kinoko had to be carried by the green-haired boy since being small in stature, this cost her more to control. The size of the green-haired boy therefore almost remained immobile. Then the green-haired boy carried Kinoko to the shower, and he and the girls bathed and put on their pajamas to sleep comfortably while the green-haired boy hugged them all. The next day, we can see how the green-haired boy and the girls woke up happily on a Saturday morning. The girls, upon seeing the green-haired boy, only gave him a good morning kiss, which he reciprocated. After that they laid down for a while until they decided to take a bath and put on comfortable clothes. The girls blushed a little when they saw the green-haired boy's extremely well-formed body. Since yesterday, being very excited, they didn't think of anything else, and now that they saw him, well, he was full of scars that each one was the perfect size for the body. And still, without stopping to look at him, they decided to go in for a bath. In another room, We can see a blonde girl outside a room. Pony, okay Pony, this is going to be the first time you see your boyfriend shirtless. Relax and come in, she said as she opened the door. But a huge blush took over her when she saw how Monoma was shirtless doing bars on the ceiling. Pony, good morning honey, she said blushing. Monoma, honey, good morning, he said with a smile as he got off the bar and went to Pony and gave her a kiss, which she reciprocated. And tell me, what do you want to do today? He said with a big smile. Pony, well, she said with a smile looking at Monoma's body. With Izuku. He was already changed, and he saw how the girls changed. Yui, how do you think I got this Izuku? She said with a slight smile looking at a set of clothes. Izuku, personal opinion? He said while Yui agreed. Without clothes, he said while making Yui blush. Yui, and no, you fool, she said, hitting him on the head. Izuku, just kidding, all in all you look beautiful just like you, he said looking at the other girls. Kinoko, hey Aizawa, are you carrying me? Kinoko said shy. The green-haired boy couldn't help but blush when he saw her because of how cute she looked, but… Izuku, Eri, he shouted, jumping suddenly. Kendo, Izuku, what's wrong? Who is Eri? She said confused. Izuku, she's the girl we saved. Stick took her, but I never saw her again. I hope she's okay, he said worried. Ibara, Stick, as it turns out, is your teacher, right? The one who raised you? She said while the green-haired boy agreed. So if he went with the person who made you what you are today, I don't think there's anything to worry about, she said with a smile. Izuku, they always know how to make me feel better, he said with a smile to give a kiss to Ibara and then to all the girls. Where are you, Stick? Where is the girl? He thought without removing his smile. Reiko, that's why we are your girlfriends, she said with a calm smile that made the green-haired boy blush a little, touching the girls. Then the green-haired boy carried Kinoko on his back and walked with the girls to the breakfast room where they saw Shinso drinking a cup of coffee. Then Izuku put on a serious look. He gently sat Kinoko on the couch and sat in front of Shinso. Izuku, Shinso, he said seriously, I need you to tell me right now who killed my parents? He said looking at Shinso. The girls just watched this from the couch. Shinso, you know not all information is free, he said with a slight smile. Izuku, we're talking about the person who probably knew I would have these powers, about the person who took away what I loved the most. Give me the damn information now, said this annoying guy. Shinso, how about a fight? He said with a smile looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku, what? He said confused. Shinso, no one had ever been able to match the Iron Fist until now. Your skills are at exceptional levels. I want to fight you in combat, without interruptions, just you and me. If you win, I'll give you the information. If I win, let's see what could be good, he thought with a smile. The girls who were just watching this started to worry a little about what the boy would ask for. Shinso, if I win, you will ask your team to make me a suit, he said with a smile. The girls just fell backwards to the ground. Izuku, it's okay, he said seriously. Shinso, deal? He said extending his hand. Izuku, deal, he said, holding her close. That is my goal. Season 2. In a prison in Japan. Police 2, why are you doing this, boy? Do you know that if this fails, you can die? He said, placing a two-colored boy on a table while holding him with some ropes. Shoto, I don't have much left. You know, my old man distrusted me even though he knew I was innocent. My sister didn't come to visit me anymore. My mother died. I don't have a reason anymore, he said, closing his eyes looking at the ceiling. Police 2, I'm sorry kid, someone like you should be studying, being someone in life, not stuck here like a lab rat, said this sad guy. Shoto, officer, you are the closest thing to a father I have, that's why I appreciate you, he said with a smile. Police 2, I love you too, boy. I'll leave you with my partner. He will carry out the experiment, he said while Shoto approved. Then the officer left. Then another one came in with a strangely calm look. Police 1, hello Todoroki, how are you? He said with a slight touch of mockery. Shoto, I already told you to stop calling me that, he said angrily. Start with this shit already, he said closing his eyes. Policeman 1, okay kid, you're impatient, huh? He said laughing. Nobody noticed that Officer 1 started putting more oxygen into the water than he should have. Policeman 1, okay boy, it's time. You know, before you go in there I want to tell you something, he said looking at Shoto. Shoto, what do you want? he said, somewhat irritated. Police 1. There is a vigilante in Japan who is technically considered a criminal, and your father does not arrest him. Trust him. He did with him what he did not do with you or with my brother, he said, changing his calm look to a serious one. Shoto, why are you telling me all this? He said seriously. Policeman 1. Because I don't like you, brat. Your stupid father arrested the only family I had left. I think if I kill one of his children we'll be even, right? He said, laughing. Shoto, do whatever you want with me, but don't touch my sister. Oh, you're dying, he said, glaring at him. Policeman 1. Yes, I will do it, boy. I want to kill you. I wish, but I can't get my hands dirty. That's why I added more oxygen to the water in which they will submerge you, he said, laughing. Shoto, oh how scary. I'm going to breathe more air, this mocking man said. Police 1. Exactly, you will breathe so much air that your lungs will not be able to bear it. You will die, he said with a grim smile. At that moment Shoto opened his eyes wide. Shoto, you wouldn't dare, he said with a nervous smile. Police 1. Yes, I will, he said, returning to his strangely calm smile as he placed his hand on the lever that would lower Shoto. Shoto, get me out of here, this guy is trying to kill me, he screamed in fear. Policeman 1. Don't bother, kid, nobody can hear you here. I hope you don't die too soon. I want to see you suffer, he said, smiling as he lowered the lever. The moment the lever was lowered, Shoto was quickly submerged in the water. He began to scream, but the large amount of oxygen prevented him from doing so. He was saturated. He began to thrash around in a way to try to escape, but he simply couldn't. Shoto writhed in pain while the officer just watched this with a smile. With Izuku. He was having breakfast. He decided that he would have his fight with Shinso later. He needs to relax. He already wished that Frank would arrive to take him away because, as he said, Shinso is a kick in the ass, but well. With no other choice, he prepared food for his girls and they all sat down together to eat. He felt calm, immense calm, to be calm with his girls without problems or worries, but he came out of his thoughts when he heard a person pass by. Shuka. Hey, Professor Aizawa sent me to. She couldn't continue when she saw the green-haired boy sitting there eating as if nothing had happened. Izuku? She said in shock. Izuku, damn. I completely forgot about her, he thought, giving himself a mental slap. Hello, Shuka, he said with a nervous smile. At that moment he felt a palm hit him hard on the cheek. It was Shuka who was looking at the green-haired boy while tears were coming out of his eyes. Shuka, what's wrong with you? She said angrily. Why didn't you tell me you were still alive? I suffered for you. I cried for you, he said, looking down. At that moment the green-haired boy saw the girls and they just acknowledged. He approached Shuka and gave her a hug while he caressed her hair, and she began to cry on his chest. Shuka, why did you leave? She said, crying. You were one of my only friends. I missed you so much, she said with a broken voice. Izuku, no, I didn't know if I would survive. That's it. Even when they found me I wasn't in my best shape, but some issues prevented me from going to see you. I am sorry, he said with a calm smile, looking at Shuka. Shuka, it doesn't matter anymore, he said, wiping away his tears. I have to go, but go have lunch with us. There are several boys who miss you, he said, slightly surprising the green-haired boy and the girls. Izuku, who? He said, confused. Shuka, for example, there are Lita, Denki, Izumi, Melissa, she said in a sad tone. Izuku, I'll go to lunch with you, okay? He said in a calm tone. Shuka, yes, we will wait for you. Goodbye, he said before leaving. The green-haired boy just watched as Shuka left. He gave a slight smile which was noticed by the girls. Girls, Izuku, let's go to the room, they said with an angelic smile but an aura behind them. Izuku, what for or what? He said nervously. Girls, let's go to the room, they said with the same smile and the same aura. Izuku, why yes, he said with fear as he began to climb up with the girls. Shinso, he's a damn vigilante who can kill almost an entire army, but he's afraid of his girlfriend's. Pathetic, he said with a bored look as he watched Izuku go up with the girls. When Izuku arrived with the girls to the room, they sat him on the bed. Kendo, we didn't like at all how you dressed that girl, she said with a pout. Izuku, but understand me, she was one of my first friends, and she saw me die. She wanted her to see that I was alive, he said, trying to get away. Ibara, we don't care, she said with a pout too. Setsuna, and seeing what the situation is, he said, preparing himself. Yui, we'll have to put a mark on you, she said with a sinister smile, just like all of them. Izuku, girls? He said with fear. But he couldn't react when all the girls jumped on him and started kissing his entire body, leaving marks. Izuku, God save me, he said, crying comical tears. In another place, we can see a blonde girl sitting at her desk in front of some red-hooded guys. Cammy, what do you want? She said seriously, looking at the guys. Subject 1. Cammy Utsushimi, we know about your skills and we need you for a job, he said seriously. Cammy, if you think I'm going to kill someone, you're very wrong. Besides, I haven't used my powers for a long time. It's even difficult for me to fly, so this one couldn't be finished because a photo with a knife inserted in it was inserted on her desk. Cammy, upon recognizing the photo, couldn't help but get scared and break out in a cold sweat. Who do I have to kill? She said seriously. Subject 2. To the only survivor of the Midoriya branch, he said, showing him a leaf. Cammy, Izuku Midoriya, he's my age, he studies at UA, he's blind. Okay, I'll do it, she said, but leave her out of this, she said, annoyed. Subject 3. That depends on the efficiency of your work, Miss Utsushimi, he said, to throw a kind of circle to the ground, forming a cloud of smoke. When the smoke dispersed, they were no longer there. Cammy, I'm sorry, but I have to do it. My mother is in danger, and I can't leave her. UA, it's 3 hours from here. Okay, let's try, she said as she threw herself off the window and began to fly. I'm not that rusty yet, she said as she began to head towards UA. In prison. Police 2. Something's going wrong. We have to get him out, he said while they were taking an unconscious Shoto out of the machine. Son, please don't die, he said, almost crying. In the skies. Cammy, did all this happen because I had to run away from home? She is my adoptive mother, but still she is my mother. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but it's you or her, and I prefer it to be you. I will always defend my family, that she said, releasing a light tear as she flew away. At the UA. Shinso, I don't even know why I'm still here. I could easily leave. There's no one, but I want to fight him to test myself, to see if I can avenge my father and take back his company. That's it. We can see Monoma watching a movie with Pony. Pony, Monoma, I love you, she said while kissing him. Monoma, and I love you, he said, hugging her. I will always protect you no matter what, because that is. Izuku, you can tell they enjoyed it, right? He said, a little hurt. Setsuna, that's what you get for talking to other girls, she said with a pout. Izuku, but the only ones I want are you, the only ones I want to be with, he said, hugging them. Then all the girls put on a tender smile as they hugged Izuku. Izuku, I have to become stronger to defend all of them, to always protect their smile, that's it. Izuku, Monoma, Shoto, Cammy, Shinso, my goal. Not all heroes start off on the right foot. Season 2. In prison. We can see Shoto on a stretcher in an infirmary at the prison. He slowly woke up. Shoto, what happened to me? He said, confused. Police 1, I see you survived, Brad, he said with a smile but annoyed. Shoto, hey, you'll need more than that to kill me, he said, laughing. Police 1, Snot, I will not entertain you with games anymore, he said, taking out his gun and placing it right on his chest. Last words, Todoroki, he said mockingly. Shoto, Buck, you said, this annoying guy. Policeman 1, yes, but you will do it first, he said, pressing the trigger of the gun. Shoto just closed his eyes, waiting for something to happen, but he was greatly surprised to feel only a slight tickle in his chest. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his chest was intact and the bullet was bruised. Shoto, what the hell? He said, surprised. Police 1, what the buck? What the buck did you do? He said with fear. Shoto at that moment, without answering anything, disconnected all the connectors that were in his body. He stood up from the stretcher and walked slowly towards the policeman. Policeman 1, don't come near me, he said, firing more bullets at him. Shoto scared himself and covered himself with his arms, but saw how the bullets only gave him slight tickles and the bullets fell bruised. Shoto, bullets, don't they hurt me? He said, surprised. Police 1, stupid cheap bullets, he said, throwing the gun. Then the policeman took out a knife. He wanted to bury it in Shoto's chest. He reflexively put his hand out to prevent it, and they both got a surprise when they saw how the knife broke in half the moment it came into contact with Shoto's skin. Police 1, how the hell did you do that? That knife is made of 100% steel, this scared guy said. Shoto, how did I do that? He said, looking at the palm of his hand that didn't have any scratches. Police 1, W, what the buck are you? He said with fear. Shoto. I don't know, he said, confused. Then the frightened policeman took the microphone that was in the infirmary. Police 1, notice to all prison guards, prisoner Todoroki Shoto is trying to escape. I am currently with him in the infirmary. I need reinforcements now, he said, leaving the microphone. This annoyed Shoto since it was not the first time he was accused of escaping, and every time he did it his sentence was increased. Police 1, enjoy your extra years in jail, Todoroki, he said with a mocking smile. Shoto, why are you doing this? This annoying guy said. Police 1, I just hate your father, he said, smiling. Shoto, but how many times do I have to tell you that I am not my father, he said angrily, punching the wall. But both Shoto and the officer watched in surprise as a large hole was created in the wall by the blow. This hole was right next to the street. The bad thing was that it was 15 stories high. When Shoto turned around to look, he could see all the officers, including the one he considered a father, were there. Police 2, son, don't do this, just come back. One day your innocence will be proven. You just have to be patient, he said, trying to get closer to Shoto. Shoto at that moment just took a step back. Shoto, no, they know I'm here for a crime I didn't commit. They framed me, and yes, maybe it was because of my bad company, but I'd prefer death to staying here one more minute. Goodbye, Wade, you were a father to me, and I thank you for that, he said, closing his eyes to jump off the building. Wade, Shoto, no, he screamed in pain, watching his son fall into the void. Shoto, forgive me, everyone, father, maybe you didn't trust me, but I forgive you, nothing else matters. Shuka, I'm sorry I can't see you again. Little sister, I love you, he said, closing his eyes to wait for the impact. But great was his surprise and for all the officers to see how a large crater was created by his fall, but he was intact. Shoto just opened his eyes wide without believing what he was seeing. Did he survive a 15-story fall without a scratch? Police 3, he's still alive. Let's go get him, he said as he started to go down with all the officers. Wade, run, son, he said through his lips. Shoto understood what he said. He saw how the police ran out to chase him. He took the time it would take them to go down the 15 floors and ran away. Shoto, what the hell is happening to me? He said with fear. Shoto was running at speeds he had never run in his life. He was scared as he watched some police officers chase him in their patrol cars. He just started to run faster. He kept running for about 3 hours and didn't get tired at all. In fact, he even felt like he felt the breeze in the air as he ran. When he saw that he lost the police officers, he slowed down only to see that he was on a beach full of garbage. Shoto, it will serve as a place to hide. I have to go with her, but first I will get some sleep. But what is happening to me? He said, looking at the palm of his hand and his chest. I received bullets, one stabbed with a military knife, and I fell from 15 stories high, and I am as if nothing happened, this incredulous man said. Police 1, there's a vigilante in Japan who's technically considered a criminal, and your father doesn't arrest him. Trust him. He did to you what he didn't do to you. Oh, to my brother, he's a boy with powers. Yes, with powers. Like in the comics, he takes the officers' jobs and people praise him. What rubbish. Shoto, I have to find him. He can help me, but first I have to find her, he said, already motivated. Then Shoto stood up from the place where he was going to sleep. Luckily, among the trash he found a hood. He took it to the water, submerging it to remove some of the dirt. Then he squeezed it out and put it on. Although he felt wet, it helped him cover his face. Then he took direction and began to head towards the UA, which is the only place where he could have clues as to where his sister was. At the UA. Talk, talk, talk. That was what was heard in the sound of the door of the 1A dorms. A moment later, a boy with dyed blonde hair came out. Denki, oh yes, that's what Midoriya? He said in shock. Everyone in room 1A, upon hearing the blonde scream, came out to see what was happening, and everyone stood still. It was Izuku Midoriya, the boy who had supposedly died in the accident with the bull's eyes, and the security guard. The first to react at that moment was Melissa, who, crying, rushed to hug the green-haired boy. Melissa, Izuku, you're still alive, she said, crying. So the green-haired boy couldn't do anything else but hug her too. Izuku, I'm sorry for coming so late, but I had some complications, but I'm back now, he said, smiling. Then the second to act was Izumi, who also crying threw herself to hug the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy only caressed the hair of both girls who were crying on his chest. Lita, my friend, it's a pleasure that you're still alive, he said, bowing. Izuku, as formal as always, aren't you, Lita? He said, extending his fist. Lida, yes, Midoriya, he said, this hitting him. Then everyone saw someone coming down the stairs. Bakugo, what is all this bucking scandal? Said this annoying guy. At that moment everyone looked at him with a smile, thinking that he would cry when he met his best friend again, but… Bakugo, oh nerd, what's wrong? She said, confused. All, aren't you glad I'm alive? These surprised ones said. Bakugo, I already knew that, he said, smiling. Izumi/Melissa, and why didn't you tell us anything? They said, shaking Bakugo. Bakugo, give me shit, this dizzy guy said. I don't know, I just forgot, he said, holding his head. So after that they saw how Shuka came down with a dress which made several boys blush except Izuku and Bakugo. Shuka, oh, you're here yet? She said, smiling. All, you knew that too? They said in surprise. Shuka, yes, well, it doesn't matter, let's eat, she said happily. All, why yes, they said with a drop of sweat. They were about to sit down, but everyone saw someone wearing a hood enter the bedrooms. Lida, you really are… No one could continue as the hooded woman pulled out a gun pointing at Izuku. Kami, last words, she said this while her hands were shaking. Izuku, what? He said, confused. Everyone saw how the hooded woman pointed a gun at Izuku's head without the best intentions. A Street Training Season 2. Everyone watched in fear as the girl who had just arrived pointed a gun at the green-haired boy. Shuka, hey, drop the gun, she said, scared. Kami, don't move anyone, she said, putting more pressure with the gun on the green-haired boy's head. Izuku, wow, this is unexpected, he said calmly. Kami, any last words? She said, trying to stop her hand from shaking. Izuku, why do you want to kill me? He said this seriously. Kami, matters that do not interest you, he said, trying to pull the trigger, but the guilt would not let her. Izuku, are they threatening you? He said, surprising Kami. Kami, that doesn't interest you, she said seriously. Then the green-haired boy took the tip of the gun. Izuku, then kill me, kill someone without telling them the reasons for their death, kill a student who just wants to be a lawyer, come on, do it, he said seriously. Kami, please forgive me, she said, pulling the trigger, but to everyone's surprise when the bullet didn't come out. Kami and almost everyone else saw with shock how the tip of the gun had been bent, preventing it from working. Izuku, no, forgive me, he said, hitting Kami in the neck, leaving her unconscious. Everyone watched in shock as the green-haired boy was able to land a blow right on Kami's neck. Kyuka, how could you do that? She said, surprised. Izuku, when I take the weapon, calculate the position of your body. Just because I'm blind doesn't mean my other senses don't work, he said, pretending. Bakugo, well, nerd, we have to take her to the director, he said while carrying Kami. Izuku, yes, let's go, he said seriously. I'm sorry if I can't have lunch with you, you understand, right? He said worriedly. Izumi, yes, go and solve your problems, she said smiling. Izuku, okay, maybe I can come tomorrow? He said smiling. Shuka, we will wait for you, she said smiling. Izuku, okay, see you later, he said as he left with Bakugo. Kirishima, why do things like this always happen to Midoriya? He said sadly. Melissa, these are tests that life has put before him and that he, as always, has overcome, she said with a somewhat sad smile. Kirishima, maybe you're right, he said smiling. Lida, well, we can't let the food go to waste, let's eat, he said with his arm movement. All, yes, they said quietly. So Izuku and Bakugo took Kami to the 1B dorms to interrogate her. Upon entering, they were from everyone's point of view as they carried an unconscious girl with them. Ibara, Izuku, she said with an angelic smile. Ibara Yui Reiko Kanoko Setsuna Kendo. Who is she? They said with a dark aura. Izuku, she came to dorms 1A to try to kill me, he said seriously, leaving everyone surprised. Then everyone understood. They left their plates and approached Izuku and Bakugo, only tied her to the couch with ropes made by Mei that could withstand 5 times the maximum strength of the green-haired boy. Shinso, and why do they put her next to me? He said, annoyed. Monoma, you can move, don't you think? He said sarcastically. Then Shinso, clicking his tongue, just walked over to the opposite couch. Then they tied Kami up and sat around her. Kendo, so why did he try to kill you? He said, drawing everyone's attention to Izuku. Izuku, I don't know, but what I do know is that she doesn't want to do it, he said, confusing everyone. Yui, oh, what do you mean, Izuku? She said seriously. Izuku. Her hands were shaking and she asked me for forgiveness before doing it. She has never killed before, it's like she was being forced, but who? He said seriously. Monoma. I think it would be best to wait until she wakes up. We could ask her what she has, and we could help her, he said seriously, but he felt a chill down his spine. Pony, Nito, why do you insist so much on helping her? She said with an angelic smile and a dark aura in the background. Monoma. And no, it's nothing, he said with fear, but calm down, but it reminds me of me. Kingpin wanted to force me to kill someone when I was only 9 years old, he said, leaving everyone in shock, and when I refused, he killed my father, he said, lowering his gaze. So Pony just hugged Monoma while stroking his hair. Pony, everything will be fine, they will arrest him, they will put him in jail, and finally your father will be able to rest in peace, she said, smiling while caressing Monoma's cheek. Monoma, you always know how to make me feel better, he said, smiling. Izuku. Well, then we'll stand guard to wait for him to wake up. Monoma, let's keep watch, he said. So Monoma would nod. These two were about to leave, but Izuku stopped, confusing everyone. Hey, do you want to come with us? He said, looking at Shinso. Shinso, what? Are you serious? He said excitedly. Oh, but I don't have a suit, he said, lowering his head while scratching the back of his neck. Izuku just looked at Monoma and he agreed. Izuku, are you sure? He said, smiling. At that moment, Monoma took out a small briefcase that was under the chair. This only excited Shinso. Shinso, don't tell me that, he said with a smile. Izuku, it's your own suit, Iron Fist, he said, smiling. At that moment, Shinso opened the briefcase and became more excited when he saw a small chain. He knew about Izuku and Monoma's outfits, so he understood the concept. Shinso, I just have to press her? He said, smiling. Monoma, you just have to press it, he said with a smile. Then Shinso just tightened his chain. Everyone watched in shock as a suit began to form on him. Shinso, old man, he said, looking at his body, this is incredible. I have my own compressed suit, he said, smiling with emotion. Oh, now he looks like a child, they thought with a drop of sweat. Izuku, so let's go? He said, smiling. Shinso/Monoma, come on, they said the same. Izuku, I'll be back later, I love you, he said, looking at the girls. Girls, we too, they said happily. Pony, take care, Nito, I love you, she said while kissing him. Monoma, I'd be lying if I said I didn't, he said, returning the kiss. Bakugo, goodbye, Shinso, I love you, he said in a mocking tone. Shinso, buck you, he said while everyone laughed. Izuku, let's go, he said, also laughing a little and starting to run. Shinso/Monoma, yes, they said to follow him. So now we can see how the three boys jumped between buildings. Izuku, the first lesson for fighting criminals on the streets is that you have to measure yourself, remember, they are humans, you do not have to harm them too much, he said while Shinso agreed. Look, there is a robbery there, let's stop it, he said, so that the two boys agreed. Then they got off and stood in front of the 10 criminals. Criminal 1, look, there are only 3, he said, laughing. Criminal 2, that's not new, he said, pointing at Shinso. Criminal 8, what does it matter? They are surely weaklings, he said with a sly smile. But they were shocked to see how 7 of their 10 men had been easily defeated. Criminal 2, what? He scared said. Monoma, what did we say about holding you back? He said, seeing one who was writhing in pain. Shinso, it's my first time on the streets, okay? He said, trying to excuse himself. Izuku, look, tried to finish them off, but just knock them out, don't cause them any more damage, he said as Shinso approved. So he just approached the 3 remaining criminals as they tried to get away. Shinso, pressure points, I whisper this. Then Shinso closed his eyes to open them instantly, and see how a slight red glow was in them. Then he hit a guy below the neck, leaving him unconscious. The other one he hit in the back of the head, and the other one he hit in the lower part of the neck, also leaving him unconscious. Shinso, Fu, he said, breathing heavily, I haven't used that ability for a while, he said, smiling. Izuku, very good for the first time, he said, smiling. So do we continue? He said, so that Shinso and Monoma agreed. Well, let's go, he said, smiling. Monoma and Izuku were teaching Shinso street art for the first time in his life. For some reason he felt free without being tied down to any problem. He felt like he could laugh with Izuku and Monoma, he could joke and have them laugh at his jokes. Shinso, so this is having friends? It's not that bad, he whispered this, but it was audible to Izuku, who just smiled. So after that the three boys spent the whole day on the streets of Japan until night fell. They were now on top of a building eating hamburgers. Shinso, do you really do this every time you watch? He said while the two agreed. How come you don't get fat? He asked, confused. Izuku, don't think that running through buildings doesn't pull you out, he said, laughing just like the other two. Monoma, I train every day at 6 in the morning, he said, smiling. Izuku, and my body consumes more calories than usual. I mean, to be clear, I lose weight while eating this hamburger, he said, laughing. Shinso, just like you, my chi also consumes a lot of energy which doesn't let me gain weight, he said, laughing. After finishing their hamburgers, they were going to continue patrolling, but Izuku received a call. Izuku, Yui honey, what's wrong? He said, confused. Yui, honey, she said, blushing for calling the green-haired boy that way. He's waking up. You have to come now, she said seriously. Izuku, we're coming, he said, hanging up. He's waking up. Let's go, he said, changing to a serious face like the other two boys to go to the academy. At the UA, we can see how a beautiful girl was reading a book in her room at the facilities. Shuka, oh no, not again with you, she said, laughing, lying down on her bed to start kicking. How I wish that would happen to me with Izuku, she said, blushing. I imagine us at our wedding with flowers and 1,000 guests, she said dreamily while walking around the room hugging the book. Accept Izuku Midoriya as your husband to protect him and take care of him, love him in health and sickness? She said, pretending to a man's voice. Yes, I accept, father, she said with her normal voice. Then you can kiss the bride, she said, pretending her voice again. Then Shuka opened the book and saw a photo she had of him with the green-haired boy. She was about to kiss her, but she heard someone knock on her window. Kia, she said, scared. And it's not what, brother? She said in shock. Shoto, hello Shuka, can I come in? He said seriously. Shuka just watched as his brother, the one who had been arrested more than 6 years ago, was now playing the game in his room. I need Daredevil Season 2. Shuka's face had darkened. There was the person she least wanted to see in this world, her brother, the person who in her eyes had deceived her, the person who would tell her that he would always be there for her to see her goals and achievements, her brother who was arrested 6 years ago guilty of murder. Shuka, what are you doing here? She said seriously. Shoto, Shuka, I need you to. Shuka interrupts him. Shuka, you don't need anything from me, go away, she screamed, upset. Shoto, Shuka, please listen to me, he said, begging her. Shuka, I don't need to listen to you anything, get out of here or I'll call my father, he said while taking his phone. Shoto, Shuka, you know I didn't kill that guy, he said seriously. Shuka, oh no? Then why did you have your hands full of blood, his blood, she said angrily. Shoto, because I was trying to save his life, he said, also upset. I thought you would trust me, you are my sister, we grew up together, why can't you trust me? He said, crying. Shuka, because I know that you killed him, Shoto, she said. She is also crying. They saw you, the cameras recorded you, you were the only one there, she said. She is watching him. Shoto, it was a drug business I was involved in, but I never killed anyone. I know I had bad company, but what happened was that they framed me. I spent more than 6 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit. Neither you, nor my father, nor my family believed me, but I tried to clear my name. Why do you think I haven't become a villain? He said, confusing Shuka. Shuka, don't talk nonsense, what do you mean a villain? She said, fed up with her brother's excuses. Shoto, I have Shuka abilities. They used me as an experiment in prison. A policeman who was the brother of someone our father arrested changed the recipe of the formula that they would inject into me. He did it so he could kill me and get revenge on our father, but he ended up giving me powers, he said seriously. Shuka, what powers? She said without believing him. Then Shoto took a knife that was in a sheath hanging on his sister's wall. When he took it out, he heard the sound of a sword being drawn. Shuka was scared when he saw how he pointed it at his chest. Shuka, Shoto lets go of that, it's very sharp, a single touch and what? She said in shock, not believing what she was seeing. His brother had pointed the knife hard at his chest, but for some reason it broke on contact with his skin. Shoto, my skin for some reason is indestructible. I have more resistance and more strength. I am immune to bullets, he said, leaving Shuka in shock. Shuka, and how did you find out that? She said, surprised. Shoto, when I escaped from prison I had to jump from the 15th floor. When I fell to the ground I left a big crater. But I was intact, he said, leaving Shuka even more surprised. Shuka, but then why are you coming here? If you're telling me, it's for a reason, she said seriously. Shoto, I wanted to tell you that I'll be gone for a while. I need to find the one you know as Daredevil, he said, leaving Shuka static. Shuka, why do you want to find him? She said seriously. Shoto, to help me control my powers. I don't want to be a bad person, Shuka. I want to clear my name, but first of all I want you to know that I am innocent, he said, looking at the ground. Shuka, come here, she said, hugging Shoto, who was beginning to sob. It's okay. I trust you. I believe you're innocent, she said, caressing his hair. Shoto, thank you very much, he said, crying. But then the two of them heard Shuka's phone start ringing. Shuka, he's my father, she said seriously. Shoto, put it on speaker. I want to hear what he says, he said, while Shuka nodded and paid attention. Shuka, Dad, what's wrong? Genji, daughter, he's your brother. Shuka, what's wrong with him? Genji, I escaped from prison. Shuka, what? Genji, that's why I need you to send me an alert to my cell phone the moment you see him, or if he comes with you, understood? Shuka, understood. Genji, well, goodbye daughter, I love you. He said this to hang up. Shoto, you already know, he said seriously. Shuka, come on, I'll take you to him, she said, taking him by the hand, but he let go. Shoto, with my father? He said seriously. Shuka, no, with Daredevil, he said, leaving Shoto in shock. Shoto, do you know him? He said, surprised. Shuka, yes, now follow me, she said this so Shoto would nod. Then they carefully walked through the bedrooms. Luckily some were not there, and the others were too distracted to pay attention to the two boys. With Izuku. Izuku, then why did you try to kill me? He said seriously, looking at Kami. Kami, I can't tell you, she said, turning her head. Izuku's girls tried not to hang Kami for wanting to kill her green hair, as she calls him. Izuku, girl, I know you're lying. You're scared something will happen if you don't kill me, right? He said, surprising Kami. Kami, how do you know? She said seriously. Izuku, because just like you I also have powers, he said, leaving Kami and everyone except one in shock. Shinso, you noticed it too, right? He said seriously. Izuku, yes, your heartbeats are stronger than those of a normal human. Your presence is intimidating. If I'm not mistaken, you have increased strength, but what else? He said, surprising Kami even more. Shinso, it can fly, he said, surprising everyone and Kami even more. Kami, how do you know? She said seriously. Shinso, your chi is similar to that of a friend I met while ago who could also fly. Then I met another person who could also fly and had this interference in his chi like you, he said seriously. Kami, sigh, it's heavy. Some hooded men have been asking me to kill someone for a long time, but I always refused until they kidnapped my mother. They told me that if I didn't bring you dead in 4 days they would kill her. She's my adoptive mother, but even so she's my mother. She's the one who has supported me all my life, and that's why I don't want anything to happen to her, he said, almost shedding tears. But then everyone saw how the green-haired boy untied the girl. Kami, why are you untying me? She said, putting herself on guard. Izuku, I know what it feels like to lose the ones you love, so we'll help you rescue your mother. That's what heroes do, right? He said, smiling. Kami, heroes? Are there more? She said, surprised. Monoma, of course there are more, he said, standing next to Izuku and Shinso. Izuku, we are Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Iron Fist. You can call us the Monster Trio, he said, smiling. Kami, the trio monstrous, she said, surprised. Monoma, hey, wouldn't we be the big three? I whispered to the green-haired boy. Izuku, no, that already exists. Now shut up, you're taking away the epicness, he said without removing his smile slight. Bakugo, the monstrous trio, huh? Sounds like a Hollywood porn movie, he said as he entered the dorms. Kami, and who is this one? She said, she is looking at Bakugo. Bakugo, huh? What do you mean this one? Damn, peroxide blonde, said this annoying guy. Kami, excuse me? What did you call me? Damn micro-penis, she said angrily. Bakugo, what did you call me, cow breasts? This annoying guy said. Cammy, I don't know, tell me, lizard eyes, she said, also upset. Izuku, hey, my eyes are red too, he said, offended. Yui, but very beautiful, she said while kissing him. Bakugo, listen to me very well, damn dyed hair, I am Katsuki Bakugo, the leader of the Daredevil team, and I am also the eagle eye of the team, so have more respect for me, said this annoying one. Izuku, is he the leader? He said, looking at Monoma. Monoma, well, I believe it, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Cammy, do you have powers? She said mockingly. Bakugo, I have experience enough to blow you away, he said, this one mockingly. Cammy, damn, she said, walking towards Bakugo. Izuku, hey, calm down, we need to find out who the guys are that have your mother, that's why I called you, Bakugo. I need you to look for information, he said, looking at Bakugo. Could you tell us what they are like? He said, looking at Cammy. Cammy, they are some guys with red hoods and a red cape over their entire body that only leaves their eyes exposed. They have a hand tattooed on their abdomen, as I saw with one of them, but it's not like that. This micro-penis was with that. Bakugo, I found them, he said, surprising everyone. Cammy, I don't believe you, this incredulous and upset woman said. Bakugo, the hand, it is believed that they were founded in 1588 as a secret society of Japanese nationalist samurai, but were soon co-opted by Snakeroot, an ancient ninja clan that serves a primordial demon known as the Beast of the Hand. It is said that they became extinct over 200 years ago, but there have been avid sightings of them, and it is believed that it is currently composed of a gang of drug traffickers led by Kingpin, whose identity is still unknown, he said, surprising everyone. Monoma, that was fast, he said, slightly surprised. Bakugo, yes, but dyed blondes use dye what they lack in brains, he said, referring to Cammy. Cammy, what did you just say? This annoying woman said. Bakugo, I think it's very clear that I pointed out your stupidity, he said, laughing. Cammy was about to hit Bakugo, but at that moment they saw another person come through the door. Shuka, Izuku, I need your help, I need Daredevil, he said, this seriously, scaring everyone. They were scared to see how he just revealed his identity to a stranger, and not to just anyone. It was his brother, the son of Endeavor, who had been arrested for more than 6 years for murder. Everyone looked seriously while Monoma and Shinso got into a fighting pose. If Izuku's identity was revealed, it would be serious, and it just was revealed to a fugitive on the hunt. I trust you, Daredevil Season 2. Everyone watched in fear as Shuka had just revealed Izuku's identity to a fugitive from Justice. Izuku, Monoma, and Shinso quickly stood on guard as they saw Shoto approaching. Shoto, please, I need your help, he said while looking at Izuku. Izuku, hey, take a step back, he said, putting his hand out. Why should I help someone like you? He said seriously. Shoto, you have to help me, please, I didn't kill that guy, he said seriously. Monoma, why should we believe you? He said seriously. Shoto, they framed me, I know I wasn't the best person, I had bad company, but I didn't kill him. I spent more than 6 years in jail for a crime I didn't commit, he said, pleading with them. Shinso, but we have no way to prove that. Do you have any proof? He said without taking his guard off. Shoto, no, just my word, he said, lowering his head. Izuku, your word is not enough for us to believe you, he said, advancing towards Shoto. Shoto, do you really think that if I had killed that guy I would be here looking for help to clear my name? He said, almost crying from helplessness. Shinso, we don't know and we don't care, you can tell us everything in an interrogation room, he said, preparing his chi. Shuka, please let him talk, okay? She said, she is crying. Then Izuku, seeing Shuka, just raised his hand for Monoma and Shinso to stop. Izuku, speak quickly, he said seriously. Shoto, 7 years ago I was framed for the murder of a man who I didn't even know. Flashback. Shoto, I'm leaving now, old man, he said, taking his sweatshirt. Ray, be careful, son, okay? She said this to earn a nod from Todoroki. Endeavor, where are you going, brat? He said seriously. Shoto, you don't care, he said as he opened the door. But before leaving, he sees a girl about 3 years younger than him coming down the stairs. Shuka, little brother, will you bring me the doll I asked for? She said, smiling with excitement. Shoto, yes little one, when I come back I'll bring it to you, he said smiling. Shuka, yes thanks little brother, she said laughing happily. Endeavor, and who gave you permission to leave? He said firmly. Then Todoroki grabbed the door handle and opened it. Shoto, my bucking balls, he said to close the door and leave. Ray, Genji, I think you should talk to Shoto, I don't like the meetings he has at all, she said worried. Genji, I don't like him either, dear, when I get back I'll talk to him, but now who wants to eat the lasagna monster, she said, approaching Shuka pretending to be a monster. Shuka, me, she said laughing. Genji, well let's go, he said carrying Shuka, shall we go dear? He said this so that Ray would nod. Shoto was parking his motorcycle in a dark place, then he got off, he left his helmet on the steering wheel and entered what looked like a club. Hey Shoto? What's up bro? He said happily. Shoto, no nothing, the usual, my father forcing me to be a policeman you know, he said while taking a cigarette with something very strange inside. Hey, you know there is some merchandise in a room here, do you want to go try it? He said smiling. Shoto, you know what, he said, this one with a smile too. Then the two went up to a room. The hallway was dark and for some reason only one spotlight illuminated it. This confused Todoroki, but he decided not to give it any more importance. But he was in shock when he entered the room and saw a man with a knife buried in his chest. He quickly ran and removed the knife from his chest while trying to perform CPR. Do you know that the boss found out what you do with his daughter? He said, leaving Shoto in shock. Shoto, what? He said in shock. How did you know? He said scared. I told you so, he said smiling to take a radio. The dog is with the bone, I repeat, the dog is with the bone. This one only saw Shoto. I hope you survive jail, Shoto, he said laughing. At that moment Shoto sees how armed police enter through the windows and doors just to arrest him. Police 1. Shoto Todoroki is under arrest for the murder of the owner of Hell's Kitchen. He has the right to remain silent. Anything he says can be used against him. Boys, take him away, he said, so they would start taking Todoroki away. Shoto, no, I didn't kill him, I was just trying to help, he said, struggling with the police, but in the end they took him away. I'll kill you, Akihiro, he said angrily. Akihiro was never my real name, Shoto, my real name is Shoto. Could no longer hear it because he was taken away. Police 2. Thanks to your information and that of Mr. Kingpin, we were able to arrest the murderer. Thank you, sir. Takashi Shiozaki, he said smiling. Police 2. Mr. Takashi Shiozaki, thank you for your help, he said shaking his hand. Let's go guys, he said as he left with the other policemen. End flashback. Shoto. I never heard his real name, but he was the one who framed me for murder. I was just trying to help, he said, crying. In prison they tried to kill me more times than I remember, and I volunteered for an experiment to find cures for diseases. With nothing to lose they chose me, but the brother of a guy my father once arrested changed the formula of the substance to try to kill me, but he ended up giving me powers, he said, surprising everyone, and that's why I came to you. I want you to help me control them so I can look for that bastard Akihiro and tell the whole truth, he said, wiping his tears. Some were crying because of Shoto's story, others were ecstatic, and others stayed out of the situation. Izuku, look, I know I shouldn't do it, but I'll trust your word, he said, surprising everyone. I'm not one to trust people easily, but you don't lie. I notice your pulse. If I help you and they discover me, they'll take me as a fugitive, but before a public figure I'm someone who defends justice, so Shoto Todoroki, I trust you, he said, extending his fist. Shoto, thank you very much, he said, hitting him. Kami, and then what will you do? Will you help us both at the same time? She said sarcastically. Shoto, if you want you can do what you will do with her, and then you can help me. Could I stay hidden here while we think of a way to clear my name? He said, pleading. Monoma, well, you could stay at the barracks, he said, this so Todoroki would nod. Izuku, an idea is coming to me, he said, drawing everyone's attention. Bakugo, won't you think about? He said smiling. Izuku, Shoto Todoroki, would you like to help us fight against the Hand? He said, extending his hand. Kami, are you really going to recruit a rookie? She said seriously. Shoto, I learn fast, ma'am, he firmly said. Kami, hey security, I like that, she said smiling. Bakugo, nobody cares, fat ass, said this annoying guy. Kami, shut up, micro penis, she said, taking out a vein from Bakugo and a drop of sweat from everyone. Izuku, So what do you say, Shoto, are you joining us? He said this. Shoto, it would be an honor, he said seriously. Izuku, well now tell me your skills, he said smiling. Everyone saw how a boy on the run from the police for a crime he didn't commit was about to be trained by Daredevil to help a girl they just met, something of every day. Welcome to the team Season 2. Everyone saw how the green-haired boy was about to train a fugitive from justice for a crime he didn't commit in order to help a girl save her mother from a sect that has existed for more than 300 years, yes, the same as every day. Cammy, hey, are you sure about this? She said seriously. Izuku, yes, the more people the better, then tell me, Shoto, what are your skills? He said looking at him. Shoto, well, from what I've seen I'm indestructible now, he said, surprising everyone. Monoma, really? He said surprised while Todoroki agreed. Tetsu, don't believe me, but that is a very broken power, he said while everyone agreed. Cammy, forget what I said, this boy will be very useful, she said smiling. Shoto, thank you very much, I learned fast, he said while bowing. Izuku, well, put this on, he said giving him his old suit. Shoto, what for? He said confused. Izuku, it's so they don't recognize you, will go out on patrol, he said with a smile. Shuka, hey, if I tell you that he just awakened his powers, she said with a vein on her forehead. Izuku, I know that, but just like me I want him to learn on the fly, believe me when I say that the street is the best trainer, so go, and change quickly, he said while Shoto agreed and went to change. Ibara, honey, are you sure about this? She said while caressing the green-haired boy's hair. Izuku, yes, we will help her, and then we will help him, he is a good boy, we will clear his name, he said giving her a kiss on the forehead. Setsuna, you know we always support you, she said while all her girls agreed. Izuku, I know, and that's why I love you, come here, he said to enclose everyone in a hug. Everyone smiled at the beautiful scene of the couple while Shinso laughed a little mockingly, but quietly so as not to disturb them, although there was someone who remained static. Shuka, what? She said. She was in shock at what she just saw but decided not to say anything. She couldn't make a fuss right now, but she did feel like something was breaking inside her. But then they saw how Reiko pulled the green-haired boy by the shirt and whispered something in his ear that no one could hear except the girls. Reiko, when you come back and everyone is asleep, we'll have some fun, okay? She said with a flirtatious smile just like all the girls. Izuku, you understood, he said with a blush which seemed cute to the girls. The girls just laughed a little seeing the green-haired boy's reaction. After a while we can see how Todoroki came down even without the blindfold on. Izuku, are you ready? He said this so that Todoroki nodded while putting on the blindfold. Okay, let's go, he said this to run out with Monoma and Shinso, who put on their suits. Shoto, what do I do? The static said. Bakugo, follow them, he said, putting a headset on him and giving him a slight push so he could run after them. Everyone watched with a smile as Shoto ran out somewhat nervously to catch up with the boys. Bakugo, he will be of great help to the team, he said smiling. Cammy, yes, you're right, she said this too. Bakugo, I wasn't talking to you, fat ass, this annoying guy said. Cammy, oh sorry, micro penis, she said mockingly. Bakugo, how did you call me Hitch? This annoying guy said. Cammy, you don't care, Patton, she said, also upset. This sparked an argument between the two, which brought a sweat to everyone's face. Everyone, please come back quickly, these nervous people thought. With Izuku, we can see how the four boys jumped over the buildings, although it was very difficult for Shoto due to fear. Although he was indestructible, someone doesn't get used to jumping over 10-story high buildings as if it were nothing. Shoto, man, I'm going to fall, he said with fear looking at the ground. Shinso, please friend, you can withstand a 15-story fall, and you're afraid of this, he said mockingly. Shoto, but still, he said nervously. Izuku, first tip, feel the breeze, feel the wind, relax when jumping and never look down, he said smiling for Shoto to nod. So Shoto just took a breath, feeling the wind, feeling the night breeze hitting his face as he jumped over buildings. It felt great. He began to smile a little with confidence, making his movements more fluid. Monoma, okay, you get used to it quickly. Second lesson, when you see a taller building, hang from the edge of the windows or the water pipes. They are more resistant due to storms or hail, so they can hold you without a problem, he said smiling. So Shoto agreed. So they jumped around the buildings for a while so Shoto could learn how to move freely among them. After a while they were going to return, but not before buying their traditional hamburgers, and now with a new member when they arrived at the restaurant they saw how it was being assaulted, the perfect opportunity. Izuku, well Shoto, do you see that? He said, pointing at the place so Shoto would nod. Then go and beat them, he said, smiling. Shoto, and me alone? He said nervously. Shinso, yes, now go, he said, giving him a push, throwing him off the building. Monoma, hey, don't you think you went too far? He said, seeing how Shoto hadn't fallen to the ground yet. Izuku, nah, it's okay for him to learn, he said, laughing. Well then what are you going to order for your hamburgers today? He said, taking out his cell phone. With Shoto. When he fell from the building he made a large crater in the ground which alerted everyone. The attackers were scared, thinking that he could be one of the two heroes of Japan or the new one that goes with them, but they relaxed when they saw a boy cleaning his shirt while he came out of the crater. Criminal 1, oh look, an amateur brat, he said, laughing. Shoto, show confidence, they have to fear you, not you them, he said, this one smiling. Put your hands where they can see them, he said, this one with a proud smile approaching. That's very good Shoto, he said, this one giving himself some mental pats. Criminal 2, what do you think you are, brat? He said, pointing a gun at him. Look, you better go if you don't want us to shoot you, he said, smiling. Shoto, brat? Seriously, I'm telling you that my hero name is shit. I didn't think about that. This thinks quickly. Nicholas, are you serious, Shoto? Nicholas? He thought this guy disappointed in himself. Criminal 1, well, Nicholas, he said, this one mockingly. I warned you, he said, this one to shoot Shoto, who was scared of everyone. Amateur, he said, this one to aim at the cashier again, but he would remain static upon hearing a voice. Shoto, stop, criminal, you still haven't beaten me, he said nervously. Criminal 2, what the buck? He said in shock. Shoot, shoot, he said to his partner so they could fire a burst of bullets at Shoto. Criminal 1, yeah, that was enough, he said with a nervous smile. Shoto, do you really believe that? He said with a sly smile. Well, Shoto, you've scared them, he said proudly. Then Shoto approached them, and although in a very vague way he was able to defeat them, everyone thanked Shoto. Cashier, sir, thank you very much. How can we thank you? He said happily. Shoto, I want 4 big hamburgers with fries and drinks, but I only have 50 yen. Can I have the rest? He said, making everyone sweat. After that, they gave the hamburgers to Shoto, and he left in time because he saw the police arriving. He was careful not to be seen and began to climb the building to eat his hamburgers with the boys. Somewhere else. Police 1, sir, we still don't have any alerts from your son, sir, he said with some disgust, but nobody noticed. Endeavor, they're okay, keep looking, he said seriously. Police 1 and Wade, yes sir, they said as they left. Wade, where are you? They are, he thought with a sad look. With Izuku. Izuku, Nicholas? Really, he said, laughing just like the other two while eating their hamburger. Shoto, don't make fun of me, I improvised it on the spot, he said, taking a sip of his soda. Monoma, we'll treat you to a better name later, you know you did pretty well for your first fight, he said, smiling. Izuku, I think we can go like this, just a few small fighting lessons and we're ready, he said, smiling. Shoto, that means what? He said with his eyes open. Izuku, yes Shoto Todoroki, welcome to the Daredevil team, he said with a big smile like the other 3. Shoto looked at the 3 boys who in the short time he met them he already considered friends, since they are the only people apart from the policeman that he considers a father that have trusted him. Shoto with a smile just nodded while looking at the sky and taking a bite of his hamburger. Shoto, thank you, he said, smiling calmly. New problems are coming, season 2. The boys, after finishing eating their hamburgers, returned to the dorms. Tomorrow they would teach Shoto some kind of fighting so he could defend himself. For now they must rest. After a while they arrived at the dorms where they saw how all the lights were off. It was relatively late. Kami was sleeping on the couch, and Shoto, seeing that she was shaking, put a blanket on her. Kami just he smiled and snuggled up in the blanket, while Shoto didn't care. Shoto, so where will I sleep? He said, confused. But when he turned around he saw that the boys were no longer there and only Shinso was getting comfortable on an armchair to sleep. Shinso, well, the floor is comfortable, he said mockingly. Shoto just clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction but ended up falling asleep on the floor. Izuku and Monoma headed respectively to their rooms, but they didn't expect what they would see. Monoma, Shit, that was Pony, he said in a low cry when he saw how the blonde girl was only in a very provocative swimsuit in a pose in the same way on Monoma's bed. Pony, hey honey, aren't you hungry? He said in a flirtatious tone. With Izuku, he was about to enter his room when he heard some noises, knowing that it was the girls moving in their sleep. He entered, but he was shocked and blushed when he saw them all in very provocative lingerie. The girls, upon seeing the green-haired boy, just smiled and approached him. Reiko, oh, I see you're here, honey, she said, smiling, pressing her breasts to the green-haired boy's abdomen. Ibra, tell us, how did it go today? She said, placing the green-haired boy's arm between her breasts. Yui, oh, you prefer something else, she said. She is doing the same as Ibra, but on the other side. Kendo, like us for example, she said, starting to caress the green-haired man's member that was slowly getting up. Izuku, oh mother, he said, blushing. The next day, we can see how the green-haired man was waking up around all the girls who were naked and only covered by a sheet. When he saw them, he just smiled, and in a reflex action he began to caress the butt of the first girl he reached, which was Setsuna. Setsuna, Izuku, he said this in his sleep. Then the green-haired boy just covered the girls and left his room. It was very early. The sun was just rising. The green-haired boy was going to go down for some juice. When he reached the first floor, he was surprised by what he saw. Kami was lying on top of Shoto while he hugged her protectively. The green-haired boy was holding back the laughter that the scene caused him, so with great care he took out his cell phone. He took a photo of them, making sure that the phone didn't make anything noise, and went to the kitchen to drink a glass of water. Then the green-haired boy began to think about everything that had happened so far, the friends he left at the orphanage, the mothers, and his best friend before they adopted her. Izuku, what is Electra doing right now? This melancholic said. Shinso, who is Electra? He said behind the green-haired boy. Izuku, oh shit, he said, scared. Tell me what's wrong. Damn it, he said, holding his chest, breathing heavily. Shinso, you couldn't perceive people? He said, confused. Izuku, yes, but I have a hard time perceiving people who don't have malice towards me, he said more calmly. Shinso, so who is Electra? Don't tell me you're unfaithful to your girlfriends, he said with a laugh. Izuku, not like you think. She's nobody. Nobody, she was just my best friend at the orphanage, but one day they adopted her, and I never saw her again. She was the only one I knew about my abilities. What is she doing now? He said, looking at his glass of water. Shinso, sleeping as we should be. Remember that today we will go to investigate at hand at night, and we should be as well prepared as possible, he said while yawning. Izuku, yes, you're right, we should rest a little longer, he said to put the glass back in its place. Shinso, hey. Izuku, yes, I saw them, but leave them, he said, laughing. Shinso, well, I'll see you later, bro, he said as he headed to the couch, just like Izuku, to his room. When Izuku got to his room, he could see that the only one awake was Kinoko, but she wasn't completely awake. She was still a little sleepy. Kinoko, Izuku, she said in a whisper, accusing herself of being asleep. Then the green-haired boy just took Kinoko and lay back down on the bed, enclosing her in a hug. Izuku, sleep princess, let's sleep a little longer, he said, closing his eyes. Then Kinoko, feeling the green-haired boy's embrace, just snuggled into his chest as tiredness slowly overcame her, while down below it was a different story. We can see Shinso laughing out loud at seeing a very blushing Kami and Shoto, as if he didn't care. Kami, why didn't you wake us up, you scouring pad? She said, annoyed, blushing. Shinso, I didn't want to ruin their beautiful love scene, he said mockingly. Shoto, and it wasn't a love scene, he said, turning his head, blushing. Shinso, sure bro, whatever you say, he said without stopping laughing. After that scene, these three decided to have breakfast since no one had woken up, and they started to chat among themselves moments later under the green-haired boy and Monoma. Shinso, brother, what happened to you? He said, worriedly. You are very pale, he said, looking at Monoma's body. Monoma, never ask a woman to follow you, he said, sitting down tiredly on the sofa. Everyone at that moment understood and snorted a small laugh. Izuku, well then let's talk about the hand, he said seriously, so everyone agreed. After they drew up their plan, it took a while for everyone to get off. The girls, when they got off, hugged and kissed the green-haired boy, marking him as their property, while Pony did the same, but with Monoma, and so the day passed peacefully, the tranquility that everyone missed because, to be honest, having two superhero companions is not the most peaceful thing to say. After that came night, the night where they would go to investigate the building that, according to Shinso and Kami, is where the hand operates from. The team arrived. Setsuna and Bakugo were already with their headphones ready, but Mei simply hadn't arrived. This worried the green-haired boy, but he would solve this problem after today's investigation. Izuku, are you ready? He said seriously. Monoma, Kami, Shoto, Shinso, ready, they said the same. Yui, take care, Izuku, she said worriedly. Izuku, when I come back I'll bring you some dinner, he said smiling. All yes, they said nodding. Pony, take care, Monoma, when you come we will finish, she said with a flirtatious smile. Monoma, why yes, he said blushing. Bakugo, take care, Shinso, don't mess with any girl, got it, he said mockingly so everyone would laugh. Shinso, you idiot, because of you, they're going to think I'm gay, this annoying guy said. Izuku, well let's go, he said with a light laugh. Monoma, Kami, Shoto, Shinso, yes, they said as they ran off with the green-haired boy. Well, Kami flew. In another place. We need to get more life juice, but we need Iron Fist, said a guy with a red hood. I know, but that's what we used up with what we had left in her, our deadly weapon, he said smiling. The Black Sky. The Hand, before the plan. Season 2. It looks like a woman was entering what appeared to be a hospital. This woman was very well dressed. She looked like she was from high society. She walked slowly towards a room. She was greeted by two nurses who opened the door for her, and she just walked in, and a nurse followed behind her to open another door to what appeared to be an empty room. Nurse, you will have to undress also the jewelry, she said this so that the woman would nod. Then the woman walked through and the door was closed behind her. She slowly took off her jewelry and began to undress. For a moment she put her hand on the window that did not let her see anything outside, and you could see her breathing slightly heavily. Tock, tock, tock. The door was heard knocking by a doctor, only to be opened by the same woman wearing a hospital gown. Doctor, excuse me for keeping you waiting, he said, shaking hands with the lady. Did they explain the results of the last tests to you? He asked, confused, so that the woman would nod. I'm afraid they are final. You can see them for a while without saying a word. And with that I obviously mean that I'm going to die. My red blood cell count has dropped precipitously, and almost all of my major organs are close to collapse. Is this still the case? She said this seriously so that the doctor agreed with some heaviness. How can you treat it? Doctor, that low count is out of the ordinary. That doesn't help much, nor does it answer my question, he said, looking the doctor in the eyes. Doctor, unfortunately, even for someone with your resources, there's not much that can be done, he said, watching as the woman's face changed to one of slight concern, and she lowered her head to raise it again. How much time do I have left, doctor? She asked calmly. Doctor, it could be months or weeks. This should give us more conclusive answers, please, he said, pointing to a room with the scales so the woman could enter the machine. Let's start, he said, so the machine would start to sound. The lady only saw the light that the machine radiated and hit her entire body without leaving a place that was not hit by the light, while she listened to the noise that the machine produced. In another place, we can see how a green-haired boy was entering a church, more specifically a confessional. Izuku, hello, father, he said calmly, leaving his cane next to the confessional. Father, Izuku, is that you? He said, surprised. Izuku, yes, father, it's me. Little Izukito, he said with a slight smile. Father, look how much you've grown. Boy, it's been a while since you came to confession, he said, opening his Bible. Izuku, a lot of things happened, father, and I also sinned a lot, he said, lowering his head. Father, tell me, Izuku, what torments you? He said calmly. Izuku, many things. First of all, I feel like my life is taking the direction I want, lovingly, but not as a person. I feel like my current self is not happy with what I do, he said, putting on a calm smile. Father, being Daredevil has given you an extra emotional weight, he said, looking for a page in his Bible. Izuku, I can't hide anything from him, right? I honestly don't know what to do with my life. I don't know if I should stop being Daredevil and live my life as a normal teenager with the dream of being a lawyer, and I don't know what to do, he said, moving slightly. Father, You know, Izuku, there are two things that come into your life just because love and happiness, but there are few people who get a third thing which is very special. You were given those powers, but that doesn't mean you have to be super. You can be a normal boy with powers, of course, but no commandment or testament specifies that you have to be a superhero. You can be whatever you want, or you simply have to choose the path that your heart tells you, he said, smiling calmly. Izuku, you know, father, what you just told me just opened my eyes a lot. Thank you, he said, also smiling calmly. Father, and what was the other thing you wanted to confess, Izuku? He said without removing his calm smile. Izuku, well, father, I wanted to confess because of the use of polygamy, but if I'm honest, I don't regret it because those girls are the best thing that you have ever come into my life and my reason for waking up every day, and I love them like they love me, he said, smiling. Father, you know, Izuku, that ideal woman always comes into life, the one that makes you happy, the one that is the reason you wake up every day, but if God put those girls in your life, it is because they are all your soul mates. So even though from one point of view it is prohibited by Christianity, in the heart nothing rules, so you can go in peace, Izuku. And believe me, it was a real pleasure to see you again, he said, smiling. Izuku, thank you very much, father. I will visit you one of these days, he said, standing up, taking his cane. Father, I'll be waiting for you, Izuku, he said, smiling. Then the green-haired boy stood up and left the confessional, only to see a girl waiting for him outside. Ibara, are you done yet? She said, taking him by the arm. Izuku, okay honey, let's go, he said, giving Ibara a kiss. Ibara, yes, she said with a tender smile. Then they both left the church and headed towards the academy, since later they would have to go investigate the hand at night. Elsewhere, in a beautiful park, we can see the same lady who was already wearing her normal clothes calmly feeding the pigeons. For a moment she looked up at the sky and felt someone approaching her and sitting next to her. Madame Gao, you always like this place, she said with a smile, looking around. Then the two just stayed silent for a few moments as the breeze blew their hair. It's a miracle, the fact that this park exists. The fact that this city hasn't turned it down to build buildings, he said while throwing food to the pigeons. It must be difficult for all those people to imagine the whole island of what Japan was like a forest, he said while Madame Gao only paid attention to him. The Dutch settlers, when they bought Japan from the natives, it is said that they acquired all this for 24 yen, he said, causing a slight snort of amusement from Madame Gao. In my opinion, they paid too much, he said, so that Madame Gao's laughter would become more noticeable. Madame Gao, the contact at the mayor's office is ready. How soon can we start? She said while throwing food to the pigeons. Madame Gao, 3 months, then we will advance to the final phase. It won't work, she said, this to earn a confused face from Madame Gao. No, not anymore, we have to go faster. Madame Gao, we all agreed this plan makes sense, she said, annoyed somewhat. It made sense. Madame Gao, great efforts have been made. If we speed up the process, it will not be silent, she said seriously. I know that. Madame Gao, I will inform the others, she said while sighing. Good, send my regards when you do and finish feeding the birds, will you? She said, giving him the bag of breadcrumbs. They are hungry today, she said, getting up to leave while the pigeons fluttered around her place. At the UA. Cammy, so this is how you twist a person's shoulder easily. Understood? She said, asking Shoto. Shoto, something like that, but I can manage, she said with a slight smile. Cammy, hey, and what are you going to do after all this? She said, confused. Shoto, I will leave. I will not depend on Midoriya, and I will find the person who framed me. I will return to the neighborhood where it all began, and I will find him, and I will not rest until I do, he said, closing his fist in the air. Cammy, oh, forge your way to a hero, huh? She said, smiling. I'll probably go on vacation with my mother, who I hope is okay, she said, looking at the ground. Shoto, we will rescue her, rest assured, he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Cammy, yes, thank you, she said, putting her hand on top of Shoto's. Somewhere else. You see how a glass door is opened by a butler who is carrying a tray with tea and cookies in his hands. But before the door closed, Madame Gao also entered, who stayed behind watching how the butler left the tray with tea and cookies to who was observing the great view of Japan from her balcony that was beautiful to anyone's eyes. Thank you, he said this so that the butler would nod and leave. Then Madame Gao walked towards. Madame Gao, we made arrangements just as you asked, she said seriously. Are you sure about this? There is still time to think it over carefully, she said, watching as left her tea. Well, go, she said, getting up from her seat and moving forward to get a better look at the view while Madame Gao turned around to leave. With Izuku. Kendo, how did it go, honey? She said, lying on Izuku's legs while he caressed her hair and the other girls were around the green-haired boy's bed. Izuku. It went well, it was very liberating, you know. I think I'll stop being Daredevil, he said, surprising the girls. I'll help Cammy, we'll clear Shoto's name, and I'll give up on this. I just want to be a normal guy with amazing girlfriends and a career as a lawyer, he said, smiling. Then all the girls hugged the green-haired boy from all sides while some caressed their hair. Ibara, you know it doesn't matter, we will always support you in everything, she said, giving him a kiss on the lips. Kinoko, we love you, she said while also kissing him. Izuku, girls, I love you too, he said, hugging them. But then they all began to feel how the ground began to move a little but instantly calmed down. Yui, I think it was just a little jolt, nothing to worry about, she said, smiling. Izuku, yeah, we can rest a little, it's just that at night I have to go out to investigate with the boys and girl, he said, laughing. Then the girls took the green-haired boy's head and stood in a circle, putting their breasts in their face. Reiko, get some rest, Izuku, she said, carrying his hair while the green-haired boy slowly fell asleep due to her touch. He hadn't felt this, something clouded his hearing, but in the epicenter that was Tokyo some parts of the buildings were collapsing while he only saw this with a slight smile. While he slowly turned back to see a hooded girl, she only caressed her face, lightly moving a lock of hair. It's just a city, you'll get used to seeing them fall, she said calmly. The girl only looked at the woman who was caressing her face with an equal face, against the backdrop of the city shaking and the police sirens sounding. The Black Sky Daredevil Season 2. Flashback months ago. You can recognize a Chinese restaurant. The man in charge had a somewhat strong temper preparing the food that would be served. In the end, they finished it. Then the man in a suit took the dish and proceeded to leave the kitchen to go to the table where the person who had ordered it was waiting. Then he arrived at the table where we can see the same woman from the previous chapter drinking a glass of wine. When she saw the man approaching, she moved away a little so that he had enough space to leave the dish on the table. When leaving it, she uncovered it, revealing a plate of meat with vegetables, and stood to one side of the table. The woman, seeing him, only took her fork and took a bite to her mouth. Moments later, she nodded in approval of the dish while the manager smiled. Thanks, I tell your wife that she prepares it better than she did in Constantinople, he said while looking at the waiter. Hike, I think you mean Istanbul, ma'am. Constantinople, that's the old name. That's true, he said, nodding. So the manager just left so the lady could enjoy her meal. She took a sip of her glass of wine, and it wasn't long before she saw a black car park in front of the restaurant, and a young man of about 19 years old in a white tuxedo got out. Takashi, the Black Sky, we have it, he said seriously, lowering his hat. The serious woman just gave a sigh that carried pure satisfaction. We can see a white sheet that seemed to contain something inside while it was being carried by a man while an elevator was going down. When it finished going down, the man went through the door into a dark hallway only illuminated by the few windows that were in the place. In this same hallway we can see and Takashi arriving towards a table where the sheet was. Takashi, how long have you waited for this? He said seriously. Too much, he said, this would also be. Then the woman gently proceeded to untie the sheet little by little. And tell me, how have your mother and your sister been? She said as if nothing was happening while she untied the sheet. Takashi, my mother is fine. Right now she is in the prefecture of Japan, and my sister, well, she studies at the UA, he said smiling. So smart and little Ibara? She said with a touch of affection. Takashi, she's not so little anymore, she even has a boyfriend. She says she'll take him home one day. You already know what will happen if I see that he's a bad guy, he said, taking out a gun. But this is how women are educated in today's society, with mistakes. Okay, enough talk, she said, finishing untying the sheet. When she removed it, you can see the beautiful face of a woman, which suggested that it was a preserved corpse. The woman only began to caress the girl's face while she completely uncovered her. The candles were lit, while a stone coffin with the kanji for resurrection was written on it. The girl was being carried by a man who dropped her into this coffin, while a strange mixture of substances fell into it. The moment the coffin was filled with this mixture, it was closed, leaving the girl covered in red bandages with her hands on her chest. The same coffin is seen being opened, a hand comes out of it, moving the lid, throwing it completely to the ground. While the woman just watched it come out, at the moment of coming out she gave a scream as if she was taking air, which worried the woman. He got a little closer, watching how the girl took gasps of air and wiped her face to get rid of the mixture that was in it. The woman got out of the coffin and, due to lack of strength, fell to the ground while breathing heavily. The confused girl tried to get up, but the slippery floor prevented her, and her fear did not let her think well. "I know you're scared, but it's going to pass, and the pain too," she said, while the woman screamed a little and tried to get up. "Calm down. Everything's okay," she said, extending her hand to her. The girl was going to take the woman's hand, but at that moment she slipped. The men who were coming behind took out their weapons just in case, which scared the girl and made the woman a little angry. "Back off," she said, this so that the men would lower their weapons. Then the woman took off her scarf and slowly approached the girl. "This is your home now, we are your family. I have waited for this moment for a long time," he said as the confused girl backed away. But the girl took courage and went against the woman, trying to hit her. But the woman took her hand and wrapped it around her arm and threw her to the ground. The woman just fell silent while breathing heavily, but got up again, trying to hit her, but the woman dodged. Then the woman took her arm and put her back to her. The girl tried to hit her with her elbow, but the woman also took it, and putting her on her knees subdued her on the ground while she complained of the pain. "Shh," she said as she slowly hugged the girl. The girl moved from side to side in fear, trying to escape from the woman while screaming in terror, but the woman just hugged her. Calm down, my girl, calm down," she said while the girl sobbed. The girl and the lady were sitting facing each other with a table in between them. The woman handed her a bowl of soup and placed it in front of her. "Come on, you'll need your strength," she said calmly. At that moment the desperate and hungry girl took the plate of food and began to eat it as if there was no tomorrow. "You will regain your speech and your instincts too, but everything else I'm afraid it wasn't worth saving," he said, watching the girl eat. The silence lasted for a while. The only thing that could be heard was the girl's spoon hitting the glass plate as she ate the soup. You. "Alexandra. My name is Alexandra," the woman said calmly. "You were born, you lived, and you died. And what you saw on the other side, the darkness, the absence of everything, it's horrible, right?" she said while the girl agreed. "I've seen her too," she said so that the girl would stare at her more than once, "and the only thing I want in this life is to never see her again. But now that we've reunited, we shouldn't worry about that," she said seriously. The woman just approached her. "Alexandra, my girl," she said, extending her hand, and she timidly took it. You are everything," she repeated in a whisper. The girl and Alexandra can be seen walking down a hallway filled with swords. "Alexandra, it doesn't matter your choice, you are the black sky in the long run, you are the weapon," she said as she walks down the hall, watching as the girl takes a two-part sword and begins to sheathe it. "The wakizashi, good choice, they won't know what happens until it's too late." The girl and a man were standing in front of each other in what appeared to be a dojo. He had a wooden stick and she had her double sword. She approached the man, trying to cut him, but he pushed her with the stick, avoiding it. She did not give up and approached him again, but he pushed her and hit her in the face and swept her to the ground. She did her best to recompose herself, only to be hit by the man's stick, but this time she didn't fall. She stayed standing and grabbed her weapon while wiping the sweat from her forehead, and she launched herself to fight the man again. Now we can see the same girl, but fighting with 6 men at the same time, taking them down one by one, drawing a smile on the woman's face. "Alexandra, this list," she said this seriously. At that moment the men again regrouped, but this time they did not take out the wooden sticks but real swords. The girl just scanned the scene and began to fight against everyone again, knocking them down one by one. When she finished, she dropped the swords to the ground. "Alexandra, bring it to her," she said, approaching the girl while one of her men approached with a wooden box. "You asked me a question, this is your answer," she said, opening the wooden box. "This is who you are." At that moment the girl took out a suit from the box that looked to be of very good quality, but what stood out was the hand that was sealed on her chest. End flashback. The girl looked at her reflection through a fogged-up glass, watching Alexandra talking to a man they had chained, but then they heard the door open and it was Takashi, who upon entering just waited for Alexandra to finish talking. "Alexandra, the war you've been fighting all your life, stick, it's over," she said seriously. "Stick, as long as Iron Fist lives, nothing is over." "Alexandra, where is he?" "Stick, I have no idea." "Alexandra, we're not going to do the torture part anymore," she said, smiling. "Stick, What a shame, I was starting to like that part, this sarcastic guy said. Alexandra, Shinso Ran has been in hiding for months. He thinks he's a one-man army. He said he's walking around Stick. Stick, it's a tough nut to crack, he said with grace. Alexandra, I've seen better, she said this seriously. Stick, but you'll spend the rest of your days looking over your shoulders, and from what I heard those days are numbered, he said mockingly. Alexandra just slapped Stick, which made him back off a bit, but he started laughing. Stick, well, that's the Alexandra I know. Alexandra, pay attention, she said this so that Stick felt like a sword was placed on his neck. Stick, did you make a new friend? He said with grace. Alexandra, no, Stick, it's one of yours, she said this with the same grace. Stick, Electra, he said, looking at the girl. Izuku misses you a lot, you know, he said gracefully. Electra, Izuku? She said, confused while her head hurt a little. Alexandra, don't pay attention to what she says. She sees Stick again. The vessel you knew is gone now, only the black sky lives, she said calmly. Stick, listen to me, girl, she's just lying. We have to get you out. But he felt another sword pointing at his neck, which was Alexandra's, while Electra put more pressure on it. Alexandra, I'll repeat it just one more time, where is Iron Fist? She said, annoyed. Stick, I will die before I let him join your army. Alexander, do you think I want him to fight for me? She said seriously. Stick, he is a weapon and you are a monster, what else? This sarcastic guy said. Alexandra, after a lifetime of serving Kunlun, you don't even know what he is? Stick, no, but I know what I am. You asked for it, Electra. Then at that moment Stick elbowed Electra, sending her backwards, and kicked Alexandra, who did the same. The men who were watching quickly launched themselves against him, but Stick spun around the tube with his handcuffs and managed to defeat them all. Stick, I feel like a stripper, he said this with grace. Then Stick, seeing that he couldn't escape, did the only option within his reach. He grabbed a sword from the ground and cut off his hand, freeing himself from the handcuffs. So he pushed Alexandra, who was approaching him, and ran away. When Alexandra got up, the only thing she would see was an open and hanging ventilation duct. Somewhere else. The boys were jumping over the buildings, while Cammy was flying. They continued until they got to the distance, where they saw a building. Shinso, that's the rival company of the one that belonged to my father, he said seriously. Cammy, there they are, we have to go investigate. She said this so that everyone agreed. Monoma, but how will we go? If we all go together, they will suspect, he said seriously. Izuku, okay, we'll split up to search. Shoto, I'm leaving you alone because you're practically an immortal, so I don't care. But if you scream anything, he said seriously. Shoto, you know, being in prison also taught me something, but I wanted to learn a few things from you guys, he said smiling. Izuku, okay, he said smiling, well, let's go. Monoma, Shinso, Cammy, Shoto, yes, they said as they headed to different entrances in the building. Somewhere in Japan. We can see a girl in a lotus pose in what seemed to be a dojo, but she opened her eyes when she heard footsteps approaching. Then she was afraid and took the sword that she had at her side, but saw how the door opened abruptly. Stick, where is it? Iron Fist, he said, falling unconscious at the edge of the door. A good team. Season 2. Izuku, Shinso, do you have any signals? Shinso, yes, right now I'm in a lonely but brightly lit hallway. It seems there are people nearby. Shoto, try to listen to the conversation. Shinso, yes, I will. Oh no. Cammy, Scourer, what's wrong? Alexandra, Shinso ran. Izuku, shit, Shinso, let's go there. Monoma, hold on. Shinso, seeing the people better, recognized them instantly. A hatred began to come out of him. Shinso, I am Shinso Ran. Last year you guys siphoned off $43 million illegally from my family's company. And you thought you were going to get away with it, but I know who you are. You killed my parents. You destroyed my family, he said angrily. You are the hand, and I'm going to make sure. He couldn't continue as someone put a hand on his shoulder. Alexandra, Mr. Rand, I appreciate your frankness and your passion, and I must say, considering what I've heard about you, you seem more disciplined than I assumed, he said, walking among all the people present. Shinso, and who are you? He asked seriously. Alexandra, I'm in charge, but please continue. You were telling us what you were going to do, she said. She's looking at the purple-haired boy. Cammy, now where the hell am I going? she said worriedly, but she feels something grab her by the arm. Cammy was about to hit him but realized it was the green-haired boy. Cammy, Izuku. Izuku, come follow me, he said seriously. Cammy, if you scare me like that again I'll hit you so hard that I swear you'll see, she said, annoyed. Izuku, come on, I've been here before, I know how to find Shinso, he said. So the blonde agreed and started running after the green-haired boy. Shinso, my father's company has started a case to finish them off. Extortion, narcotics, human trafficking, they're going to reveal everything. So just wait for me to take control and all of you will fail like flies one by one, said this annoying one. Alexandra, and? She said, downplaying it. Shinso just gave a light, silent laugh. Shinso, you can't hide, it's over, he said seriously. Alexandra, do you think we are hiding? She said with a slight smile. Shinso, behind Matron circulates finances behind ghost corporations or street criminals who don't know who they work for? Yes, that's what they do, but they will be exposed. I am the immortal Iron Fist Kunlun's weapon and I will fulfill my destiny, he said seriously. Alexandra, Kunlun? She said, getting down from the table where she was sitting. How are you lately? Shinso, I don't know, but what I do know is that you will lose everything just like me, he said with his eyes a little crystalline from rage. Alexandra, you haven't lost everything, Mr. Shinso, not yet. She said this just so Shinso could see a woman behind him pointing a gun at him. Shinso, already annoyed, hit the woman's forearm with his elbow and, taking her by the wrist, he put her against him and squeezed her by the neck, preventing her from moving, watching as Alexandra slowly approached him. Izuku, come on, we're almost there, he said as he started running towards the stairs. Cammy, yes, she said while following him. Izuku, one shot, they are 5 floors above this one. Let's go, he said as he started running up the stairs. Cammy just watches as the green-haired boy jumps between the stairs. Cammy, idiot, she said, she's taking the elevator. Izuku, I heard that, he said this to himself while going up the stairs. Alexandra, it's not the first time I've come across an Iron Fist, but this is different because this time, I'm not going to kill him, she said as if she didn't care about anything. At that moment the door behind Shinso closed. Alexandra, there's no point in using her to protect yourself, they're going to destroy her to get to you, she said while the other people who were there took out some metal bars and extended them. Shinso just monitored the environment, and with force threw away the woman who had him as a rein. Seeing that everyone approached, he launched himself into the attack. He knocked down the first man who approached him and punched him in the abdomen. Woman who was going to attack him, he jumped the table and leaning on it he kicked another man, which triggered him to push 3 others. One was about to hit him, but Shinso moved his head slightly, dodging it, and taking the man's arm he dislocated it and hit him in the jaw to punch the one next to him again. He jumped the table again and hit the other man who was going for him. A man took him by the back, but this one with an elbow he saphoed and turned another one who tried to hit him, sending him to the ground. Shinso at that moment kicked in the stomach a subject who jumped towards him and moved the arm of one who was going to attack him, using it as a shield for the other that he was going to do the same, provoking a scream from the subject. Shinso took the last of the men and slammed his face against the table, but he could not rest when he saw how some subjects with weapons arrived. These shot Shinso, which were tranquilizer darts that he was able to dodge. He took the first man as a shield for the darts and took his weapon away, managing to neutralize 3 subjects. He kicked a man who approached him and, removing a dart that was inserted into the wall, he injected it into the man who had him by the neck. A man tried to hit him, but he kicked him, sending him to the ground. He tried to get out, but he did not react when someone took him and slammed him against the table, preventing him from moving. At that moment several launched themselves at Shinso, trying to immobilize him. He only raised his fist, trying to activate the Iron Fist. He felt how little by little he was running out of air. Shinso, come on, this annoying guy said. But everyone watched as the doors flew out from a kick by Todoroki. Shinso, Shoto. Shoto, Shinso, he said this relaxedly. At that moment Shinso pushed a guy with his fist, making him back, causing Shoto to carry him into the air, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt, and angrily gave him a punch that sent him crashing through a wall. Shinso, is violence okay now? He said with grace. Shoto grabbed a man who tried to hit him between his shoulders and sent him crashing to the ground. Shoto, I say a lot of shit, he said, laughing. Then between the two of them they took care of the remaining men but saw how some men now with real weapons came in shooting. Shoto stood in front of Shinso while calmly receiving all the bullets. He just smiled watching the men while they shot at him, which confused them, but then they saw how Shinso came out behind him and kicked one, while Shoto, with his fist, knocked the other unconscious. They saw each other and agreed but could not continue as more men came out, but this time they surrounded them. They saw each other again and stood side by side. Shinso activated the iron fist, and Shoto just smiled. The green-haired boy ran up the stairs until he reached the hallway of the agreed floor and saw the elevator go up, and Cammy got out of it just to see the green-haired boy. "Cammy, that's why I don't have a suit, you look stupid," she said with grace. Izuku, "Yes, whatever you say." "Hey, hello Shoto," he said smiling. "Cammy, are you crazy?" There is no. This sees a man thrown out of a wall while Shoto goes after him. Shoto, "Hey, it turns out I don't need a fighting style. My strength is enough," he said smiling. Then Shinso comes out through the same hole, hitting the last man left. Shinso, "Hey, we make a good team," he said with a smile, bumping fists with Shoto. "Cammy, what happened?" she said confused. Shoto, "Long story, we have to get out of here," he said, taking Cammy's hand, making her blush a little, but then Izuku spoke. "Izuku, wait, someone else is coming." "Something else," he said seriously. Alexandra walked among all the men lying on the ground as if nothing mattered to her. "Alexandra, you know what to do," he said while Elektra came out with a red costume and a katana in her hand. She just agreed and started walking to the entrance. The four heroes heard Elektra's footsteps and saw her leave. "Cammy, oh shit," she said this seriously. "Shoto, who is it?" she said with a slight smile. "Cammy, bad news. We have to go," she said. She is a bit jealous, but she sees how some men approach them. "Oh, she said. She is watching how they take out their sticks. A man tried to hit Cammy, but she managed to dodge him and hit another who was also trying to hit her. Izuku grabbed the one Cammy dodged and knocked him out with one blow. Shoto tackled two of them, knocking them out with the force of this one, while Shinso jumped on the wall and hit another one. Shinso, they are weak," he said with a slight smile, but he didn't see how a man was on his back. Shoto and Cammy were about to warn him, but everyone saw how a wall broke and a claw grabbed the guy by the bag and slammed him against the wall repeatedly. "Monoma, watch your back," he said with grace. More men approached while Shoto, Shinso, Cammy and Monoma began to fight with them. Izuku was also about to throw him, but saw how the strange woman was about to insert a sword into him. Then the green-haired man grabbed the woman by the arm and dodged it, but what he did not expect is that she with more force gave him a hit, but he could withstand it. Izuku managed to kick her in the face, but Elektra with force removed her foot and hit him. Izuku tried to kick her again, but Elektra stopped him. He crouched down and tried to sweep her, but she jumped and fell into a crouch, which the green-haired man took advantage of to try to kick him, but he did not expect Elektra to take his foot and send him flying against a glass wall. Breaking it, she went again against Izuku, but he was on guard and dodging a slash managed to hit him in the face, followed by another in the ribs to surely hit him in the abdomen that he managed to dodge, and hit him in the face while trying English. Cut his chest, but he did not succeed. Izuku did a turn in the air, dodging their attacks while they tried to cut him. The green-haired man dodged all his attacks until she got married and tried it head-on, which the green-haired man took advantage of to grab her by the waist and slam her against the table that was there. The green-haired man tried to hit her, but Elektra dodged him and managed to hit him back. Elektra got up, and when trying to give the green-haired man a cut, she inserted the sword into the wall, ruining the electricity, causing small shorts there. The green-haired man for some reason felt a strong pain in his head for each short there was, but he continued fighting. He saw how Elektra got on the table to try to cut him, so he kicked the table trying to make it fall, but it did a turn in the air, and at the moment of falling the green-haired man heard how another sword was unsheathed, and it was that Elektra had taken out the other part of her sword, and she was visibly upset. She again threw herself at him against Izuku while trying to cut him, but the green-haired man dodged everything until he felt too late. A kick in his abdomen that sent him against the shelf. The green-haired man tried to get up, but the constant pain in his head and the pagans confused his senses, and he was already tired. He breathed heavily but began to feel a similar pulsation, a unique pulsation, and with some fear he only saw the woman. "Izuku, Elektra," he said in a whisper while the girl looked at him with confusion. They stared at each other for a while. The green-haired man was breathing heavily and Electra just watched him until she forcefully grabbed his sword and was about to insert it. But just at that moment Shinso arrived with the iron fist blocking between the green-haired man and the sword, breaking it, and with the impact sending Electra flying. Shinso, come on bro, if you can handle 6 girlfriends at the same time, how do you lose to just one girl? He said gracefully, extending his hand for the green-haired boy to take and help him up. Izuku, this is different but I know her, he said this seriously. Shinso, what do you mean? He said. Izuku, I'll tell you on the way, let's go, he said seriously as he began to walk towards the others, taking one last look back before leaving. Then Izuku ran towards the elevator where Kami, Shoto and Monoma were. Then they entered and the elevator slowly closed its doors. Monoma, we make a good team, he said smiling. The boys just nodded with a smile as the elevator doors finished closing. Is that Pork? Season 2. A dragon logo was seen illuminated in green lights, and the sound of a doorbell opening was heard, and it was the manager who had opened the doors of his restaurant to the only people left before closing. Alex, thank you very much for coming. Margaret, to you. The manager, seeing how they moved away a little, simply entered his restaurant and turned the sign from open to closed. When he entered, he saw how one of his chefs was cleaning a table, and they said some things in Chinese. The manager was checking Hoi's accounts when he heard the door open and 5 guys enter. He got a little scared. Manager, it's closed, he said, watching the 5 boys enter. Izuku, we have to turn off the lights, he said seriously. Kami, you can also see lights. I thought you could just feel things, she said with some grace. Manager, hey, I said it's closed, he said seriously. Shinso, we must be away from the streets, he said looking at the manager. Izuku and Monoma started rolling down the windows and turning off the lights. Manager, do it somewhere else, I'll call the police, he said, somewhat nervous. Shoto, you can't do that, it would put the police in danger, he said seriously. Manager, I'll put you in danger, this annoying guy said. Kami, I'm tired of explaining this, she said, already irritated. So Kami took a piece of furniture made of pure wood and covered in gold and carried it so that she could cover the door of the restaurant, knocking over a vase in the way. Manager, Shikama? He said this in Chinese that only one person understood. Shoto, you are very strong, he said surprised, making Kami blush a little. Kami, thanks I guess, she said trying to calm her blush. Izuku, sir, it is for your protection. This place must seem closed, he said seriously while Monoma looked for the levers to turn everything off. Manager, Ijin Guanbi, it's closed, this annoying man said. Then Shinso takes him by the shoulder and starts leading him towards the back of the store. Shinso, women buhui Shanghai nin, Xiangxing women, how ma? We won't hurt you, trust us. Is that okay? He said trying to reassure the manager. Kami, do you speak Chinese? She said surprised. Shinso, Dangren, of course, he said this to guide the manager towards the back exit. Izuku, I can still hear the neon, he said seriously. Monoma, wow, I didn't even know you could hear lights. Shoto, who hears the neon? He said somewhat surprised. Izuku, I'll do it, he said with some grace. Shoto, it's kind of funny, isn't it? He said, sitting next to Kami. Kami, listen to the neon? Why do I say no? Yes, she said this so that Shoto let out a light laugh. Shoto, I don't mean that this happens to us, to 4 kids who look like they're in high school and one who's barely 3 years older than them and who are facing a criminal organization that's been around for more than 200 years. It's very curious, he said, making Kami laugh a little too. Kami, and what will you do after all this? Will you still try to clear your name? She said confused. Shoto, yes, I would like to save myself this, but I can't live my whole life hiding from the police, he said while cracking his neck. And you? He said confused. Kami, I'll go with my mother whether I'm far from her or not. Problems will come eventually, so why not be with her when that happens? She said this so Shoto would nod and both would remain in a comfortable silence. After a while they saw Izuku and Monoma approaching. Izuku, the back door is clear and everything is locked. We are safe for now, he said seriously. Shoto, so are we just going to wait here? He said confused. Izuku, Do you have a better plan? He asked mockingly. Monoma, I want to get to the dorms now, I'm hungry, he said, scratching his head. Shinso, well, you're lucky, insect, he said, bothering Monoma a little, they let us stay. Shoto, what did you tell them? He said, confused. Shinso, I gave them the card I stole from the guy who stole my father's companies and paid 6 months of rent, but with the condition that I would have to order 5 parts of each dish from each option on the menu. Shoto, hey, we're not here to eat, he said seriously. Monoma, speak for yourself, old man, is that pork? I asked this to the chef. Izuku, no, they are shrimps. This one sees another chef approaching. Him, yes, he has pork, he said, pointing at him. Monoma, oh great, he said, rubbing his hands to go to the table like the boys. Cammy, I still can't get used to that, she said with some grace, looking at the green-haired boy. So the 5 boys stood around the table and started eating from the plates. Shinso, the hand is an ancient organization, he said while eating a piece of pork. Shoto, define ancient, he said while eating some rice. Shinso, they live forever, he said, surprising everyone a little except Izuku, who already knew. Cammy, did you say forever? Izuku, they live by a fanatical ideology, and each member is willing to die for it, he said seriously. Shoto, are they terrorists? He said, confused. Izuku, no, the terrorists want the world to know them. This is something more secret, more evil, he said seriously. Shinso, worldwide, he said while still eating his pig. Monoma, and what do they do? He said, confused. Shinso, of everything. Shoto, even kidnapping people's mothers so they can go kill others? He said seriously. Shinso, from what we heard, yes, he said while looking at Cammy, they are in Japan, but we don't know why. Cammy, what does fanatical ideology mean? Izuku, it's going to sound crazy. Shoto, what do you want? He said, a little irritated, interrupting the green-haired boy. Izuku, immortality, he said seriously. Shinso, they want power, influence, at all levels in the world, and I think that they want me, he said seriously. Izuku, because of your father's company? Shinso, no, they want the immortal Iron Fist, he said seriously. Monoma, and what do they want you for? He said, confused. Shoto, and who was the woman with the swords? He said, confused. Shinso, I'm not sure, but I remember facing her in Cambodia before I met Frank, he said seriously. Cammy, yes, I remember him showing up at my door. Izuku, was she really one of those who went to ask you to kill me? He asked somewhat desperately. Cammy, yes? Do you know her? She asked, confused. Izuku, what? Oh no, no, he nervously said. Shoto, she knew what she was doing, he said seriously. Izuku, the hand trains its fighters to have no mercy, but whoever she was different, he said with a slight smile. Monoma, but then? What are we going to do, he said seriously. Cammy, the only thing left for me to say is that whatever happens. Izuku, we will win, he said smiling, so everyone agreed. Monoma, hey, meet, he said as he watched more plates approaching. In another place, Electra looked at herself in front of a mirror. That expression of monotony that showed no emotion predominated on her face. It was a room with white furniture and gray walls. For a moment she saw the wound that the green-haired man had left her, and she questioned why she remembered him in some way, but she couldn't continue when she saw how the door to her room was opened by Alexandra, who saw how she checked the marks of her wounds. Alexandra, I would erase all the marks of your past if I could, she said seriously. Alexandra walked towards Electra. She would turn around to see her, but Alexandra made her turn back to the mirror, now with her behind her. Alexandra, your life is new, but unfortunately your body is not. Then Electra began to point at different parts of her body, confused. Electra, so that's how I died? She asked, confused in a low tone. Alexandra, don't worry about that, the only thing that matters now is how you live, she said seriously. These two looked at each other in the mirror for a while. Electra saw her body and Alexandra saw Electra. Electra, the black sky, is that all I am? She asked, confused, turning to look Alexandra in the eyes. Alexandra, you say that like it's not enough. Electra, it is, it's just that. She couldn't continue because Alexandra began to caress her hair in a maternal way and then continued with her face. Alexandra, you can't help but wonder the woman who lived in this body was lost before she came to us. She was deceived by men who were afraid of what she was capable of, but fate is a funny thing because this body ended up right where it belongs with us next to me, he said, stroking Electra's hair. Who are you? Electra, the sky is black and I serve the hand, she said determinedly. Alexandra/Electra, and together we serve life itself, they said in unison. Alexandra, you are my last hope. You have seen death, my child, and like me, you have conquered it. She gave a deep sigh and joined her forehead with Electra's. Alexandra, don't forget who resurrected us. Electra, I won't forget it. Then Alexandra with a smile just left the room, closing the door, leaving Electra looking at herself in the mirror again and again, checking her marks. Electra, who is Izuku? At the UA. Yui, still nothing? She said worriedly. Bakugo, no, he's not answering me, he said, somewhat worried. Girl, isn't there something you can do to communicate with them? He said seriously. Mei, no. Setsuna, Mei, please, I don't know why you're like this, but we need your help to help Izuku, she said worried. Mei, Izuku, is that all the shit you guys are saying? She said, annoyed. You know, not anymore. I quit this shit. I quit the team, she said, annoyed, leaving everyone in shock. Bakugo, wait, you can't go, you're a fundamental part, he said worriedly. Mei, but I can't anymore, Bakugo, I can't go on with this anymore, she said, starting to cry. Setsuna, Mei, what's wrong? She said worriedly. Mei, I just can't do it anymore. I can't see him there being happy with all of you while I was the one who supported him the most, she said, annoyed, facing Setsuna. Ibara, oh, what do you mean by? Mei, I mean Izuku, the one with the green hair, Daredevil, whatever the hell you want to call him. I love him, and it's so obvious, but he doesn't realize, she said, wiping away her tears, but they wouldn't stop falling. I helped him when you told him that you didn't trust him, and that he should stay away from you. I prepared a small party for him that, oh surprise, he never came to because he was with you, the same people who ruined that day for him. I was with him from the beginning. I improved his suit, I improved his weapons, I improved Daredevil, and just at the moment that I discover that he is still alive, I find out that he is now with you. What do you have that I don't? Why doesn't he realize that I love him? She said, starting to cry more. Izuku, Mei, was the voice that was heard from Bakugo's phone that was on loud when he finally saw how the green-haired boy answered him, just to hear everything the pink-haired girl said. The atmosphere became somewhat uncomfortable and heavy. The green-haired boy listened to everything the inventor said, and Mei did not go back on his word. Motivation Season 2. The pink-haired girl remained silent upon hearing Izuku's words. She heard everything, but for some reason she didn't regret that he knew. Izuku, Mei, really you? Mei, yes, I do. I do it since the moment I met you. I love you since the damn moment I met you. I love you like you have no bucking idea. I love you, Izuku. I love Izuku Midoriya. I even told you before you left, and you didn't remember. I love you, Izuku, he said while tears slowly fell from his cheeks. Izuku, Mei, I'll answer this when I get back. The pink-haired girl simply felt the tears not stop falling from her cheeks, so she just wiped them away, which was not enough. Then Mei, unable to bear it, just ran away. Bakugo/Setsuna, Mei, they said worriedly. Then Bakugo and Setsuna ran after the pink-haired girl, while the others just watched sadly as she left. Yui, she let this out in a big sigh. How are you, Izuku? She said worriedly, taking the phone. Izuku, we're fine, honey. Tell everyone I love them. Even though things took a while, I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay? He said this so Yui would nod. Kendo, we love you, darling, take care, she said from afar. Izuku, I love you too. Tell Pony that Monoma sends his regards and please comfort Mei. When I get back I'll talk to her. I love you, he said to hang up. Ibara, let's wait for the boys to bring Mei to talk to her. He said this so that everyone agreed. But everyone fell silent when they saw the director enter, but with his eyes downcast. Nizu, is Miss Mei here? He said confused. Tetsu, no, director, why were you looking for her? He said confused. Nizu, well, she applied for a scholarship abroad and that scholarship was accepted, he said somewhat sadly. Everyone, what? they all said in shock. With Izuku. The 5 boys were in the restaurant while the lights were off and only a light candle illuminated the dishes that were not yet finished, although the atmosphere became somewhat sad. Monoma, how the hell do you get into that? He said, confused. Izuku, I didn't know that treating people well led to this, he said seriously. Shoto, so what are you going to do? He said while eating his rice. Izuku, I don't know, and for now it doesn't matter, let's go over the plan and later I'll resolve that matter, he said this one so that everyone would nod. What are we going to do? He said this one seriously, looking at Shinso. Shinso, okay, to defeat the hand we'll need to be all coordinated and know above all that there's no guarantee of survival, anything can happen, but a blind ninja, a bulletproof man, someone with a super suit, and whatever you do. Cammy, thank you? She said sarcastically. Shinso, what we must do is find their hiding place and finish them all together, he said seriously. Shoto, oh great plan, he said with some mockery. But everyone noticed how the green-haired boy fell and the seriousness was evident on his face. Izuku, you must be joking. What he heard were the footsteps approaching them. The katana that the subject was carrying hit a wall, which made everyone get up while they were on guard. The man slowly approached them while rolling the katana against the floor. Izuku, Stick, he said confused. Monoma, oh Mr. Stick, he said smiling. Stick, Izuku. Cammy, who are you? She said seriously. Stick, the one who will help them save Japan, he said seriously while putting the katana in its sheath. In another place. It was a big kitchen. A strange man was cutting what seemed to be a bear, large in appearance, and with black fur. He separated himself from the bear for a moment, sharpened his knife and continued cutting it again while he was wrinkling the skin to be able to extract the bear's fur. Some steps were approaching. They were heels, which were slowly coming towards him. It's a bad idea to sneak up on someone with a knife, he said without looking back. Alexandra, who says I'm doing it, she said calmly, watching the bear being cut. Chef, Ursus tibetanus, or as its normal name, the Tibetan bear, is in danger of extinction, but I found this one in Shikoku. Alexandra, I heard you were at the borders of Japan. Did you have followed me? He asked without caring much. Alexandra, you have your fun and I'll have mine. I tracked him for 10 days. We fought in the forest. He was about to kill me, he said while removing the bear's guts. Alexandra, you almost get killed every time. It has no emotion if it is not like that, he said smiling. Alexandra, you know how the organization is. Our resources are exhausted, she said seriously. Is that why you came? To scold me like a child? Alexandra, no, but you should be worried about the possibility of dying, she said, slightly worried. According to what I heard, we should all be worried, he said, downplaying it as he cut the bear. Alexandra, we're almost there. An Iron Fist has returned to Japan, she said with a slight smile. I heard they weren't able to catch him. Alexandra, we will do it, she said this seriously. We're not close enough then, he said with some mockery, to continue cutting the bear until he took out a kidney. The problem with your leadership has always been your inability to get your hands dirty, he said, looking into her eyes. Alexandra just let out a big sigh as she began to pet the dead bear. Alexandra, in all our time together I never asked you for any advice. And why would you do it? Now that you have the Black Neck on your side. Alexandra, yes, she gave a big sigh. Iron Fist was not alone. It seems he found some allies. 4 allies. Then the strange subject just put the knife aside and looked at her with irony. Only 4? I asked this confused. Alexandra, they were really exceptional, he said with a slight mocking smile. And then you come to me? He said so that Alexandra would nod. Alexandra, I came to you because it's important that we take care of this together, she said seriously. Did you tell the others? This one asks. Alexandra, Madame Gao and Saoen are ready and willing, she said this seriously. And the other one? I asked this confused. Alexandra, he's on his way, she said with a slight smile. He let out a big sigh. I always knew we would meet again one day, but I never imagined the circumstances would be so hard, he said, looking down. Alexandra, that's what families do, right? She said. She's watching him. And? What about your black sky? That for which you spend our last resources, he said, confused and annoyed at the same time. Alexandra, it's more powerful than you could have imagined, she said proudly. Then, letting out a deep sigh, the mysterious man simply grabbed a kitchen rag and wiped the bear's blood off his hands after cutting it. So that means our faithful leader will also join the fight? He asked with grace. Alexandra, as always I do what is necessary, she said smiling. So, as we used to say, together we serve life itself. Alexandra, together we serve life itself. She also said this. The two remained in a tense silence as they stared into each other's eyes. With Izuku. Izuku, how did you find us, Stick? He said seriously. Shoto, do you know him? He said confused. Monoma, it's complicated. Kami, make it easy, she said this seriously. Shinso, it's one of them, isn't it? He said, standing on guard. Izuku, hand in hand? He said confusedly. Shinso, no, there is another organization. Stick, we call ourselves the Caste, he said seriously. Cameo, these names are killing me. She said she was already somewhat upset. Stick, and we are the only reason why the Hand has not won the war. We follow the elders of Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist, he said, seeing Shinso, who removed his guard. Shinso, Caste is my army? He said confused. Stick, it was, now everyone is dead, there is no one left, except me, he said seriously. Shinso, why didn't anyone tell me? I asked, confused. Stick, there are things that I don't know, he said seriously. Izuku, where is the Stick girl? He asked seriously, confusing everyone except Monoma. Stick, she's safe for now, do you understand? He said seriously, so that Izuku nodded now with a weightless enzyme. And the important thing is because I came because Iron Fist. This one takes Shinso's phone out of his pocket. He's a tremendous idiot, this guy said seriously. New rules, boy, things like this one throws Shinso's phone into the ground and breaks it, they will get you killed. Shinso, I tried to call you, I told him where I was, where is he? He said, looking at Stick. Stick, safer than us, small mistakes. Personal ties, that's what the Hand will use to kill you. Kami, what happened to you? You look like shit, what happened to your hand? He said confused. Stick, I cut it to free myself, he said without giving it importance now. I need your help, he said seriously. Izuku, yes, here it comes, said this annoying. Shoto, what? He said confused. Izuku, what he does. Shinso, how did you say you knew him? He said confused. Izuku, you saw me fight, you saw everything I know well, I learned it from him, he said, slightly impressing everyone except Monoma. Shinso, you are someone blind, Daredevil, with more than 5 girlfriends. Stick, 5 brides? Izuku, it's none of your business. Shinso, and you are a member of the Caste? He said confused. Izuku, and no, I never joined the Caste, he said this annoying. Hey Stick, we have to talk, he said this seriously. Shoto, don't you think you should say it in front of us? He said seriously. Izuku, this is between him and me, trust me. Shoto, we should all know. Izuku, look, I don't know you very well, Shoto. I know you're a good and innocent boy, that's why I want to help you, but believe me when I tell you that nothing goes well with this old man, he said seriously. Stick, boy, this time it's not just one of us. This time we're talking about the whole damn city, he said, something annoyed. Izuku, I know, Stick. Kami, wait, the city? This one said confused. We were only supposed to come to rescue my mother. Stick, the tremors that shook the city were not simply natural. They were made by Hand it seeks to rule. It already happened before Pompeii. Chernobyl events that history books like to call catastrophes, but they are smoke screens to cover up the Hand, and Japan will be next, and the only thing that will prevent Tokyo and its surroundings from being destroyed. Stick begins to move his hand, pointing at the 5. There are you 5. Kami, okay, I'm fed up with this shit, he said, starting to walk towards the exit. Shinso, hey, where are you going? He said seriously. Kami, I tried to hold on, really, but I just want to save my mother. I don't want to get in the way of a criminal organization that has been trying to destroy the city for years. I won't be part of this, and who knows, This old man isn't lying, she said this seriously. Stick, sit down and shut your mouth, this annoying guy said. Cammy, excuse me? Cammy walked out the back door of the restaurant annoyed, but Shoto stopped her. Shoto, Cammy, he said worriedly. Cammy, it won't work, she said annoyed. Shoto, I know this may all sound crazy. Cammy, seem? Shoto, but take away all this ancient and mystical conspiracy, think that we will save your mother, and you will finally be happy, he said smiling, spreading his arms. Then Cammy, with her gaze downcast, just approached him and hugged him while she began to cry. Cammy, I'm scared. Shoto, I know you have it, I have it too. Fear is a natural instinct of the human being when he feels danger, but you must overcome that fear and save your family, he said smiling, taking Cammy by the shoulders so that she could wipe a tear and nod. Then both Shoto and Cammy entered the restaurant to the relief of Izuku, Shinso and Monoma. Then they sat down and everyone saw Stick face to face. Monoma, now tell us everything we need to know, he said seriously. Hitoshi ran Shinso Daredevil Season 2. The five of them stared at Stick and what he was about to say. Stick, nobody knows when it started, centuries or millennia ago, it doesn't matter, but a long time ago the elders of Kunlun gathered to study how to use their chi, the energy of life itself. They wanted to use it to heal, but there were 5 heretics among them, people with more sinister intentions. They didn't want to heal. They wanted immortality, power to never face death, to regenerate again and again. The elders saw it as an aberration, and like Lucifer from heaven, the 5 were expelled from Kunlun forever. Those 5 monks became the 5 fingers of the hand, he said seriously, so that everyone agreed, understanding. Shinso, before I met Frank, I came face to face with a woman in Midland. She said she was the hand. Stick, I've had many names over the years during my life. Alexandra, he said with a grimace of disgust, and she's led them from the beginning. When they dispersed, they all returned to their countries of origin, and each finger ruled their own domains. Their power increased, and their influence. Shinso, Madame Gao? Stick, she is he said, leaving Izuku and Monoma surprised. Monoma, shit. Izuku, Shinso, Shinso, I won't refute anything. I know why you did it, and I understand. I'm not upset, he said with a calm smile so that Izuku would nod. But that woman organized the murder of my parents, he said angrily. Stick, she plotted many murders. Then there's Takeshi, the youngest of all warlord, arms dealers of all kinds, but I have a plan against him. Izuku, what's the plan? Stick, he has a sister, who he adores with all his heart. If we use her as a ring we could kill him, but it's up to you, Izuku. Izuku, why me? Stick, because her sister is the girl you met at that traffic light, he said while the eyes of the 5 opened wide. Eyebrow Shiozaki. Elsewhere. Bakugo, May, please can't you go? May, yes I will. I don't belong here anymore. I left a spare for the suit of Midoriya and Monoma. Facts, there are like 100, don't waste them, she said while putting inventions into a box. Setsuna, and where will you go? May, to New York. I want to start a new life, without superheroes, without anything, just me and my inventions. Don't try to stop me. My flight leaves in 3 hours, she said while taking her bags. May turned around and was about to cross the door, but before that she rushed to hug the 2 boys. May, I love you, you're my best friends. Tell Izuku I'm sorry, please forgive me. Tell Monoma that he's an idiot but to take care of himself, and tell that purple-haired idiot to stop being so arrogant. Bakugo, we're going to miss you, May, he said, this one also starting to cry. May, come on, the great Katsuki. Bakugo can't cry, she said with a smile as tears came out of her. Setsuna, you will always have a place to return to. Understood? She said, putting a hand on her shoulder while May nodded. May, thank you, Team Daredevil, she said smiling as she walked towards the exit. Bakugo and Setsuna also walked with her, even in a hallway, the exit, and the way to the dormitories. These for a last moment they saw each other and nodded to each other. Each one went their own way. May still shed some light tears watching how she walked away from her friends, how she left the academy that saw her grow as an inventor, but it was the best for her future. It was the best for her, although she would have liked to see him for one last time. Maybe it would be best not all. With Izuku. Izuku, I have forgiven you many things, Stick, but if you touch a single hair on Ibra's head I will kill you, this annoying guy said. Stick, It's okay, kid, it was just an option, still it's not like you could. Izuku, what are you implying? Cammy, okay, let's calm down, no one will touch her. They were safe, she said, taking Izuku by the shoulders so that he would begin to relax and nod a little annoyed. Shoto continued. Stick, then there's Bakuto. Shinso, he died at least the last time I saw him, he said seriously. Stick, oh, finally good news, he said with a sarcastic smile. Izuku, who is the last one? He said, still a little upset. Stick, Murakami, the guy who pulled the strings behind Nobu. He is perhaps the most stealthy, but when he comes out he is an evil piece of shit, he said, drawing out the word. Shinso, together we can take on anyone. Izuku, yes, but you, what are you doing here? What do you expect us to do? And don't lie because I know when you're lying. Shinso, hey, maybe you should calm down a little. In these minutes you've given me more information than what they gave me in Kunlun. Izuku, that's because he wants something. And that's why he wants to put us at risk, he said angrily, but well, just because we must protect the city. Because this fight is important, the city and the people we love are in the game, just for that. We will help you, he said angrily as he got up from his chair and decided to appreciate the closed window with his senses. Everyone breathed heavily due to the uncomfortable atmosphere. Izuku's anger towards Stick was noticeable. What they didn't know was why. Stick, you wonder why he hates me, right? Izuku, it's none of your business, Stick, he said without paying attention. Stick, it's just that Izuku thinks. Izuku, shut up, Stick. Stick, that I did something to him. Izuku, Stick, I told you to shut up. Stick, that stupid freak. Izuku, she's just a girl, not a freak, he said, annoyed, hitting the wall, leaving his fist covered in it. Stick, yeah right, he said mockingly to Izuku's annoyance as he played with his stick. Elsewhere, Ibara was preparing tea while all the girls were cooking when her phone rang. Ibara, hello? Izuku, Ibara, how are you? Ibara, it's Izuku, she said this so that all the girls would come closer and Ibara would say it out loud. Kendo, honey, how are you? Izuku, all things considered, are you okay? Yui, yes, we are cooking because we are hungry, we miss you. Izuku, I miss you girls too. Right now I'm talking to you about a non-tracking phone, since if I activate my microphone they could locate us. Kinoko, are they running away? She said worriedly. Izuku, yes, a long story. I just want to tell you, please, do not let anyone leave the UA. The streets are unsafe now, even if they do not seem so. At any moment something is going to happen that will destroy the entire city, but we are going to stop it. Do not worry, you are out of danger. Reiko, but what about you? Izuku, I can take care of myself. I love you girls. I'll see you when I can. We too, Izuku. Take care, they said these so that the green-haired boy would hang up. Yui, well, we have to tell everyone. She said this seriously so that the girls agreed and saw all their classmates change their expressions when they saw her seriousness. With Izuku. At the same time that he was talking to the girls, Shinso, Shoto, Minoma and Kami were chatting. Shinso was leaning on a chair just like Minoma, but the difference was that Shinso was still eating. Shoto, how come you're still hungry? He asked, surprised. Shinso, it takes a lot of energy to summon my chi. He said this once so that the three boys in front of him snorted a light laugh. What? Come on, you've already seen it in action twice. Well, he said this one pointing at Minoma. Minoma, yes, and Izuku told me that he prefers him as an ally in battle than as a punch in the face. He said this so that the four of them started laughing. Shoto, don't get used to this, he said, stopping his laughter. Minoma, I know, but we have to enjoy the time we are together. We are a great team, he said, smiling. Kami, I wouldn't say a team, I would rather say people with superpowers gathered for the common good. Shinso, that's a team, he said this so they started laughing again. Shoto, we better avoid using that word. Minoma, come on. Shoto, I'm not looking for super friends, although I accept that it's not that bad, he said with grace while leaning back in his chair. Then everyone watched as Shinso held out his plate with a dumpling on it. Shinso, the last one? Shoto just laughed a little and was about to take the piece of meatball, but Kami took it first. Kami, say ah, she said while extending the dumpling. Shoto just blushed a little and saw how Monoma and Shinso wanted to laugh, but he didn't want to make Cammy feel bad, so he with a smile just opened his mouth, accepting the dumpling, blushing a little at this. Shoto, what are you laughing at? He said while looking at the two boys. Monoma, no, you're welcome, he said while Shinso snorted a silent laugh. The green-haired boy was charging towards the window, feeling if something was not coming, but the only thing he felt was how Stick was approaching him. Stick, I'm glad you found others. Izuku, don't act like everything is normal, this annoying guy said. Stick, don't act like you don't know what's really going on with you, he said, walking to stand next to Izuku. Did you also run into her? Izuku, with who? Stick, don't come to screw me, Electra, he said this so that the green-haired boy would stop, instantly looking at Stick. Izuku, how did you know? He said seriously. Stick, I know you are. She's one of the only reasons you're doing this. Izuku, she's alive, Stick, he said this confused. Stick, it's not, it's something else, he said this seriously. Izuku, you didn't mention her in front of them. Stick, either do you, I guess she's our secret. Izuku, I didn't hear his heartbeat at any time, he said this scared. Stick, it's because the girl who was with you, the woman you loved, she no longer exists. Izuku, but we can help her. Stick, we can't. When they revived her, they made her forget, he said this seriously. Izuku, no, she hesitated, she didn't want to kill me, she had the opportunity. Stick, don't try to understand this, because with or without you, when the time comes, whatever lives inside Electra Nachio's body is going to have to die, he said seriously. Tires can be heard skidding very vaguely. Stick, do you hear the same thing as me? He said so that the green-haired boy would nod. Izuku, there's someone outside, he said seriously. With May. She arrived at the airport with her flight about to take off. She got on the plane and packed her bags. She sat down and saw a photo of her with the green-haired boy. She couldn't help but cry while she put his photo on her chest, repeating only one thing. May. Izuku. May's adventures will continue in Monoma Spider-Man, wait for it. With Izuku. Shinso, Tomenbishi Jinru, Shienzai, you have to go in now, he said seriously while directing the workers to the back of the restaurant. Then Shinso, taking them, walked back to the window where the four boys and Stick were, subtly watching a van through the window. Shoto, do you think it's them? Izuku, I find it hard to know, he said seriously. Cammy, how did they find us? Stick, it was just a matter of time before this happened, Stick said in his always calm manner. Shoto, what's inside? He said seriously, looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku, guns fully loaded. Shoto, and the woman with the swords? Izuku, I don't know, I can't detect it, he said seriously. A breath from Stick was what was heard in the room. Stick, oh, lightning strikes me. Alexandra, this wouldn't be my first choice, but I have a weakness for fortune cookies. Cammy, Mom? Alexandra, hi Cammy, I see you didn't fulfill your mission, she said, looking at the green-haired boy. Cammy, what, you ordered him to be killed? Alexandra, yes, I needed Mr. Midoriya's fortune, since if he doesn't find his son in a year, he will move to my companies, but I couldn't wait. How are you, Mr. Midoriya? Or should I say, Daredevil, she said with a bit of grace, looking at everyone. Izuku, my father's fortune? Alexandra, I'll explain it to you later, or maybe not. Stick, what do you want? Cammy, don't wait. Mom, why are you doing this? She said, confused. Alexandra, because I want a daughter. Now be a good girl and go home, she said, watching how upset Cammy was. Cammy, I risked my bucking life to save you, and it turns out that you are the leader of a criminal gang that has been around for over 200 years. She said, annoyed. Alexandra, take care of that mouth, young lady, and answering your question, you surprised me. Stick, you have become clever in your old age, she said mockingly. Stick, and how have you become yours? Alexandra, decided this one approaches Shinso. Mr. Rand, I'm sorry that your departure from our meeting was so abrupt. Shinso, you tried to kill us, this annoying guy said. Alexandra, no, maybe those three, she said, looking at Izuku, Shoto and Monoma, but not you and my stepdaughter, she said, smiling. My organization has always had a lot of respect for the protector of Kunlun. Shinso, your respect is worthless to me. My only goal is to finish you off, this annoying guy said. Alexandra, something that you have repeatedly failed to achieve. Perhaps it is time to consider other alternatives, she said with a slight smile. Shinso, there are no alternatives. Everyone watched in silence the interaction of these two. Even Izuku felt something was wrong. One wrong step and it could trigger something fatal. Alexandra, honey, there are always alternatives, she said, taking Shinso's arm, but he quickly turns away from Sappho. That's what makes life interesting. Stick, enough shit, Alexandra, what do you want? Alexandra, the same thing I've always wanted, to bring light to the darkness, to bring life where there is death. Shoto, if you talk so much about life, you sure kill a lot of people, he said seriously. Alexandra only saw Shoto for a moment and approached him. Alexandra, it seems that we have not been properly introduced, she said smiling. Shoto, and let's keep it like that, he said seriously. Alexandra just snorted a light laugh and began walking around the tables. Alexandra, it seems like they've formed a bond here, and as good as it may seem, it's only temporary. They're going to disappoint you, she said, looking at Shinso. Shinso, they still haven't done it, he said mockingly. Alexandra, they won't make you stronger, and if I can give you some advice, the more connections you have, the easier it will be to beat you, she said this seriously. Stick, what do you want to do with it? He asked, irritated. Alexandra, I can't reveal that, but I'll tell you what I'm willing to do for him. I'll gather all the resources my organization has to offer. Do you remember the last time all the fingers of the hand came together? Or don't you, Stick? Stick, it was a bucking massacre, this annoying guy said. Alexandra, and Japan, it is very densely populated. Izuku, what are you talking about? He said seriously. Alexandra, think of how many lives you can save if only you came with me, she said while looking at Shinso. Shinso, what do you want? He said seriously. Stick, boy, don't even think about it. Shinso, I want an answer, this annoying guy said. Alexandra, I could even set them free. Stick, if you go with her, I'll kill you myself, he said seriously. Shinso, I'm not going anywhere, this annoying guy said. Alexandra, Mr. Rand, you need to think this through. Monoma, and you need to go now, he said, also annoying. Alexandra, with a light smile, just let go of Shinso and looked at Kami. Alexandra, did you also teach my daughter that, old man? To speak only with violence? She said it with grace. Kami, go home and let your mother work. Kami, no, Alexandra, I will stop you at this. You are putting thousands of innocent lives in your hands, he said seriously. Alexandra, I fed you and this is how you pay me back? Kami, actually, you only had me for 6 months, then I left to prevent anything from happening to you, but it turns out that the cause of all this was you. Why did you pretend that you were kidnapped? Alexandra, because I needed time and an excuse for you to kill the boy, but apparently you don't care, she said mockingly, but well, that's what you asked for. A katana was heard being unsheathed and the door of the place broke, letting Electra in. Izuku felt his senses grew sharper and sharper to the point of pain, but he still stood on guard like everyone else, and Stick just took out his katana. Alexandra just walked towards Electra and stood by her side. Alexandra, go ahead, my girl, serve life itself. Electra just stared at everyone, but for some reason she felt some discomfort seeing the green-haired man, as if she had seen him before. Everyone was ready to fight, but Izuku and Stick heard a car approaching, and so it was. A car broke the windows of the restaurant, running over Electra. To Alexandra's astonishment, everyone was confused but smiled with some nervousness as they saw Bakugo get out of this car. He slowly walked towards the heroes while seriously looking at Electra, who was on the ground confused. Bakugo arrived and stood next to the green-haired man. Bakugo, did you miss me? He said smiling. Izuku, what are you doing here? He said seriously. Bakugo, well, they gave me a little gift, he said while a green suit was impregnated on him to the amazement of everyone, but although it looked very simple, it was noticeable that it had some touches of metal. Alexandra, another one? Bakugo, no, I'm just an ordinary human. He pulls out 2 sticks from his back, but I want to kick ass. Alexandra, and how can I call you young? Bakugo, don't care, you old hitch, but you can call me kick ass. he said, smiling as he watched Elektra slowly rise. Everyone went into their lair with a somewhat confident smile, but always alert, waiting for combat. The final battle is approaching Season 2. They knew what was coming. The 6 of them were together. It was time for the final battle for the good of Japan. Alexandra, I think you should have a little more manners, young man. Bakugo, fall down, damn old woman, he said, taking out a pair of sticks. Ready, idiots? Shinso, since when are you the leader? Izuku, he basically created Daredevil. Monoma, hey, I was the second superhero on this team. I shouldn't be the leader if Izuku doesn't want to be. Izuku, why are you saying my name? Monoma, the villain already knows, he said, pointing at Alexandra, who only saw the confrontation of the superheroes as serious. Cammy, hey, but I'm the only woman on this team, shouldn't I be the leader? Shoto, hey, since when are we a team? Izuku, I don't know and it doesn't matter, we'll discuss this later. Bakugo, but just in case, the one who should be the leader would be. Alexandra, I'm tired of your stupid children's things, finish them off, my girl, she said, taking Elektra by the shoulders, who only acknowledged. Elektra took her pair of katana and began to look at the 6 boys who had put themselves on guard again. Elektra, to serve life itself. Alexandra, to serve life itself. Elektra, Alexandra, serve by hand. Elektra lunged at the 6 boys with her katanas drawn. Shoto was the first to arrive, trying to hit him, but Elektra grabbed him by the arm, spun on the axis of her sword and tried to cut him in the abdomen, but the cut was not strong enough to break Shoto's skin, so Elektra kicked him in the face, which made him step back, but Cammy quickly arrived and hit Elektra in the face, which made her take a few steps back, but she was able to use one of her katanas to avoid a blow from Bakugo, but the stick she couldn't dodge was Sticks. Bakugo, you're kidding me? The old man also fights? Stick, who are you calling an insolent old brat? He said while hitting Bakugo with a stick. Bakugo, why yes, sorry, he said with a little fear. Izuku, it's not time for games, but please don't hurt her too much. Shoto, what? Why? Izuku, I don't know, just don't do it, I'll tell you later, just try to knock her out, he said seriously, so everyone agreed except one. Stick, I already told you, Izuku, she's not. Izuku, shut up and cooperate, Stick said this annoying guy. Stick just widened his eyes a little in surprise, but letting out a light laugh that seemed more like pride than mockery. He just grabbed the katana he had on his back and pointed it at Elektra. Stick, I don't promise anything, but I'll try. Izuku, okay, this one touches his ear, girls. Everyone in the common room was alerted by the microphone alarm, and Setsuna quickly turned on the receiver. Setsuna, Izuku? Izuku? Izuku, here I am, I just want to tell you that I am on my last legs. It depends on whether I come back or not, I will give my best, but in any case that I can, I love you. Ibara, we love you too, Izuku, please I beg you come back. Izuku, I promise I'll give it my all, but I know we can't defeat her just like that. So I have a plan. Sierra, do you have the blueprints for the building I told you about? Setsuna, I thought we wouldn't use code names anymore, she said laughing, and yes, I do have it. Why? Izuku, okay, I need you to execute Plan B. Setsuna, are you sure? Izuku, yes. Setsuna, okay, but promise me you won't do any of your crazy things, please, Izuku. Izuku, yes, I promise, he said with a light laugh. Setsuna, okay, I'll start preparing everything, you can take her there in 40 minutes. Izuku, okay, thanks. He turns off his microphone. Guys, a plan, he said, seeing how Monoma kept Elektra busy. We will guide her to the fireworks building in Japan. I don't see any possibility for this. Her presence is imposing, 6 times more than ours combined, so we need to explode the problem, he said while Bakugo smiled with some madness. Bakugo, fine, then distract her so we can tell the plan to the spider, he said this so Izuku would nod. Then the green-haired man went towards Elektra. He saw how Elektra was about to cut one of Monoma's claws, but by hitting him in the abdomen he moved her away from him. Monoma fell next to the green-haired man. Monoma, thanks, I owe you a claw. Izuku, go with the boys, let them discuss the plan with you. You will be very important in it, he said, so that Monoma agreed and went back until he reached the boys. Alexandra, What are you planning, Izuku Midoriya? She takes her phone. Yes, I need the two of you to go to the building. Yes, luckily you have the plan to go there. I'll get there. Okay, he this said to hang up. I'm always one step ahead of you, Izuku. She said this, leaving the restaurant to get into a car and leave. The green-haired boy took Electra by the shoulders and looked at her for a few moments. Electra also remained silent, looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku, Electra, please react. It's me, Izuku. Look at me, look at me. Electra, Izuku. Izuku, why yes, Electra, it's me, Izuku. Do you remember me? The green-haired boy couldn't dodge a blow with the butt of the katana, which meant that he was left breathless for a moment, which Electra was going to take advantage of to cut off his head a centimeter away from cutting his neck. Monoma grabbed his hands with a spider web and sent her flying into the street. Izuku, I owe you an old neck, he said, laughing. Shinso, okay, time to move this fight to the streets. Remember, we have to direct it to the building without him noticing, he said seriously, so that everyone agreed. Bakugo, let's kick his ass, he said as he started to run against Electra just as everyone followed him. Everyone ran after Bakugo, who was the most enthusiastic. He didn't want to be a hero before, he only wanted to be the boy in the chair, and he still doesn't want to be one, but he had to help his friend, his brother. He had to help Daredevil defend. End of season. A long time ago. Electra, Izuku, the girl shouted with a big smile as she hung on to the green-haired boy. Izuku, Electra, what's wrong? He asked with a calm smile. Electra, how did I say I want you to call me? The girl asked with a tender pout. Izuku, don't you think it's still too early for that? Izuku said, laughing a little. Electra, of course not, we've been dating for 8 years. Izuku, but why did you ask me when I was 8, and I didn't even know what it meant to have a girlfriend? Electra, come on, Izuku. Just call me that, the girl said with a pout. Izuku, okay, Izuku just let out a big sigh. What do you want, honey? Electra, heh, she said with a big toothy smile and a blush. Izuku, I don't want you to go. Izuku cried in Electra's lap while she was shedding light tears and could only limit herself to stroking her hair. Electra, that family wants to adopt me, Izuku, and I want to go with them, she said as she slowly began to sob. Izuku, promise that when I get out of here we will meet, and you will marry me. Electra promised. A kiss of promise? Kiss of promise. Now. Izuku, I'll bring you back, even if it costs my life. He hit Electra in the stomach, knocking her out of breath for a few seconds and causing her to retreat. They were getting closer and closer to their destination. Monoma, take this. Using one of his claws, he grabbed Electra by the suit and forcefully threw her in the direction of the fireworks building. Bakugo was not far behind. He saw how they were about to cut Cammy with the sword, and he, using one of his batons, was able to counteract it and kicked her in the stomach, making her step back. Cammy, how the hell did you do that? She asked, surprised. Bakugo, I have no practice, but I have strength, he said, smiling. What Bakugo didn't notice is how Electra was about to hit him, but with a corresponding fist from Shinso with his chi activated, he sent her flying. Shinso, you don't have any intelligence either, from what I see, he said mockingly. Bakugo, tch, thanks, idiot, he said, a little annoyed to continue running like the others. Shinso, thank you was enough, he said, a little annoying. The 5 of them ran against Electra, who also ran through the buildings throwing her katanas that returned to her. Shoto, if I had hit her, she would have already reached the building. Izuku, but can you control your strength? I don't want you to kill her. Shoto, well. Izuku, okay, let's make an opening for Shoto now. The 4, yes. Cammy quickly arrived against Electra. She tried to give her a cut, but Cammy swept her feet and managed to knock her to the ground. Electra quickly tried to use her katanas, but Monoma held them with 2 spider webs. Although he was too strong to take them off, he could keep her busy. She was going to head at Cammy, but Shinso grabbed her head tightly so she couldn't move it. Bakugo hit her hands with his sticks, causing her to drop her katanas, and Izuku arrived. Izuku, forgive me. He hit her in the stomach, which was strong enough for Electra to rise into the air. At that moment, with the help of one of Monoma Shoto's claws, he flew against Electra, prepared his fist, and took a deep breath. Shoto, control your strength, you don't want to kill her. He hit her in the chest. This was enough to send Electra flying into the indicated building. She entered, breaking a window, right on the top floor. Izuku, couldn't it be a little lower? He asked with a big sigh. Shoto, I'm sorry, but hey, don't kill her, he said with a proud smile. Izuku, okay, now let's go. The five, yes, they all said as they ran after the green-haired boy. In the building. Alexandra, Electra, my girl, are you okay? She asked worriedly while lifting Electra. Electra, yes, even though it hurts. Alexandra, now my girl, the pain will pass, but everything is in hand. We serve the. A katana was inserted into his chest. Alexandra, what? Electra, I don't want to follow your orders anymore. Alexandra, I knew this would happen, she said as she slowly stopped breathing. You were my best creation, my girl. It's a shame you went down the path of betrayal, but let me tell you, I'm very proud of you. Remember, you have to. A shot reached his head, finishing the job. At that moment, Electra turned to see how Izuku had his weapon unsheathed and smoke was coming out of it. Izuku, what? I wanted to do that, and I was about to die, he said, breathing a little heavily. Shinso, Izuku. Everyone watched as Shinso slightly moved his nose, sniffing the air, noticing something. Shinso, 3 people. Izuku, now that you mention it, you're right. Behind the walls, it also smells like I don't know, but it's a very smell. Shinso, it is the source of life, Shinso said seriously. Izuku, great, double prize, we can stop them once and for all. Okay, do you know the plan? Bakugo, even though it hurts me, I'm the most useless. Let me prepare everything while you distract them, he said seriously, watching how the 3 people came out of the wall as if it were water. Stick, the 3 remaining members of the hand, he said seriously, seeing. Izuku, okay, everyone ready. At that moment everyone stood on guard, still trembling a little. They were ready for battle. Shinso, ready? Kami, ready? Stick, you know I'm ready. Izuku. Shoto, ready? Monoma, ready. Everyone had their guard up, while Electra and the remaining 3 did too. Ignoring Alexandra's body, they just kicked it aside. Madame Gao, I was fed up with that idiot. I thank you very much for killing her, young lady, the old woman said with a calm smile. Shinso, you? Madame Gao, oh, young Hitoshi, it's good to see you well. Too bad I can't say the same about Kunlun, she said, still with her smile. Shinso, Izuku, leave this one to me, he said while the green-haired boy agreed. Izuku, okay, let's all go, for Japan, for the people, for us, we are the defenders of Japan. The 7 defenders. Izuku, attack. Everyone started hitting each other. The building was shaking a little, which being so big caused tremors in the city. People came out of their houses seeing the building move, and the area quickly began to be evacuated, thinking that the building would collapse, and if it collapsed the fireworks would explode. It was not good for people to be there. Izuku launched himself at Electra. He didn't hit her, he just dodged and tried to stop her blows. Shinso had already finished off Madame Gao. He had defeated her as well as the other 2, only Electra was missing. Bakugo, I've finished it, but someone has to stay and blow it up from the inside. Izuku, I'll do it. Izuku, distracted, did not notice how Electra directed her sword towards him. Stick, shit. Everyone watched in horror and shock as Stick stood in front of the green-haired boy with a sword on his chest. Izuku, Stick. Stick, oh shit, well, it was already a bit old, he said with a light laugh as he fell to the ground. Izuku, no, Stick, shit, Stick. Stick, no, I don't deserve you to worry about me. According to my calculations, I still have 10 seconds to live, so. 4 seconds passed. Stick, I killed Eri, because she was a danger to everyone. He said this before finally closing his eyes, dying. Izuku, Stick, you're a son of a hitch. The green-haired man couldn't help it, even though he hit his dead body in the face with such force that he ended up sinking him further into the ground. Izuku, shit, go now, I'll activate that shit and finish off that bucking water of life. Izuku was upset. He wanted to end it all. He wanted to finish this once and for all. Being Daredevil had already taken too many things from him. He didn't want to continue with that anymore. Bakugo, but if we leave you, you'll die, he said, scared like everyone else. Then Izuku puts his hand on her shoulder. Izuku, Bakugo, you are my best friend, my brother. I want you to know that no matter what, I am proud and happy that you are that. The boy in the chair who supported me in this dangerous mission without fear, he said, smiling. Cammy, I'm sorry I can't help you with your mother, but… Cammy, no, she was a villain, she deserved that. Izuku, Shoto, I know you will clear your name. I heard your conversation and it's good that you want to forge your own path as a hero. And believe me, nothing makes me more proud than that. Shinso, I'm sorry that Frank was arrested, but that brought something good. We were able to get to know you better. We were able to become better friends. That's why I want you to continue being Iron Fist. Shinso, always. Izuku, finally, Monoma, you are my ally, my rival, my friend, my partner, one of the pillars of the team. Please, I want you to be the one to give the news to the girls. Tell them that I know it's selfish of me, but I had to do this. Also tell them that I love them, okay? Monoma, I didn't want you to die. Izuku just gave a slight smile. Izuku, you have 6 claws, take them. Monoma, no, Izuku. He kicked Monoma in the chest. That kick was enough to send him flying out the window, and before losing sight of him, he saw Izuku put on a smile. Monoma, sad but determined to use his claws to grab the rest of the boys, and they fell off the building. Using their webs, he swung until he could get to where the ambulances and police were. All Might, Hero Spider-Man, what's going on? Monoma, everything is fine, now you have to go take shelter now. All the policemen agreed to the order and began to evacuate the people. These 5 just stood there looking at the building. In the building, Izuku tried to activate the bombs, but Elektra wouldn't let him. With her katanas, she managed to prevent the green-haired boy's hand from touching the button, so with no other option, he grabbed the girl forcefully, snatching her katanas away. Elektra, what? Izuku, sorry, but I have to do this. Finally, he was able to do it. He touched the button, and the countdown started. 10 seconds. Elektra, you'll kill us both. Izuku, I know, honey. Elektra, what? She asked, confused. Izuku Midoriya, we met when we were 8 years old at the orphanage, until we were separated because of a family that adopted you. We promised to get married when we grew up, even if you don't remember it. Gone. Elektra, Izuku. Elektra, Izuku, is that you? Izuku, yes, Elektra, it's me. Izuku felt something stick to his chest. He felt Elektra hug him tightly while she cried. Izuku, with a smile and light tears, just began to caress her hair. Elektra, I'm sorry, she said with a broken voice. Izuku, it was never your fault, it never was. He gently lifted her chin and gave her a tender kiss on the lips. The girl, with a blush flooding her face, reciprocated while hugging the boy tightly, and the walls began to crumble. Below, the 5 watched helplessly and with tears as they could do nothing, as the building fell down, as everything fell down. The fireworks, as if it were a party or celebration, were thrown into the air while exploding in colored lights. Cammy hugged Shoto tightly while he comforted her. Bakugo put a hand on Shinso and Monoma's shoulders. He just watched helplessly as the building fell down, putting an end to the hero. They entered the bedrooms. Everyone greeted them with a smile, but that smile went away when they saw someone was missing. The girls were crying. They had no consolation, while everyone tried to comfort them. Shoto hugged Cammy and Shuka. He comforted his friend and sister. They had just lost, one a classmate and the other the boy she likes. Ibara, then Teehee. Monoma, the. Monoma began to cry hard as he slowly fell to the ground. He began to hit the ground hard. His tears would not stop falling. His sobs were strong. Pony, also with tears coming out of her, just prostrated herself in front of Monoma and hugged him. It was the only thing she could do, hug him. Pony, I'm sorry. Kinoko, he can't, he. Bakugo, he told us to forgive him for such a selfish decision and that he is sorry. Yui, so this time. Shinso, no more, he won't come back. Yui was hugged by Kendo and Ibara, who were also crying over Izuku's death. None of them could believe it. They still hadn't gotten over the shock. They were looking for a miracle. They were looking for something, because something inside them told them that Izuku was still alive. They just had to wait. To sign. End of Season 2. Izuku. Elsewhere. The dirty water from the drain was falling into a large muddy place, but something came out of this pipe. which seemed to be 2 people. Izuku's shit. Both of them were thrown out of the pipe and crashed into a mountain of mud next to the river of sewage. Izuku, this sucks. Electra, you bet. Izuku, well, we have to go back to the dorms. The girls will surely hit me for scaring them, he said, laughing a little. Electra, girls? This jealous woman asks. Izuku, yeah, well. I have a lot to explain to you. Monoma. Elsewhere. Are you sure you want to do this, Momo? Momo, yes, that idiot deserves to die. I already found out he's Daredevil, and what better way to face a superhero, with the power to not be stolen. Everyone looked with a serious face at the little girl who was hiding in a corner in fear, the fear she has always suffered. Eri, let me. Shinso and Shoto, lucky cage. Elsewhere. So, do I defeat the hand? Yes, he could defeat all of them, a group of people with special abilities, sir. Kingpin, well, as the saying goes, if you want to do something right, you have to do it yourself, he said seriously as he stood up from his seat. Izuku Daredevil Final Season Introduction. Izuku just watched the starry sky next to Electra. Electra, so, when are we going to get out of here? The mud is starting to stink, she said with comical tears. Izuku, Electra, we will return to the dorms, where I live, but before we go I have to tell you something. Electra, and what is Izuku? She asked, confused as she turned to see him. Izuku, well, At the UA. There was a disturbance in Dorm 1B and it wasn't a pretty one. Ibra, you let him die, you let him stay in that place. Her tears kept falling just like all the girls. Monoma could only nod as she tried to stop her tears, but it wasn't enough. Kinoko, and now because of him Izuku is dead. It broke Monoma's heart to see his little companion cry, and even if it wasn't true, he felt it was his fault. The words that were directed at everyone, he monopolized them as if he were responsible for everything and he could do nothing but cry. Yui, and now because of your stupid fault. Monoma, I know, damn it, I know. He couldn't hold back, his tears fell harder as his knees gave way, he fell to the ground and all Pony could do was hug him tightly, trying to be his support so he wouldn't fall even further. Monoma, I know it was my stupid fault, I know I had to stay there, but I was afraid. For the first time my selfishness won me over and I decided to leave him alone. I promised him to always be his companion and I let him die. I didn't want to do that. His voice was breaking more and more as his sadness was passed on to Pony, who could only limit himself to crying. Monoma felt the frustration, he felt the fear, the anger, that now his best friend, the person who gave him the opportunity to be something more. This dead. Shinso, no Monoma, it wasn't your fault. It was everyone's fault. Bakugo, the nerd, he's not dead. Everyone looked at Bakugo while lowering their heads. Setsuna, Bakugo, we won't repeat what happened. Bakugo, last time they tried to silence me, they tried to make me accept that the nerd was dead, and what happened? Monoma, they found him alive 6 months later. Bakugo, I know that he will return, it may take a year, or 2, even 10. But I know that he will return, for me, for you, for them. Everyone smiled a little. Hope was the only thing they could keep, hope. That he was alive. With Izuku. Electra, Baka, how come you became a womanizer? She asked angrily while patting him on the arm. Izuku, wait, let me explain, I'm not a womanizer, he said, hurt by the blows. Electra, so? Don't tell me that they shared you. Izuku just turns his head. Electra, did they share you? She asked, amazed. Izuku, well, they decided it, and I couldn't refuse. Electra, while you were always a gentleman, weren't you, Izuku? She asked with some light giggles. Izuku, I don't know how to answer this, he said this too. Electra, and do you think I can join your little harem? I asked while looking at the sky. Izuku, I don't want you to leave my life. Electra, then it's a yes, she said while smiling tenderly. Izuku and Electra remained silent for a while. The mud no longer mattered to them and their hands slowly intertwined. Izuku, how long have we been here? Electra, I think 2 hours, 3 hours, I don't know, I've lost track. Hey, I have a question for you. Izuku, tell me. Electra, how did you become Daredevil? She asked, confused. Izuku, well, when I entered the UA I met a friend from before the orphanage. I discovered my abilities after a rich girl tried to kill me, and he was the one who had the idea of making me Daredevil, and well, here we are, although not for long, he said with a calm smile looking at the sky. Electra, oh, what do you mean? Izuku, I will retire as Daredevil. I want to have my quiet life again, with my friends, with my girlfriends, and now with you seriously. Izuku just started crying. Izuku, I really miss you so much. Between sobs she squeezed the girl's hand even harder, but she responded to this action. Electra, I miss you too, honey. With one B. Yui, so just do we wait? She asked, confused, while Bakugo agreed. Bakugo, time will tell us what will happen. For now, we can only have faith. Shuka, but do you really think that? Shinso, it's not to be believed or not, he's alive, I'm sure, he said, clenching his fists while lowering his head. Shoto, and I hope so. I must thank you before I go. Shuka, are you leaving? She asked sadly. Shoto, yes, even if I don't want to, my name is still that of a wanted criminal. I must clear it, so I can see my mother again. And for Yumi, he said, carrying Shuka's hair so that she would nod. Kendo, but still I'm not sure that Izuku would have. Reiko, don't you dare finish that sentence. We know Izuku very well. We know that he would do the impossible to come back. So as Bakugo said, we just have to have faith, okay? I asked this. Her eyes threatened to cry, but she had to be strong, she had to resist, for Izuku. Kami, I think we should wait here, I'm sure, something tells me he'll come soon. Kinoko, you're right, we only have left. Wait. Home final season. Monoma was swinging through the streets of Japan. It was a sunny day, a very quiet day. He lay down for a moment on top of a building as he watched the building that had collapsed with everything in Izuku. He stared at him for a moment, monitoring him. Knowing that something would happen was the only thing that kept him with his gaze prostrate in that place. Nothing happened. Monoma, why do I keep thinking something will happen? It's obvious that he is dead. He lowered his head and simply crossed himself in front of the building. His eyes began to shake a little, but he had to hold back, and he simply swung away, just as he came. The rubble was removed more and more quickly thanks to the machinery working on the building's remodeling work. Worker 1, hey boss, is it me, or is that a corpse? He asked with a little fear, pointing to some lumps of mud. Worker in charge, oh shit, calling the security department, alert of possible bodies, come quickly. Tetsu, hey, shouldn't you go? He asked, seeing Monoma, who was simply lying on the sofa while Pony caressed his hair. Monoma, it's an easy job for them, I don't have time for anything now. Characteristics of bodies. One tall and one short, boy and girl, poor they seem to be. Oh shit, Ibra will kill me for coming home all dirty. Who is Ibra? They're still alive, bring stretchers quickly. At that moment everyone looked at each other, waiting for someone's answer or explanation. Aways, he's alive, Aways shouted with joy as light tears began to come out of his eyes. Monoma, shit. Monoma was about to fall to the ground due to the impact, but Pony was quick and was able to hold him. Her tears began to fall hard on the ground as she began to laugh, a quiet laugh, a pleasant laugh, a laugh of happiness. Pony just started to cry lightly with the same happiness as she hugged Monoma, and the girls, not to mention they all hugged each other while jumping slightly with happiness. All, Izuku is alive, they sang in unison, making everyone laugh a little more. Who are you young people? Izuku Midoriya. Electra Nachios. Do you know each other? How did you get here? Hey, yeah, we're dating. All, you're dead, Izuku, they all said with an aura so cold that it would scare many. Monoma, hey, wait, what did Shinso tell us before he left? Yui, did he tell us something? She asked, confused. Monoma, Electra Nachios is Izuku's former girlfriend who separated at the orphanage and met again, but she was controlled, I mean. All. Izuku was unfaithful with us? They all asked in shock. Bakugo, No, he said as he entered the dorms accompanied by Melissa and Shuka. He thought that girl was dead, she was controlled. But somehow, I can bring her back. That nerd really is an impressive person, he said with a big smile. Reiko, but we'll sort all that out when he's here. Monoma, go get him. All the girls began to nod pleadingly. They already wanted to see Izuku. Monoma just laughed a little and nodded. He moved away from the pony a little and gave her a kiss on the forehead and then touched her chain. Monoma, okay, roasted broccoli will arrive in 10 minutes, he said as he walked towards the bedroom door, and a spider web took him away at maximum speed. Monoma was the happiest, and not for less. Izuku Midoriya, his best friend, his brother, and the people who gave him the opportunity to be a superhero, the people he admires so much, are still alive. At full speed that his web and suit would allow him, he headed towards the building only to see some workers helping to lift both boys until one of them saw him. Worker 5, Spider-Man, one hand. Izuku was a little surprised and started laughing lightly. Izuku, Electra. Electra, what's wrong, honey? Izuku, you're going to meet Electra, your other girlfriends? She asked with a cold aura that would scare a few workers. Izuku, why yes, he said a little nervously. Electra, remind me once more, why did I agree to this? Izuku, why do you love me so much? He asked a little nervously. Electra, I hate it when you're right, she said with a slight pout as she watched Monoma fall in front of them. Monoma, do you always have to pretend you died to scare us? He asked sarcastically. Izuku, everyone has their own style, right? He answered with the same grace so that Monoma started to laugh. Monoma, oh old man, come here. No, wait. Monoma tried to hug him but couldn't find the perfect position. Izuku was covered in mud. Izuku, you know I'll take a shower first. Monoma, yes, I think it would be best then. Is she also coming with us? Electra, what do you think you are, idiot? Izuku, yeah, calm down, he said, patting her hair lightly. Electra, why yes, Izuku, she said, lowering her head with a slight blush that was not noticeable because of the mud. Monoma just laughed a little with a slight drop of sweat. Monoma, well brother, time to go, he said with a smile. Electra, but where exactly are we going, Izuku? Izuku just laughed a little and started scratching his hair. It was a little uncomfortable because of the amount of mud, but he still didn't stop doing it. Home. I answered this with a calm smile, while Monoma nodded with that same smile. No, it's not the end yet, final season. Izuku, Monoma and Electra walked calmly, almost reaching the UA. Monoma, and what will you tell them when you arrive? Girls, my girlfriend of 8 years came and tried to kill me, but I brought her back and now I want to add her to this relationship, he said with a bit of sarcasm while laughing. Izuku, you know, the worst thing is that if, he said, sighing heavily. Electra, hey Izuku, but will you still love me the same? She asked, lowering her head slightly. Izuku, what kind of question is that? Of course I love you. Above all, you are my first friend and my first girlfriend. I could never leave you aside, never, he said, stopping slightly to give her a kiss on the forehead. Electra, I love you, darling, whisper while hugging him. Monoma, well, much affection, much love, are you ready for your death? He asked sarcastically, looking at Izuku while Electra was upset by the interruption. Izuku, I already died twice, 3 won't be a problem, he said, laughing a little. Then Electra, simply tired of not being paid attention to, took a boost and jumped on Izuku's back. Izuku, what's wrong, Electra? Izuku asked, confused. Electra, nothing, I just want to hug you, she said with a tender smile. Monoma, hey old man, how do you do it? He asked, laughing a little. Izuku, I'll be honest, I don't even know, he said this so that Monoma would laugh more. Monoma, well, we've arrived at the academy, are you ready? Izuku, almost a day believing that I'm dead, do you think they'll kill me? Monoma, I'll be honest, I think so, he said this so that Izuku laughed a little and nodded, and both began to walk towards the bedrooms. Izuku just sighed heavily. The closer they got to the dorms, he felt his fear increasing. It was ironic that he had faced death and was afraid of his girlfriends. They entered slowly. Until they arrived, everyone began to smile confidently, the girls with tenderness and light tears, and Bakugo, wait? And Bakugo. Elsewhere. Bakugo, so, like this I can kill someone with one hit? He asked, impressed. Shinso, yes, that is the ancestral technique of my people. Take it as thanks for saving us in the restaurant. He said this so that Bakugo nodded, looking at his hand. Bakugo, does that mean I'm a weapon now? He asked with a big smile. Shinso, yes, but remember, only use it for. Bakugo, damn, let's do evil. He shouted this to start running. Shinso, no, you idiot, wait. He said this to start chasing him. With Izuku. He slowly entered the bedrooms as the girls stood up from their seats with small smiles, but more tears on their faces. Kinoko Izuku. The green-haired boy just stood still and extended his arms waiting for Kanoko's hug, but he couldn't react when all the air left him, when he felt how she had punched him in the lower parts. At that moment all the men turned their gaze and Electra got off his back and saw how Izuku fell to the ground. Kinoko, how dare you make us believe that you were dead again? She screamed with a vein on her forehead. Setsuna, you're a complete idiot, you know that? Izuku, at least I was expecting a kiss. He said this with difficulty. Electra, oh don't worry Izuku, I'll give it to you. Reiko, and who the buck are you? Reiko asked, jealous like everyone else. Electra, hello, I'm Electra Nachios, Izuku's girlfriend. Nice to meet you, she said with a fake smile and an aura of terror emanating from her. Setsuna, what? Ibara Izuku. Yui, were you unfaithful to us? At that moment all the dormitories began to shake. All the boys hugged each other in fear, but luckily, there was a witness to the events. Monoma, wait, I can explain everything. Ibara, you have 5 seconds before we kill him. Monoma, the girl you see there is his girlfriend when he was in the orphanage, but then they took her away and then she died, but they revived her as evil, and after epic fights and the supposed death of Izuku we defeated her, but it turns out that neither of them died, and the girl you see recovered her memories and still loves Izuku, but Izuku was never unfaithful to them. And Monoma fell to the ground gasping for air as Pony began to pat him on the back to get him back on his feet. At that moment all the girls decided on their aura and quickly ran towards the green-haired boy. Ibara, honey, we're really sorry, we didn't want to think that way about you, but… Izuku, no, don't worry, there's no problem. Now if you'll excuse me, I need ice, he said with light comical tears. Kendo, well, I know a better cure for that. Then all the girls looked at each other and nodded, even Electra. Then they all picked up the green-haired boy and took him away. Monoma, do you think that? Pony, yes, I think so, she responded with a slight drop of sweat. Monoma, well, at least it's a happy ending. He said this with the same drop of sweat so that Pony just agreed. All this was seen through a screen. SW? Yes, Sir Kingpin, just as it was confirmed to us, Izuku Midoriya and Nito Monoma are Daredevil and Spider-Man. What do you want us to do? Kingpin, well, I have plans for that spider, but he's of no use to me here in Japan. I'll tell you what I'll do with him later, but for now, we already know who Daredevil is. This one sees how the girls take him away. And we already know how to stop it. He said this to turn off the screen. Plans from the Past to the Future Season 2. It was a while ago that happened. Kingpin, are you capable of creating something like that? I think so. Kingpin, I think that's not enough for me. I want you to do something that is capable of bringing Daredevil back so I can kill him, and that has something striking which he wants to take as a trophy, with which we can spy on him. Yes, sir, I am aware of the idea and I think I know what we can do. Kingpin, tell me, he said, looking sideways at the screens. A robot samurai. Kingpin, heck, congratulations, brat. You're the only one who's made me laugh so far this year. But now I need you to tell me what you really want to do. A samurai robot, the young man repeated again. Kingpin, what is this? A children's cartoon? He asked sarcastically. No, sir, I'm serious. Kingpin, okay, then tell me, how the hell do you think you're going to bring Daredevil with a samurai robot? This annoying guy asked. See, calm down, sir, let me explain. It doesn't have to be specifically samurai, just something striking, something that can threaten to destroy the city. But that is easy for him to defeat. But can I ask you something first, sir? Kingpin, what do you want? Why do you want Daredevil back? You didn't want to get rid of him? He asked, confused. Kingpin, exactly, get rid of him. Don't make him disappear. I want his blood on my hands. There is your answer. Now continue, he said so the young man would nod. As we saw in his blood test, he does not have DNA. If he did, we could see his identity simply with his blood, but because of his powers we could not do it. Kingpin, yes, his powers for some reason can keep him alive without that very important factor. It's like living without a heart. Yes, his heightened senses, each heightened sense more than 10 times, take up space in his body. They do not exist for no reason. My main and almost proven theory is that thanks to his powers he does not need DNA and probably. Kingpin, probably? He cannot die from wounds. Kingpin, that's incoherent. Remember this phrase, brat. Any immortal can die without a heart. Those senses need something to work. His heart, the scientist whispered for Kingpin to nod. Kingpin, the way to kill him is very simple now that I see it. A bullet in his chest, and it's all over. You forget that he can dodge bullets, right? Kingpin, yes, that's why I need you to build what I asked you to do. We need to know who he is, and who we can use against him. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter if it looks like shit. If it works to know what it is, you do it, he said, crossing his arms to simply leave. Kingpin slammed the door of the large laboratory, leaving the young scientist alone, who quickly got up from his seat and got to work. Presented. Izuku found himself waking up with a heavy burden, well, a burden. When he got up completely, the first thing he saw made him smile. All the girls were huddled around him with a tender smile on their faces, but now the difference was seeing Elektra. He smiled with nostalgia and began to caress the girl's face. Izuku, the first girl I loved and I still do, Izuku whispered with a smile. But then Izuku stopped abruptly due to a pain in his head accompanied by dizziness. With a grimace of disgust he let himself fall on the bed, closing his eyes tightly. Izuku, damn, I think I'm still a little sick from the battle, he said, laughing a little, but he felt a hand begin to caress his chin. Huh? Reiko, are you okay, honey? She asked worriedly. Izuku, yeah, I'm just a little sick, my head hurts, he said, laughing a little. Ibara, sick? She asked, waking up suddenly just like the rest of the girls. Kendo, oh Izuku, does something else hurt? Do you want something? Chicken soup, Yui shouted for the girls to nod. Elektra, she's right, we'll go prepare some chicken soup for you, okay? We won't be long, your mushroom girl. Stay and take care of him, she said this so Kinoko would nod and hug the green-haired boy tightly. At that moment all the girls quickly stood up and putting on their bras and shirts went down to prepare the soup for Izuku. Izuku, they really care about me, he said, laughing a little. Kinoko, of course we care about you, we love you, and you've already suffered enough to let you suffer more, she said while caressing the green-haired boy's hair. Izuku, I still don't know what I did to deserve you guys, he said, laughing a little. Kinoko, nothing, we are the ones who don't deserve you. Kinoko hugged the green-haired boy tightly, burying him in her chest while he just snuggled up to her. It was just a headache, nothing to worry about, maybe in 2 or 3 hours I'll be better. Or so I thought. Elsewhere. Momo, stop crying, brat. He hit him so hard in the face that his cheek ended up bleeding. Momo, well, you idiot, come and collect his blood. Why, yes, Madam Yayorozu. Momo just watched all this with a smile. Momo, you're going to be very useful to me, little Eri, she said, watching the girl start to cry. Mr. Izuku, save me, Eri whispered in fear as she watched the needles approach her again. The end is about to begin, final season. The rising sun at the UA was what the newly awakened students could see from their windows, lighting up their entire room. Cuddled up on Elektra's chest, Izuku was hugged by all the girls while he tried to hug as many as he could. It was a bit complicated for him. But the green-haired boy quickly tightened his gaze when he felt it again, that pain that had not left him alone since yesterday, since he woke up, until he fell asleep, and today again when he woke up, he had decided not to give it importance, but the pain was getting a little stronger. Reiko, it still hurts, right? She asked worriedly as she caressed the green-haired boy's hair, and he simply agreed. Izuku, yes, but it should be nothing, they are probably just wounds from the last battle that have not yet healed. Reiko, Let's hope so, but please Izuku, if anything else hurts, don't hesitate to tell us. We don't mind taking care of you, not at all. Reiko simply approached the green-haired boy and pushing him away from Electra, climbed onto his chest as she began to kiss him. Reiko, we will always be watching over you. This will not be like it was a long time ago. You are not alone anymore. Now we are a team, a family, she said with a tender smile so that the green-haired boy nodded, slightly smiling. But Reiko couldn't react when the green-haired boy hugged her tightly and pulled her down from his chest and locked her inside it. Reiko, Izuku? Izuku, I want to feel you attached to me for a few moments, he said in a calm whisper as he began to caress Reiko's hair. Reiko, although with a small blush, simply smiled tenderly and caressing the green-haired boy's chest, snuggled up to him, closing her eyes once again. But a tender squeal accompanied by a small moan came from her lips as she felt a hand begin to gently caress her bottom. Reiko, Izuku. Izuku, you know, I've been really busy, and I've come back very tired from my missions. I don't know if you'd like. Reiko, do we have to wake up the others? She asked, confused. Izuku, no, today, I want to enjoy you completely, he said, beginning to kiss Reiko while he gently carried her by the buttocks to get off the bed, taking care not to wake anyone up. Reiko, with a tender blush, just acknowledged hiding in the green-haired boy's chest, while she let herself be carried and clinging to her neck they both entered the bathroom to lock it. The tub was empty. Izuku and Reiko entered it, and Reiko, between her peak of kisses, turned on the water faucet. The hot water began to flow through both of their bodies, increasing the heat they carried within them. Reiko began to take off her bra. With a big blush her chest was left bare, and to finish she was about to take off her underwear and her stockings, but Izuku, leave your socks on, he whispered in the girl's ear while caressing her butt. Reiko, but they're going to get wet. Izuku, they'll wash up afterwards, right? He asked with a flirtatious smile. Reiko just agreed and lowered her panties a little, leaving them there. She never took off her stockings, and they continued for a while longer at the height of their kisses. Reiko's hand touched the green-haired boy's chest and slowly began to move down. Those soft hands with those nails painted in a pale purple color went down until they were inside the green-haired boy's underwear and began to caress what for Reiko would be the main dish. His excitement began to rise as he found no end to it, and taking a little control of the situation he began to move between the green-haired man's legs. The water in the tub was not the only liquid that came out inside that bathtub. Elsewhere. Are you sure about this, Miss Momo? The man asked worriedly. Momo, you just inject her. We must make this work as soon as possible. Daredevil and Izuku Midoriya ruined my life. Daredevil will pay for it, and Izuku Midoriya will suffer, she said with a maddening smile. And in a corner of that room a little girl with red eyes and a small horn was crying, held prisoner by chains that did not let her go beyond that box where there was a plate of slightly rotten food and a glass of dirty water, which was the only food she had of them. Mr. Izuku, where are you? She asked, scared, while she grabbed her legs and the dryness in her eyes prevented her from shedding tears. At the UA. Scholarship expired. It was the paper that Pony took in his hands and squeezing it tightly began to tear up slightly. Nizu, your scholarship was only valid for 2 years. We're almost at the end of the second year, and even if I tried to apply for another one I would have to speak to the Minister of Education, and in any case if they authorized me to give it to you it would be until the year after next year. It wouldn't be of any use. Pony, that means I'm going back to the United States. Nizu, I'm sorry, Miss Tsunatori. Pony, and no, oh okay, just, could you not tell anyone anything? I don't want them to know until I leave, she said with her gaze downcast so that Nizu would nod and Pony would simply get up from her place. Thanks for the information, Director. Pony simply left the principal's office. Her tears began to flow more strongly and, leaning against the wall, she just began to over. Pony, Nito, she whispered with tears in her eyes as she slowly fell to her knees on the ground. I don't want to leave you. Somewhere in Japan. Hot dog comes out for Spider-Man. Monoma, hey, that's me, he said with a big smile as he came down from a building. How much would it be? He asked, confused, but the man just shook his head. Nothing, kid, take it, as payment from me for saving this city, he said with a big smile. Monoma, oh, old lightning, Thank you very much, he said with a big smile as he threw a spider web and left with the hot dog. It was a large building with Monoma sitting at the top of it. The mornings in Japan were very quiet for him, solving minor crimes like bag snatchers or knife robbers. That suit May made for him was very useful. Monoma, what are you doing right now? He asked, confused with a nostalgic smile. Where did that happy team that we were go? Team Daredevil. Monoma, I want you to help me save Japan. Remembering the important moments of his life, the jaw part of the mask faded away, leaving his mouth open to the air to start eating the hot dog. Monoma, it all started with Izuku, a boy with powers who started a team with Bakugo. Then they added Setsuna, the director, May, and me. He remembered the fight they had that time, where he almost broke his friendship with the green-haired boy. Monoma, I've been very stupid on some occasions. With a light laugh, she stood on tiptoe at the edge of the building, her vertigo having disappeared over time. Monoma, I am a normal person, without powers and a super suit. I never imagined myself doing this. But I think it's time to be a real superhero, not just a neighbor and Daredevil's helper. I think it's time to start my path, he said while wiping away light tears and finishing the hot dog. The mask returned to its place, and he simply threw himself off the building. With Izuku. Reiko was blushing deeply while Izuku was simply combing her hair. Izuku, what did you think? He asked with a calm smile. Reiko, I liked it because a W was with you, she said with a tender blush. Izuku, I love you, Reiko Yanagi, I love you, and all of you, you are the most important thing I have. Reiko, we love you too, Izuku, she said with a calm smile. You have always been there for us, and although I never imagined this, I am not complaining. I have a great family, and above all, I have you. Assault on the Central Bank of Japan. A guy with gloves capable of breaking concrete. I repeat, capable of breaking concrete. Daredevil, Spider-Man, we need you. The green-haired boy was going to ignore the radio, but Reiko, go and make us proud, she said with a smile, squeezing the green-haired boy's hand, making him smile too. And well, it seems that he is a great villain, Izuku said at the top of a building while Monoma simply acknowledged. Monoma, are we going to have a hamburger after this? He asked with a smile. Izuku, you know what, old man, he said smiling. Monoma, okay, 3. Izuku 2. Monoma 1. Izuku, now, he shouted so that both of them would jump off the building. In search of justice and stopping the villain.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.